A splitting headache. Not the dull ache of a hangover, but a sharp, relentless pounding inside her skull, as if someone were chiseling at her crown trying to knock a skylight through. Her consciousness drifted upward like a wrecked ship sinking in the deep sea, rising bit by bit. The first thing she felt was weight, a heavy, unfamiliar soft pressure on her chest. Then came a faint, cool lotus fragrance drifting thread by thread into her nose. This was definitely not the smell of her rented room piled high with instant noodle cups and smelly socks. Lin Feng snapped her eyes open. What came into view was not the familiar stain on her ceiling, but an intricately carved wooden caisson ceiling. A few strands of sunlight filtered through the lattice window, casting thin beams of light in which dust danced slowly. Beneath her was hard. A wooden couch. The touch was cool and smooth. Damn. She instinctively tried to rub her throbbing temples, but her raised hand froze in midair. That was a woman's hand. Slim, fair-skinned, with neatly trimmed rounded nails and faint pink tips. On her wrist hung a strangely shaped blue cryo-vision, emitting a faint cool glow in time with her racing heartbeat. Her heart felt as if squeezed by an invisible hand hammering violently against her chest. A wave of icy panic shot from her soles straight up to the crown of her head. She bolted upright as if electrocuted, moving so violently that she nearly overturned the expensive-looking wooden couch beneath her. Her gaze swept around in panic an antique room, scrolls and jade artifacts placed on a display shelf, ink-washed landscape paintings hanging on the walls, and the air filled with the scent of ink and, well, a certain fresh herbal fragrance. But none of that was the point. The point was what she saw when she looked down. A soft moon-white silk robe embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns draped over her, its collar slightly open, revealing delicate collarbones and a certain full and rounded silhouette that absolutely did not belong to her original body. No way. Lin Feng's voice was dry and hoarse, trembling with disbelief. That voice. Soft and pleasant with an indescribable ethereal quality, yet it made her scalp tingle. She almost rolled and crawled her way to a huge bronze mirror in the corner of the room. The mirror surface was somewhat blurry, but it was enough to reflect the current scene. The person in the mirror, or rather the immortal in the mirror. A head of impossibly silky blue hair reaching her hips like a flowing river of stars, the tips fading dreamily into a lighter shade. On both sides of her head a pair of small delicate qilin horns covered with deep blue fuzz were trembling slightly because of their owner's shock. The face in the mirror was as exquisite as the finest porcelain, fair skin, a delicate nose, soft petal-like lips. But what was most captivating were her eyes, like the purest amethysts, now wide open with utter terror and confusion, long lashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. This face, Lin Feng knew it all too well. As a Day 1 Genshin Impact player who had farmed countless materials and watched countless fan works, this was clearly the secretary of the Liyue Qixing, the half-immortal beast, Ganyu. Ganyu. She forced the name out at the mirror. The beauty in the mirror also moved her lips in sync, her eyes filled with a dazed collapse that was distinctly Lin Feng's, absolutely not Ganyu's usual expression. A torrent of vast unfamiliar memory fragments flooded into her mind like a breaking dam, piles of documents piled high in the high pavilion, Lady Ningguang's cool but trusting gaze, Keqing's decisive orders, the myriad lights of Liyue Harbor, the cold moonlight on the top floor of Washu, and day after day, year after year, seemingly endless work. Ugh! Lin Feng, or rather Lin Feng inhabiting Ganyu's body, only felt her stomach churn violently. It wasn't her new body that disgusted her, it was the suffocating amount of overtime contained in those vast memories. 3,000 years. 3,000 years as one day. 007 is a blessing. This is the primordial ancestor of blessings. She gripped the cold bronze mirror frame, her legs feeling weak. In her previous life, being a corporate drone programmer on a 996 schedule was already deadly. Who knew that after transmigrating she'd be directly upgraded to the ultimate workaholic of Liyue Harbor, a being with an immortal beast constitution theoretically capable of outlasting countless generations of mortals as an overtime perpetual motion machine. Just as she stared at that breathtaking face, currently full of life is not worth living, and thought, who am I? Where am I? Can I die my way back? Just as she was drowning in those three philosophical questions, a hurried yet restrained knock came at the door. Senior Ganyu. Are you awake? A young woman's respectful voice came from outside the door. The documents backlogged in your high pavilion today have piled up all over your outer room. Lady Tianquan said that before noon you need to finish reviewing the first draft of the new regulations on chasm mining and submit it. Documents. Draft. Review. Submit. Those words were like a curse, instantly igniting the accumulated resentment in Lin Feng's heart, the doubled anger of a former corporate slave and a present-day overtime immortal beast. Bang! A muffled thud, the sound of her fist striking the mirror frame. The beauty in the mirror with those beautiful amethyst eyes burned with a blazing flame called, "I'm done! Grass a Liyue plant!" She took a deep breath and with Ganyu's unique ethereal voice that could soothe hearts let out the most plain-spoken roar from the depths of her soul. To hell with the review. Submit my foot. I'm an immortal beast, not a perpetual motion machine. No one's going to make me work overtime today. I'm going to slack off. I'm going to idle around. I'm going to sunbathe and sleep until I wake up naturally. The roar echoed through the empty room with the tragic desperation of one who has given up all pretense. Outside the door silence instantly fell. One could imagine the young secretary delivering the message must have had a wonderfully colorful expression on her face at that moment. After finishing her roar, Lin Feng looked at her flushed cheeks and the qilin horns on her head, which were faintly glowing from the emotional upheaval, and let out a long, long sigh. It felt good, sure. But then what? She looked at the stunning face in the mirror, the face of the Liyue Qixing secretary, and a heavy realistic question pressed down on her: with this face wouldn't slacking off be hell-level difficult? Especially after that dead silence outside the door, the faint sound of rapid retreating footsteps drifted in. The fading footsteps were like a death knell in Lin Feng's heart. She stayed frozen in the position of slamming the mirror frame, a few strands of ice-blue hair falling over half of her face, which clearly read, "I'm doomed." "It's over," she muttered. Her voice had regained the ethereal quality unique to Ganyu's body, but the words were filled with the panic of a corporate wage slave facing an angry boss. Impulsiveness is a demon, Lin Feng. You stupid mouth. You shouted what the hell is there to review at Lady Ningguang's little secretary? And called yourself this old man? And perpetual motion. It's over. The no. One workaholic of Liyue Harbor persona was shattered into pieces. Would Lady Tianquan expel her from immortal status on the spot and exile her to mine or at Qixing? The churning in her stomach grew stronger, mixed with the dizziness of transmigration, the discomfort of being in a gender-swapped body, and a great fear of the future. She gripped the bronze mirror frame and tried to take a deep breath to calm down, but she inhaled a full lung of lotus fragrance, and nearly choked. This body's natural scent was way too strong. Back when she was a programmer, she had been a loyal supporter of sweat and instant noodle scent. Just then a steadier, more rhythmic set of footsteps approached from afar and stopped outside the door. Unlike the young secretary's hurried steps earlier, these footsteps carried an unquestionable pressure. Every step seemed to land on the polished floor of Liyue High Pavilion and on Lin Feng's heart. The door was pushed open just a crack. A gentle yet piercing voice came through, carrying a hint of well-placed concern along with far more hidden scrutiny. "Ganyu. Just now Baiwen seemed to have suffered a scare and left in a hurry. Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Feng jolted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, though now she was more like a startled qilin with fur standing on end. Here she comes. The embodiment of Liyue's wealth and power, the Tianquan star, Lady Ningguang. She spun around so violently that she nearly tripped over her waist-length hair. At the doorway stood a beautiful red-haired lady in an opulent golden-patterned qipao radiating elegance. Ningguang held her signature long pipe, its bowl unlit, toying with it between her fingers. That pair of golden eyes, like the most precise scales, rested on Lin Feng with probing light, as though appraising a rare treasure that had suddenly developed a flaw. "Oh, Lady Ningguang." Lin Feng instinctively straightened her back, trying to imitate the meek, respectful posture of Ganyu in her memory. Unfortunately, the salted fish instinct deep in her soul and the lingering force of her previous outbursts made the movement extremely stiff, like a spring forcibly bent straight. She could even feel the qilin horns on her head tingle with tension. And nothing. "I'm perfectly healthy. I just was disoriented from sleep and had a nightmare." "A nightmare, right?" she said rapidly, forcing out a smile she believed was gentle but was actually twisted by guilt. "Baiwen. Maybe she was startled by some noise I accidentally made." Heh. Heh heh. The dry laughter sounded especially jarring in the quiet room. Ningguang's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, then slowly swept down to her slightly reddened fist and the shallow fresh dent on the bronze mirror frame. Finally her gaze landed back on those amethyst eyes that clearly read, "I'm lying, I'm so guilty, please let me off." A nightmare. Ningguang's red lips parted slightly, and the words she released were feather-light yet weighed 1,000 Jun. A nightmare capable of making the ever-composed Senior Ganyu lose her poise to the point of the hell with reviewing, the hell with submitting, calling herself this old man, and vowing to slack off, goof around, and sleep until she wakes naturally. It must be quite terrifying. Lin Feng felt her blood freeze instantly. Done for. Every single word had been heard. A social death scene, no, an immortal life death scene. Her face immediately turned pale, her lips trembled, her mind went blank, and her CPU completely overloaded. The smooth tongue she had used to deal with clients in her previous life and her programmer's logical thinking all turned to dust under the pressure of Liyue's top boss, and the irrefutable evidence of her explosive words. She stammered, her eyes darting, daring not to look directly into Ningguang's golden eyes that seemed to see through everything. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead and slid down her delicate cheek. Ningguang watched her so frightened, incoherent state. Deep in her eyes flashed the faintest, barely detectable surprise and interest. This reaction was completely different from the gentle, tenacious, and slightly airhead calm that Ganyu had maintained for thousands of years in the face of any crisis or censure. It was as if a different soul had been swapped in. The thought flashed past, then Ningguang suppressed it. She took a silent drag from the unlit pipe, a wisp of air's smoke drifting before her. Enough, Ningguang said, still calm but with an unassailable decisiveness. The draft of the new mining regulations for the chasm concerns the lifeline of Liyue's future resources. It cannot be delayed. She turned slightly and gave an instruction toward the door. Baisher, bring in all the documents that need Senior Ganyu's priority handling today. Just place them on that desk. Another calm, capable female voice came from outside. Yes, Lady Ningguang. Soon footsteps sounded again. This time the footsteps were heavy and dense. Baisher, one of Ningguang's trusted secretaries, led several sturdy millilith soldiers and like ants moving a mountain carried stack after stack, bundle after bundle of towering ledgers, documents, and blueprints into the room. Lin Feng watched dumbfounded as the originally spacious redwood desk was soon engulfed by a sea of paper. The stacks wobbled precariously, and some documents even rolled straight onto the carpet. The air filled with the rich smell of ink and aged paper, instantly squeezing out the faint lotus fragrance. This was no desk. This was clearly a tomb burying her dream of slacking off. A concrete image of a corporate slave's hell in Teyvat. This much. She let out a shocked cry, her voice completely changed tone. As if she had not heard the wail, Ningguang elegantly pointed her pipe at the still-growing mountain. These must be sorted into core points and preliminary opinions before noon today. As for the draft of the chasm proposal, her eyes precisely located the very top of the paper mountain where an especially thick document sealed with an urgent red wax urgent stamp was pressing down. Please give it extra attention, Senior Ganyu. At noon I will await your good news in the Jade Chamber. Then Ningguang gave Lin Feng a deep look. It was a complex look, curious, examining, and perhaps holding a faint warning about the abnormality. Then she turned the hem of her golden chipao, sweeping an elegant arc, and left with Baisher and the others as calmly as she had arrived. Click. The door was gently closed. Only Lin Feng remained in the room, along with a terrifyingly oppressive Everest condensed from the administrative machine of Liyue Harbor. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Lin Feng's legs gave way and she collapsed onto the carpet with a thud, her ice blue hair spreading out. She looked up at the towering paper mountain. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a huge shadow that enveloped her completely. Despair. Unparalleled despair. The fear of being chased by deadlines from her previous life mixed with the tired memories of 3,000 years of overtime in Ganyu's body, drowning her like ice-cold seawater. By noon. Review. Submit. She murmured, repeating Ningguang's words. Every word was like an ice pick stabbing into her heart. Slack off. Goof around. Sleep until waking naturally. Facing a task personally supervised by Lady Ningguang, a military order as mountainous as a vow. Lin Feng slowly, very slowly raised a hand and covered her face, that breathtakingly beautiful face which now held only the expression of a person who had lost all will to live. A muffled, tearful whimper was finally squeezed from her throat, echoing dully in the room full of documents. This damned Teyvat. This damned gender swap. This damned overtime hell. Lin Feng, once a straight male programmer who only wanted to be a salted fish, had on her very first day of transmigrating into Ganyu the overtime immortal beast of Liyue had deeply learned what it meant. Immortal life is hard and slacking off is utterly impossible. Lin Feng, slumped on the carpet, felt her soul being siphoned away by that ink-stinking mountain of paper. Ningguang's last meaningful glance was like a cold needle in the back of her neck, jolting her fully awake. Exposed? Absolutely not. The thought shot through her like high-voltage current, overpowering every urge to collapse and give up. Are you kidding? In a world like Teyvat, with God's elemental power and all manner of bizarre secret arts, what would happen to a soul discovered to be an impostor from another world? Dissected for research, sealed and suppressed, or destroyed by angry Liyue citizens as an evil spirit. Just thinking about it made her scalp crawl and her half-qilin horns ache. Calm down, Lin Feng. Calm down. She slapped her own cheeks, Ganyu's cheeks, whose softness made her even more flustered. Right now you are Ganyu, the most reliable, and the most overworked, secretary of the Liyue Qixing. An immortal beast tempered by 3,000 years of overtime. Bring out the acting skills you used to fool your clients in your past life. Stay low. You must stay low. She took a deep breath, trying to imitate the calm, focused aura of Ganyu in her memory, a temperament seemingly born to handle documents. She staggered up from the carpet, and step by step, like a prisoner heading to the execution ground, walked toward that Mount Everest of paperwork. Seated behind the broad rosewood desk, Lin Feng felt as small as an ant. She picked up the top document, a draft on the chasm sealed with wax stamped with the word urgent. She unfolded it. Dense vertical traditional characters like an army of ants instantly flooded her retinas. Or vein directions, recovery rates of associated crystal ores, millilith garrison rotation, minor welfare guarantee amendments. She recognized every character, but together they read like heavenly script. What is all this? She wailed inwardly. In her past life she had typed code, if-else statements, object-oriented programming. This kind of officialese, so distinctly Liyue-flavored, so roundabout, and so quick to quote ancient classics, was the ultimate torture for a STEM brain like hers. Irritation ran wild in her heart like weeds. Forcing herself to concentrate, she picked up an expensive-looking brush and dipped it in ink. Or veins, directions. She tried to recall the map of the chasm from the game, intending to sketch a simple reference map in the blank margin of the draft. But the brush refused to obey. Its bristles were too soft, and the line she drew was crooked like a drunken earthworm crawling across the paper. Then a thick blot of ink dripped down, covering a critical data point with perfect precision. Damn it! She cursed under her breath, flustered, and tried to wipe it with her sleeve, on Ganyu's moon-white silk nightgown. The ink stain only spread wider. Frustration 10. She irritably shoved the urgent document aside, deciding to tackle the easiest nut first. She picked up a thinner-looking file, apparently an application regarding the allocation of new berths at Liyue Harbor. Berths, application. She forced herself to read on. Applicant Feiyan Chamber of Commerce. It was Xingqiu's family business. Wait, there was a note below. The special docking needs of the Alcor Captain Beta's ship must be considered. Reserve a sufficiently wide water area to prevent her vessel from scraping against other merchant ships. Big Sister Beta. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Now this one she knew. One of her favorite characters in the game. Instinctively she wanted to write in the approval column, approved. Give Big Sister the biggest berth. Her ship is huge, so what she says goes. And by the way, ask her if she needs any spare tagalongs on her next voyage. I can do odd jobs. The brush had barely lifted when a surge of professional instinct from deep within Ganyu's body, almost a reflex, wrenched her hand back. A stern voice, like Ganyu's residual consciousness or a Ningguang she had conjured in her own head, rang out in her mind. Procedures. Rules. Fairness and justice. This is no joke. Her hand trembled and the phrase Big Sister's word is final turned into a crooked ink dot. Instead her body seemed to move of its own volition. Her wrist traced a smooth, precise arc, writing a line of elegant regular script, so standard it could be a calligraphy model, in the approval column noted. The Feiyan Chamber of Commerce's application is in principle consistent with the dock expansion plan. However, the special requirements of the Alcor need to be separately assessed for their impact on overall berth utilization efficiency and safety regulations. It is recommended that a detailed explanation and safety contingency plan be submitted as a separate case, with the General Affairs Department leading a dedicated review. After writing that, Lin Feng was stunned. She looked at the delicate yet thoroughly bureaucratic handwriting, then at her own hand still gripping the brush. What the hell? Does my body come with Office AI? She was stunned, then a deeper wave of irritation followed. What is this? My soul wants to slack off, but my claws have their own agenda, insisting on being workaholics. This is more agonizing than plain overtime. Talk about a split personality. What tormented her even more was that after finishing the approval, a strange brief sense of satisfaction rose from deep in her body, as if she had fulfilled some sacred mission, only to be immediately drowned by the roar from her soul, I don't want to do this. This sense of inner tearing drove her insane. Frustration 20. Time passed bit by bit, and the sunlight crept from the eastern edge of the window lattice to its center. Lin Feng felt like a marionette on strings. Her soul was furiously ranting, drifting away into the heavens and cursing this damnable paperwork hell, but her body was like a pre-programmed machine, automatically, efficiently, and even with an eerie grace, handling one document after another. Reviewing, underlining, making revision notes, stamping seals. Her movements were fluid, her handwriting neat and beautiful, her logic clear and rigorous, at least as far as official documents were concerned. But what about her? Her soul was about to be drained dry by this monotonous, repetitive, soulless labor. She felt like a bystander watching Ganyu's body work diligently while the real Lin Feng ran wild in the little theater of her mind, fantasizing about setting the entire pile of documents on fire. She fantasized about slamming her hand on Ningguang's desk and resigning. She fantasized about fleeing to the rooftop of Washuin to sunbathe and sleep. She fantasized about being that bald programmer in baggy shorts typing away at code, tired yes, but at least able to curse and order takeout at will. Wait, wasn't the gender a little off? Even more annoying. Senior Ganyu, it's time for your midday meal. Baishi's voice again sounded outside the door with a barely perceptible note of caution. Clearly this morning's I quit declaration still had lingering power. Lin Feng felt like a prisoner receiving a pardon. She nearly jumped up and rushed to open the door, moving so quickly that Baishi was left stunned. Mealtime. Great, great, great. Her eyes sparkled as she tried to drown the pain of work with the joy of eating. But when she saw the tray Baishi carried in the light, and her eyes instantly went out. A small bowl of plain noodle soup, clear and thin, with a few green leaves on top. She suspected they were jueyun chili seedlings, just looking at them burned. Beside it was a tiny dish of pickled violet grass which gave off a strange refreshing fragrance. And a cup of tea so clear that 2 petals of Qixing floated in it. That's all. In a previous life Lin Feng could not be happy without meat and had relied on fried chicken and cola to survive. Looking at this ethereal immortal beast's special meal estimated to have less than 300 calories, a wave of grief and indignation shot straight to the top of their head. Sure. Her voice was shaking. Did you not order any real main dishes? Like boiled black base? Or more meat? Even adeptus temptation would have done. She named the Liyue a delicacy she had loved most in the game. Baishi's expression instantly became extremely odd, as if she had heard a preposterous rumor. Senior Ganyu, haven't you always been vegetarian with an extremely light diet, consuming only immortal herbs such as Qixing and violet grass to maintain your vitality? Lady Ningguang specifically instructed that although your work is hard, an immortal body must be taken seriously. You may not touch worldly meat, fish, grease, or oil. Vegetarian. Immortal herbs. Lin Feng stared at the dish of pickled violet grass, and her stomach twisted. She remembered that Ganyu had said in the game she only ate vegetarian, but she never imagined it would be this extreme. What's the difference between this and eating grass? Her soul was roaring. I want meat. I want carbs. I want happy water. Her body, however, guided by some automatic and graceful reflex under Baishi's bewildered gaze, picked up the chopsticks, took a piece of violet grass, and put it into her mouth with a blank expression. An indescribable flavor exploded in her mouth, earth grass and a faint bitterness all mixed together. Ugh! A wave of physical revulsion nearly made her throw up on the spot. She forced it back down through sheer willpower and fear of exposure until tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. Senior, are you all right? Baishi grew even more nervous. And no. I'm fine. Lin Feng forced out a smile that was uglier than a cry. It's just that day's violet grass is exceptionally invigorating. She almost said it through gritted teeth, then resignedly began to mechanically consume the feast of immortal herbs that made her soul wail, chewing as if at wax. Irritation 50. On the verge of exploding. The afternoon's work continued amid the torment of her taste buds and the numbness of her soul. Her body kept operating efficiently while her soul remained offline, cursing nonstop. Only when the last glow of sunset dyed the mountain of paperwork gold did Bai Shi appear once again. Senior Ganyu, Lady Keqing requests your presence at the warehouse district of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. A new batch of precision instrument blueprints ordered from Sumeru has just arrived, and she requires your help to inventory them, place them into storage, and verify the key parameters. Inventory. Storage. Verify parameters. Darkness swam before Lin Feng's eyes. Did this mean that not only could her brain not rest, but now even her body had to move? She felt that her slacker soul was about to be ground away by this fulfilling day. Dragging legs that seemed to be filled with lead, even though Ganyu's physical fitness was obviously excellent. Still, mental exhaustion made her legs feel like jelly. She followed Bai Shi toward the warehouse district. In her heart was only one thought: finish this ASAP and get back to lying down. I want to be a corpse. In the warehouse district, Keqing was commanding the workers with brisk efficiency as they moved crates. Seeing Ganyu arrive, the violet-haired girl simply nodded. Ganyu, you're here. These blueprints are extremely important, and not a single mistake can be allowed. Especially the structural drawings of those core components. They need your eyes, which are sharp enough to perceive the finest details, to confirm there are no errors. She pointed to a stack of huge rolled blueprint tubes half a person's height on the side. Lin Feng looked at those tubes, then at Keqing's gaze full of trust, expectation, and the glow of a workaholic, and felt suffocated. Perceive the finest details. At this moment she only wanted to close both eyes and see nothing. Resigned, she walked over, drew out one of the tubes at random, pulled out the stopper, and unfurled it with a loud rustle. In an instant, countless complex lines, part drawings marked with strange symbols, and dense parameter tables surged into her sight like a tsunami. This is harder to understand than code. Her heart wailed as black spots swam before her eyes. Irritation, drowsiness, and abhorrence of work, and complete confusion in the face of the unfamiliar blueprint merged into a devastating torrent, battering the final line of defense of her sanity. At that moment, a worker carrying a crate passed by, tripped over a rope on the ground, and the heavy crate slipped from his hands and flew straight toward another pile of blueprint tubes nearby. Watch out! Keqing cried. Lin Feng moved almost by reflex. The instinct of an immortal beast instantly seized control of her body. She did not even see how she had moved, she only felt a blur before her eyes, and then her body had already glided over with feather-like grace. Her right hand pressed two fingers together like a blade, a cold blue light gathering at the fingertips, and quick as lightning sliced across the side of the flying crate. With a tearing sound, a smooth cut split open the side of the heavy wooden crate as if it had been carved by the sharpest blade, and the straw padding inside poured out, scattering across the floor. The crate lost its momentum and crashed to the ground with a loud clatter only a few inches from the stack of blueprint tubes. The warehouse fell silent in an instant. Everyone stood stunned, staring at Ganyu, who remained in her pointing posture with the ice blue glow on her fingertip not yet dispersed. Keqing was also stunned, a trace of surprise flashing in her violet eyes. Ganyu, your movement was so fast. And your control of the ice elemental power. She remembered that Ganyu's combat style leaned toward charged shots, close combat, and such refined elemental cutting did not fit her usual style. Lin Feng was frightened out of her wits too. Looking at her own finger radiating cold mist, then at the split crate on the ground, cold sweat instantly soaked her back. It's over. A reflexive move. I've been exposed. A monstrous panic seized her. She abruptly pulled her hand back and hid the finger wreathed in cold mist behind her, her heart pounding so frantically it almost leapt out of her throat. Her brain spun at high speed trying to find a plausible explanation. I. Her voice constricted as she struggled to imitate Ganyu's gentle but slightly dazed tone. Just now. Acting on instinct, I didn't think much. Maybe. It was the protective instinct of the Qilin bloodline. Even she felt that excuse was absolute nonsense. Keqing slowly looked her up and down with a suspicious lightning-sharp gaze, especially lingering for a few seconds on the hidden hand and the pale face. The atmosphere in the warehouse suddenly became tense and stagnant. Lin Feng felt she could hardly breathe, every second stretched out like a year. She could even hear her own blood roaring in her ears. Just as that suffocating silence was about to reach its peak, Keqing suddenly looked away and resumed her usual brisk manner. At any rate, it's good that the blueprints are fine. Be more careful next time. It seemed she had accepted the explanation, Or perhaps she was simply not planning to dig deeper for now. She turned and continued commanding the workers. Hurry up. Everything must be put into storage before dark. Lin Feng felt as if she had just received a pardon. Her legs softened, and she nearly sat down on the ground again. She forced herself to stay upright, feeling the cold sweat on her back turn icy. Why yes, Lady Keqing. Her answer was weak and airy. She no longer dared to look at those blueprints, and her original intention of inventorying them had completely vanished. That burst of power seemed to have drained the last of her energy, and taken away the last shred of her courage to resist irritation. For the remaining time she moved like a walking corpse, mechanically assisting with the inventory under the occasional sharp sweep of Keqing's gaze. Her soul had already flown far beyond the clouds, leaving only one thought madly scrolling through her mind, so irritating. So tired. I want to die. Damn this Teyvat. Damn this gender swap. Damn this endless, perpetually threatening to expose me, infuriating day. When night finally fell and she dragged her hollowed-out body back to that exquisite yet oppressive room, Lin Feng did not have even the strength to throw herself onto the bed. She simply slid down along the door panel to sit on the cold floor, burying her head deep between her knees. No lamp was lit in the room. Only the countless lights of Liyue Harbor outside the window leaked a faint glow, illuminating her ice-blue hair scattered across the floor, and her shoulders trembling faintly. A silent breakdown spread through the darkness. The disguise, the work, the vow grasped the fear of exposure lurking everywhere. The irritation of the whole day was like heavy chains locking her firmly inside this body that did not belong to her, the shell called Ganyu. In a mortal's life is hard, and that is not merely because there is no door to lying flat. It is precisely a life in which every day feels like a year and living is worse than dying. The ice-cold touch of the floor seeped through her thin silk sleeping robe into her skin, yet it could not cool the seething irritation and panic boiling in Lin Feng's mind. Keqing's scrutinizing gaze from the warehouse swept back and forth through her mind like a searchlight, and every pass sent a chill down the back of her neck. She buried her face deep in her knees, her ice-blue hair spilling around her like a deflated waterfall, wishing she could shrink into this brief, self-deceiving darkness. Knock, knock, knock. 3 clear, steady knocks bearing a rhythm that brooked no refusal burst through the silent room like a death knell. Lin Feng's entire body stiffened, as if frozen solid. At this hour, with this knocking pattern, she didn't even need to guess who stood outside. Her heart was instantly squeezed by an invisible hand and hoisted into her throat. The fright from the warehouse had barely settled when an even greater trouble came knocking at her door. She closed her eyes in despair, took a deep breath, and tried to force down the dryness and tremor in her throat. Don't panic. She had to act. To survive, she had to play Ganyu. She scrambled to her feet from the floor, hastily smoothed her tangled hair and sleeping robe, forced what she thought was a composed expression which probably looked more like constipation, then took a deep breath and opened the door. Outside the door, Ningguang's figure, framed by the soft corridor lights, looked exceptionally tall and oppressive. She still wore that luxurious gold-patterned qipao and held the long tobacco pipe in her hand. The bowl of the pipe was lit this time, and a wisp of faint smoke curled upward, half veiling her face, yet only making those golden eyes behind the haze sharper and harder to read. Behind her were either Baisha nor Baiwen. Clearly she had come alone. Nin. Lady Ningguang. Lin Feng tried to make her voice sound steady and respectful, bowing slightly in greeting, but her gaze kept slipping toward the floor, afraid to meet those golden pupils. Ningguang did not speak at once. Her gaze calmly swept over Lin Feng's slightly pale face, the tangled ends of her hair, a few barely visible wrinkles on her robe, and a trace of dust picked up in the warehouse. That gaze carried a tangible weight, making Lin Feng feel as if she were being weighed on a scale, nothing hidden. The silence stretched on for seconds, each one as long as an eternity. Lin Feng felt cold sweat beginning to ooze from her back again. At last Ningguang parted her crimson lips, and the words she released were clear and calm, yet they pierced Lin Feng's heart like shards of ice. Ganyu. Her voice betrayed no pleasure or displeasure, merely stating a fact. Did I not tell you this morning? The first draft of the new mining regulations for the chasm. Deliver it to me by noon. Boom. Lin Feng's mind went blank, and the blood in her veins seemed to freeze in an instant. Over. Completely over. She had forgotten it entirely. The afternoon had drowned her in a mountain of paperwork, tormented her with immortal herbs, and frightened her out of her wits with the warehouse incident. That draft bearing the wax-sealed character urgent had been shoved aside to the edge of the paper mountain in her irritation, and she had never thought about it again. It might still be lying in a corner of the desk gathering dust. Panic flooded over her like an icy tide. She opened her mouth but no sound came out. Explain. Explain what? Say she had simply forgotten because there was too much work. Would Ningguang believe that a workaholic secretary who had never missed a deadline in 3,000 years had forgotten the most important urgent document because of too much work? Say she was unwell. In the morning she had been full of energy, or in Ningguang's eyes still muddled with sleep as she smashed the mirror frame, and yelled, "I'm not working overtime." Every excuse at that moment seemed pale, feeble, and laughable. Her throat was as raw as sandpaper, and her voice came out thin as a mosquito's hum, trembling beyond concealment. "Lady Ningguang." I. Ningguang's gaze fell on her fingers trembling with tension, then slowly rose to meet her amethyst eyes, which were written all over with "I'm doomed, help me," and "I was wrong." Ningguang's eyes remained calm, but Lin Feng keenly caught a trace of something beneath that calm: disappointment. Or a cold further confirmation of the abnormality. "It seems it is not yet done." Ningguang's voice still carried no change in pitch, but that very calm was more unsettling than any rebuke. She took a slow draw from her pipe and released the smoke in a leisurely exhale. Through the swirling mist her tones seemed to acquire a faintly elusive quality. "Ganyu, this is not like you. For thousands of years every task entrusted to you by the Liyue Qixing, great or small, has never been delayed. Let alone an urgent document concerning the very lifeline of the chasm." Every word struck Lin Feng's heart like a whip. She felt her legs growing weak again, as if they could barely support her weight. Huge guilt and the dread of being exposed intertwined and nearly suffocated her. She bit down hard on her lower lip, tasting a faint trace of blood. Ganyu's lips are so tender. And only barely managed to keep from collapsing on the spot. What should she do? What should she do? Her brain was spinning at full speed, its CPU overheating to the point of nearly smoking. Admit she hadn't done it. That would be self-exposure. Lie and say she had done it but not well. She couldn't even find the document. And what if Ningguang wanted to see it? Just as she was on the verge of breaking down, ready to abandon all pretense, and kneel on the ground begging for mercy, though that would absolutely not be like Ganyu, a strange current of heat, or rather an almost instinctual impulse rising from the depths of this body, suddenly shot up her spine and into her brain. As if some dormant Ganyu mode had been forcibly activated by the extreme pressure, and the keyword work. Her eyes changed in an instant. Though the pallor of panic still clung to her face, the chaos and despair in her amethyst eyes receded like a fast-ebbing tide, replaced by a nearly ruthless focus and clarity. Her spine unconsciously straightened, and she exuded a quiet, highly efficient aura. Under Ningguang's faintly astonished gaze, Lin Feng's body seemed to move of its own will. She did not even look at Ningguang. She turned on her heel and strode directly to the rosewood desk half buried beneath documents. Her movements were precise and fluid, without a single hint of hesitation, as if she had already worked out everything in advance. Her gaze swept over the desk like a scanner, disregarding the mountains of files, and finally locked onto an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the paper mountain. Exactly that chasm draft with the character urgent pressed into wax, which she had shoved away in irritation. She yanked out the thick document. Without opening it, she spread it directly across the only remaining empty space on the desk. Then she picked up a writing brush, dipped it fully in ink, and without a single pause her wrist began to move in a flowing, unbroken dance. No deliberation. No hesitation. The brush tip seemed to come alive, darting swiftly across the empty margins, and between the lines of the draft. Neat, elegant annotations, each carrying an undeniable force, kept pouring out. Beside the mining vein distribution map, she precisely circled several locations and noted these 3 areas are rich in associated crystal ores. Raise their extraction priority, and provide supporting high-efficiency refining plans. Beneath the entry on millilith garrison rotation, she drew a line and noted the rotation cycle is too long, it breeds complacency and hidden hazards. Recommend shortening the cycle and adding mobile sentry posts. Beside the miner's welfare clause, she wrote the medical security provision is vague, it must be detailed down to common occupational diseases and compensation standards. Also recommend adding a seniority allowance to stabilize morale. Even in an obscure corner concerning slag disposal, she wrote rapidly, the slag accumulation area is too close to the water source. Over time there is a risk of groundwater contamination, the plan needs to be adjusted. Lin Feng's soul stood by like a terrified spectator, jaw-droppingly watching her own hand unleash a frenzied output. Every annotation was clear, incisive, and right on the nerve of the draft's flaws. It even supplemented details that an outsider like her could never have thought of. Such efficiency, such precision, This was simply a humanoid self-propelled document processing machine plus Max Edition. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the original draft had been covered with dense, highly constructive annotations. The brush stroke came to a heavy stop at a key conclusion, setting down the final line: overall feasible, yet the draft is riddled with detail omissions, especially concerning safety, efficiency, and livelihood guarantees. The key revisions are marked: a revised version can be submitted within 3 days. The brush stopped. Lin Feng's body seemed to have all its strength drained away at once, and that strange state of focus receded like a tide. She swayed, then quickly gripped the edge of the desk to steady herself. Looking at the draft she had annotated beyond recognition, then at her own hand still holding the brush and trembling slightly, she felt as though she were dreaming. Ningguang had somehow already walked over to the desk and was quietly watching all of this. The surprise on her face had been put away, restored to that unfathomable calm. She reached out her slender fingers, lifting the fully annotated draft. Her gaze rapidly swept across the forceful, seasoned handwriting that seemed to press through the paper. The room fell silent, broken only by the faint clamor of Liyue Harbor drifting through the window, and the drumbeat of Lin Feng's own heart. After a long moment, Ningguang set down the draft, and turned her gaze back to Lin Feng's pale face. Her expression was complex and hard to read. There was scrutiny, inquiry, and perhaps a faint trace of approval for this efficiency. "The annotations are quite thorough," Ningguang finally spoke, her voice impossible to read. "You have pointed out the key issues. I will be waiting for the revised version in 3 days." She paused, her golden eyes looking deep into Lin Feng's amethyst pupils, which still held traces of bewilderment and lingering shock. She slowly added, her tone seeming a fraction softer than before, yet carrying a deeper weight. "Ganyu, you are rather different today. This morning's heroic declaration, this afternoon's instinctive reaction in the warehouse, and now." Her gaze swept over the annotations. "This sudden, almost overdrawn efficiency. Rest well. Tomorrow. Liyue Harbor's operations cannot do without you, our hardworking and meritorious secretary." With that, Ningguang did not linger. She turned the hem of her gold-patterned qipao, tracing an elegant and imposing arc, then vanished into the corridor lights outside the door. The door was gently closed behind her. Lin Feng could no longer hold herself up. Her legs gave way and she slid down the desk to the cold floor. She stared at her right hand, the one that had just worked a miracle, then looked at the draft that seemed able to devour her soul. An overwhelming tide of exhaustion and lingering dread swallowed her completely like a tsunami. What was that just now? Was it Ganyu's residual will? Or the emergency overtime mode innate to this immortal beast's body? The kind that burned through life force. Ningguang's final words echoed in her mind like an alarm bell. Rather different. She was absolutely suspicious. Although this time she had managed to scrape by on her body's instincts, what about next time? Or the time after that? Overdrawn efficiency. Lin Feng murmured to herself while an inexplicable wave of sorrow and despair surged up from her heart. She felt like a marionette. Her soul wanted to lie flat, but her body had a will of its own. It could even erupt with strength that did not belong to her in moments of crisis to finish that blasted overtime task. This was more terrifying than an ordinary overtime hell. It was the double enslavement of spirit and body. She closed her eyes wearily, and leaned her head against the cold leg of the desk. Outside the window, Liyue Harbor's brilliant lights still sparkled, shining on her blue hair scattered across the floor, and her stunning face etched with pure world weariness. Being Ganyu is so exhausting. A barely audible sigh laden with boundless weariness and confusion dispersed into the empty, oppressive room. The chill of the floor seeped through the thin silk, penetrating the weary crevices of Lin Feng's bones. Ningguang's final words, "quite different," and "rest well," loomed in her mind like a spell, every syllable carrying icy barbs that tugged at her nerves, stretched to the breaking point. Overdraft efficiency. She gazed at her hand, which had just conjured the miracle of annotation, now trembling uncontrollably, the fading fragrance of ink and an inexplicable numbness lingering at her fingertips. The sensation of her body seizing control while her consciousness was forcibly ripped away was far more harrowing than pulling 3 consecutive all-nighters. This was not her strength, it was the millennial work soul embedded in this vessel named Ganyu, erupting in crisis after 3,000 years of sedimentation. The cost was staggering. Her soul felt forcibly crammed back into a machine on the verge of collapse after spinning at full throttle, leaving only boundless emptiness and bone-deep exhaustion. Her head throbbed as though countless tiny hammers pounded within her skull, her eyelids weighed like lead, each blink a struggle against Teyvat's gravity itself, her limbs trembled with exhaustion, even lifting a finger feeling like an insurmountable task. Being Ganyu. So tiring. She murmured, her voice hoarse and barely audible. This weariness extended beyond physical depletion from the overtime soul. It was the crushing mental burden of maintaining her disguise, the perpetual dread, the agony of her spirit and body tearing apart. Outside the window, the myriad lights of Liyue Harbor gradually faded, the clamor subsiding until only the night watchman's elongated bamboo clappers and the distant whisper of waves remained. The night had grown deep. I can't. I'm actually going to die. Lin Feng struggled, expending her final reserves of strength, moving inch by agonizing inch toward the ornately carved bed that beckoned with irresistible allure like a beached fish gasping for air. To hell with elegance and divine beast decorum, she simply wanted to collapse. Throwing herself onto the soft silken quilt, she exhaled a sigh that was equal parts satisfaction and suffering. Her face sank into a pillow carrying the faint fragrance of lotus, her ice blue hair fanning across it like a wet starry sea. Every cell in her body screamed for rest. Sleep. I need to sleep. Even if the sky falls, don't wake me. Her consciousness, like a severed kite, was swiftly swallowed by the dark tide. In that final moment before surrendering to dreams, a devout, almost obsessive thought consumed her. Tomorrow. I must sleep until naturally awake. Even if a god came, don't expect me to get up and work. The next morning. Beyond Qixing Terrace, the sky shifted from deep blue to the pale white of dawn, and the first tender rays of morning light pierced through the mist, falling gently upon the sweeping eaves of Liyue Harbor, a quiet promise that the day's relentless pace was about to begin. Inside Ganyu's exquisite yet stifling quarters, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Lin Feng felt herself drifting through a warm, soft, and boundless darkness. There were no documents piling up, no sharp gaze from Ningguang, no expectations from Keqing, no unpleasant lulligin, no terror of exposure. Only pure, tranquil, intoxicating nothingness. Her body felt immersed in the most comforting hot spring, every pore stretching and greedily drinking in this long-awaited dreamless deep sleep. She curled beneath the brocade quilt like a young beast finding its safest den. Ice blue hair spread across half the pillow, a few strands clinging to her slightly flushed cheeks from deep slumber. The small qilin horn gleamed with a gentle deep blue luster in the morning light, rising and falling imperceptibly with her steady prolonged breaths. Her sleeping face was peaceful, stripped of all pretense and agitation, leaving only something nearly sacred in its serenity. This was the first truly personal sleep since transmigration into Ganyu's body, uninterrupted by work or panic. Time drifted forward gradually. The sunlight outside intensified, creeping toward the desk and illuminating a corner of the ever-mounting documents. Qixing Terrace began to stir, faint footsteps, door sounds, and the soft clatter of papers being moved echoing from somewhere nearby. A new day had arrived, and Liyue Harbor's administrative machinery had started rumbling forward. Knock, knock, knock. Clear, measured knocks sounded against the door like stones cast upon a still lake. The figure on the bed remained unresponsive, lost in deep slumber, breathing steadily and slowly. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking came again, a touch harder this time. Within the brocade covers, Lin Feng's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, as if the sound had grazed the edges of her pleasant dreams. She let out an unconscious whine like a cat disturbed from its rest, burying her face deeper into the pillow, and tugging the covers over her qilin horns to block out the annoying noise. A pause outside the door. Then Baisher's familiar respectful voice emerged, tinged with barely perceptible anxiety. Senior Ganyu. Have you awakened? Today you must submit the preliminary report on the Tianheng Mountain Mining District's quarterly summary to the General Affairs Office. Madame Keqing expects it by the third quarter of Qin hour. Report. Keqing. The third quarter of Qin hour. These keywords pierced through Lin Feng's warm, comfortable sleep bubble like icy needles. No. A muffled grunt thick with nasal congestion and profound discontent drifted from beneath the covers. Her body instinctively resisted waking, every cell screaming to remain in that tranquil darkness. The terror of being dominated by alarm clocks countless times in her past life, combined with her obsession with naturally waking up, fueled a powerful rebellious spirit. Go away. Don't make noise. She rolled over, presenting her back to the door, wrapping herself tighter like an impenetrable blue cocoon. Her consciousness wavered painfully between keep sleeping and must get up. We agreed on naturally waking up. Even if the Heavenly King himself came. Senior Ganyu. Baisher's voice revealed clear concern, the knocking becoming more urgent. Are you all right? Shall I call a physician? Clearly this response of lying in bed refusing to rise and muttering strangely was far removed from the model secretary who rose at dawn and sat properly at her desk as usual. A physician. The word hit Lin Feng like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing her remaining sleepiness and courage to stay in bed. Exposure. Another exposure risk. She jerked her eyes open, amethyst-like pupils still clouded with sleep but overwhelmingly filled with terror. She sprang upright from the bed as if burned, her ice-blue hair disheveled from static electricity, the qilin horns atop her head bristling. No. No need for a physician. She called toward the door, her voice hoarse from sleep and edged with panic. I'm fine. It's just... last night. I was studying an ancient text and slept a bit late. She rapidly fabricated an excuse, her heart pounding from lingering fear. So close. So close to revealing her habit of oversleeping. Baishir outside seemed to exhale in relief. I see. Then. About that report. The report. Lin Feng painfully ran her fingers through her messy hair. The sweet dream of sleeping in was completely shattered. She resignedly sighed, dragging her still aching and heavy body toward the desk as if marching to execution. Wait a moment. I'll be there right away. While placating Baishir, she desperately stared at the mountain of paperwork still towering on her desk and at the top the fresh report awaiting her. Study. She sat on the cold chair, picked up the heavy writing brush and felt the thickness of the ink. Outside the window the sunlight was perfect, birds sang joyfully, and Liyue Harbor buzzed with vibrant energy. And she, Lin Feng, the gender-swapped overworked immortal beast Ganyu, after successfully snoozing for over half a chin, was once again dragged back by ruthless reality into this endless paperwork hell. Her soul roared silently. Sleeping in? My sleeping in? What happened to naturally waking up? This damn Teyvat. This damn gender swap. This damned immortal life where one can't even sleep in peace. Irritation like a hangover headache washed over her once more, accompanied by infinite nostalgia for that brief, peaceful slumber. The nib hovered over the blank title page of the report, frozen like an icicle. Lin Feng stared at the Tianheng Mountain Mining District Quarterly Summary Preliminary Audit Report. The densely packed entries and unfilled data looked like rows of mocking mouths grinning wide before her. The morning light was just right, spilling warmly through the window lattice onto one corner of the desk, yet it did nothing to dispel the chill in her heart, and the bone-deep laziness. Summary. Preliminary audit. She murmured, every word felt like a heavy lead weight slamming into her drowsy brain. The exhaustion from last night's overdrawn sleeplessness had not fully faded, combined with the resentment of having her sleep been interrupted. It now clung to her thoughts like a layer of sticky glue. She struggled to concentrate, trying to recall from Ganyu's memory the procedure for handling similar reports. But her mind was a mess, and all that churned inside it was the terror of being ruled by Excel spreadsheets in her previous life. Frustration wound around her like vines, tightening with every passing second. She irritably grabbed at the qilin horn on her head. The touch was warm and faintly itchy, which was another odd sensation, and a few strands of ice-blue hair slipped down before her eyes, adding to the turmoil. Fine. Anyway, Keqing wanted it by the third quarter of the Qin hour. She glanced at the water clock in the corner. Before that death knell moment there was still less than half a shurchen left. Then a bold, or rather reckless, thought rose like a devil's whisper from the depths of her weary soul. Just rest my head for a while. A little while. Write it after my head clears. Anyway, my body is still tired. Ningguang herself said to rest well. I'm just following doctor's orders. This excuse fell like sweet rain, instantly washing away part of her guilt. Yes, following doctor's orders. Legitimate and reasonable. She clutched at it like a lifeline and convinced herself. Cautiously, like a thief, Lin Feng pushed the brand new report to the farthest corner of the desk as if it were a bomb that could explode at any moment. Then she took a deep breath, folded her arms on the desk and buried her face into them deeply and contentedly. When her cheek touched the cool wood-scented surface she almost moaned in pleasure. Ah! Her soul was silently cheering. This was life. This was the treatment a transmigrator deserved. To hell with the Liyue Qixing, the duties of a secretary, and the glory of an immortal beast, all of it. At this moment this hard rosewood desk was the cradle of comfort she had dreamed of. A faint scent of ink and paper lingered at the tip of her nose, mixed with the ever-present lotus fragrance of her own body. The chirping of birds outside the window now sounded like heavenly music, and the distant bustle of Yuehai Pavilion blurred into soothing white noise. Her consciousness sank rapidly, her eyelids became heavy and closed, and the world was once again wrapped in warm darkness. The sleep-in that had been so forcefully interrupted seemed to continue humbly and briefly in this small corner of the desk. She could even feel the qilin horn on her head radiating a comfortable warmth because of her relaxation. Time slipped away in slumber. Sunlight climbed onto her arm and danced across her ice-blue hair. Click. The faintest sound of a door opening. Lin Feng, still immersed in the paradise of her desktop, noticed nothing. Her breathing was even and long. A few strands of hair rose and fell gently with each breath. Her sleeping face was serene, and at the corner of her mouth lingered a barely perceptible curve of contentment, the joy of stealing a half-day's idleness from a busy life. The despised report still lay alone in the corner, spotlessly white. A purple figure arrived like soundless thunder, quietly coming to a stop before the desk. Keqing of the General Affairs Department, a woman of thunderous efficiency, looked at the scene before her. Her violet eyes, always as sharp as lightning, were filled with rare astonishment and disbelief. What was she seeing? The most reliable secretary of the Liyue Qixing Senior Ganyu, who had served with the same devotion for 3,000 years, was actually lying on the desk, asleep, and sleeping soundly. She had not even noticed the door opening. This was more shocking than seeing the sovereign lord busking on a street corner. Keqing's gaze swept over the desk. The mountain of other case files lay completely untouched, clearly having received little attention since yesterday. The very report she urgently needed by the third quarter of the Qin hour, the Tianheng Mountain Mining District Quarterly Summary Preliminary Audit Report, lay pathetically in the corner, its title page glaringly blank. A surge of inexplicable anger roared up from the bottom of Keqing's heart. She valued efficiency and responsibility above all else. She despised slackness and delay. Especially a critical report like this one that concerned the livelihood and resources of Liyue Ganyu Senior. The 4 syllables, as if wrapped in the force of thunder, burst from Keqing's tightly clenched teeth and exploded in the unnaturally quiet room. Boom! It was like thunder exploding directly by her ear. Lin Feng's entire body jolted, and she shot up from the desk as if struck by a high-voltage current. Paralyzed by terror, her movements went completely out of control. Her elbows slammed hard into the inkstone beside her. Clatter. Splash. The finest pine-soot ink poured out like a black waterfall, instantly soaking at least a third of the documents on the desk. Ink splattered in every direction. A few drops even landed on the sleeves of her moon-white sleeping robe and on her face, which was full of shock and sleepiness. Ah! She gave a short scream and flailed to right the inkstone, only to trip over her own loose hair. She staggered backward and slammed her back hard against the curio shelf. Crash! Rattle! Several delicate jade ornaments wobbled and fell cracking sharply upon the floor. In an instant the room was filled with flowing ink, scattered papers, and shards of jade. Lin Feng sat on the floor in a sorry state, one hand pressing her aching back while the other futilely wiped at the ink on her face and sleeve. Her ice-blue hair stuck messily to her ink-stained cheek, and even the qilin horn on her head glowed faintly from shock. She stared at the disaster of her own making, then at Keqing, who stood in the doorway with a face dark enough to drip water. Her brain completely crashed, leaving only boundless fear and the words "I'm doomed" flashing wildly across her mind. "I, Lady Keqing. I," she stammered, her voice trembling beyond control. It was over. This time she was truly finished. Falling asleep during work hours and being caught in the act, knocking over the inkstone, ruining important documents, and smashing antiques. This was the ultimate textbook of workplace suicide. Keqing looked at the chaotic scene before her, which seemed to have been ransacked by a ruined hunter, then at the ink-soaked Ganyu sitting on the floor, startled out of her wits like a frightened little beast. The fury in her chest was almost ready to explode. She strode to the desk, ignoring the mess, and snatched up the still blank report lying in the corner. Her fingertips whitened from the force of her grip. "Senior Ganyu." Keqing's voice was as cold as a knife drawn in an ice cellar, and every word carried thunderous anger and incredulous accusation. "Is this the result of your researching ancient texts until late at night? Is this the preliminary audit report you hand to the General Affairs Office? Completely blank. And then you lie on the desk to make up for lost sleep." She raised the snow-white report. The paper let out a sharp crackle in the air like a slap across Lin Feng's face. "The progress of mining in the district. The safety records of the workers. The assessment of resource losses. These are the data that underpin the livelihood of Liyue. In your eyes, are they truly so insignificant? Not even as important as a nap?" Keqing's purple eyes burned with anger, the deepest fury and disappointment an idealist could feel toward one who had failed her duty. Lady Ningguang said you were quite different, and I thought you were merely not in good form. But now you are not merely different, you are simply a completely different person. The words completely different person struck Lin Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. Exposed. Keqing had seen it too. A suffocating terror seized her, and her blood seemed to freeze. She wanted to defend herself, to explain that she was too tired to invoke Ningguang's words about resting well. But looking at Keqing's eyes blazing with righteous fury and at the damning evidence scattered all around, every excuse seemed pale, weak, and ridiculous. I'm not. She opened her mouth helplessly. Tears swirled in her eyes from extreme fear, grievance, and pain. Her back and elbow had taken quite a beating after all, and mixed with the ink on her face, making her look even more bedraggled. Keqing looked at her like this, and amid her blazing anger an extremely strange sense of discord flickered through her heart. This person had Ganyu's appearance, Ganyu's vision, even those qilin horns. But her gaze, her reactions, the chaos she had caused. This was absolutely not the senior Ganyu she knew, the one who could remain gentle and serene even after working 10 days and 10 nights without rest. What on earth was going on? Keqing suppressed the urge to question her immediately, and slammed the blank report onto the only relatively clean corner of the desk, making a loud crack that made Lin Feng flinch again. This report, Keqing's voice was ice cold and brooked no dissent, must be on my desk before noon. Word for word with complete data. Otherwise. She did not finish the sentence after otherwise, but the razor-sharp gaze and the almost materialized pressure of electro-elemental power around her said everything. Keqing gave the collapsed Ganyu one last deep, probing, suspicious look as if searing the bizarre image into her memory, then gave a cold snort, and turned away like the wind leaving behind a wrecked room and a terrified, ink-splattered immortal beast, whose soul had nearly fled. The door was slammed shut by the gust of Keqing's departure, echoing dully. Dead silence. Only the sound of ink dripping and Lin Feng's own ragged, terrified breathing remained in the room. She sat on the floor in a daze, staring at the ink flowing everywhere, the soaked official documents, the shattered jade, and the blank report on the desk like a death warrant. The chill of the ink on her face, the pain in her elbow and back, Keqing's thunderous wrath, and the accusation of being a completely different person all pierced her nerves like countless icy needles. Ugh! A suppressed sobbing whimper strained to the limit finally broke through her throat. Mixed with desperate tears and the ink on her face, it drew black streaks down her delicate chin. Sleeping in? Waking up naturally? Resting well as prescribed? All of it had become a bubble, and brought an even bigger disaster and deeper suspicion. Irritation could no longer describe her feelings. It was the ice-cold despair of being pushed into the abyss beyond all redemption. Noon. The report. She looked at the blank death warrant, then at her own hand stained with ink and trembling slightly. This time would the overtime soul inside her body come out to save the day again. The dull slam of the door told like a final death knell, echoing through the lifeless room and hammering against Lin Feng's already fragile nerves. She collapsed onto the cold floor, ink sliding down her cheeks and curling into black tear tracks along her delicate chin. A dull throbbing ache radiated from her back and elbows, reminding her of the catastrophic humiliation she had just endured. But the pain in her flesh was nothing compared to the icy despair brought by Keqing's thunderous fury and that accusation. A completely different person. A completely different person. A completely different person. The phrase stabbed through her mind again and again like a poison-tipped icicle. Keqing had seen through her. She absolutely had. That gaze, full of scrutiny, anger, and shocked bewilderment, was not one meant for a subordinate who was merely having an off day. Ningguang had grown suspicious, and so had Keqing. She stood at the edge of a cliff that kept crumbling away beneath her, on the verge of plunging into an abyss called exposure. Fear coiled around her heart like icy vines, squeezing until she could scarcely breathe. Noon. The blank report. The final slam of Keqing's hand on the desk rang in her ears like a thunderclap. What would happen if she failed to present the report by noon? What lay behind Keqing's unfinished otherwise? Demotion. Disciplinary inquiry. Or would they simply seize her as a malevolent spirit on the spot? No. No. Trembling, her ink-stained hand clenched the hem of her nightgown until her knuckles turned white. She dared not imagine the consequences of exposure. Dissection and research. Sealing and suppression. Being ground to ashes by the furious people of Liyue. Any one of them would send her soul fleeing in terror. She had to finish the report. She had to. The thought was like the last straw seized by a drowning person carrying a desperate madness. She struggled to her feet, scrambling up from the ink-smeared floor with hands and feet ignoring the stains on her face and the disheveled spill of her hair, and staggered toward the desk that looked like the scene of a disaster. The inkstone had overturned and ink flowed like a black stream across the desk, soaking countless dossiers and filling the air with a sharp, suffocating odor. The blank title page of the quarterly summary preliminary review report for the Tianheng Mountain Mining District faced her like a pallid, sneering face. When Keqing had slammed it down, it had landed with bitter irony on the only patch untouched by ink. Lin Feng snatched up the report. The cold touch of the paper sent a shiver through her. Her hands trembling, she reached for a brush only to find the brush rack toppled over. Several fine wolf hair brushes lay soaking in the pool of ink, their tips saturated, heavy and sodden. Calm down, Lin Feng. Calm down. She frantically rallied herself, trying to recall how her body had felt when it automatically annotated documents yesterday. She mimicked the posture from that moment, desperately emptying her mind, imagining the spirit of work possessing her. It was useless. Her mind was utterly blank. Like a formatted hard drive. Never mind the mineral data of Tianheng Mountain, she could barely process what 1 + 1 equaled without a long pause now. Exhaustion, panic, and a visceral loathing of work crushed her mental space like 3 mountains bearing down on her. Ganyu's memory fragments. Chaotic and incomplete like mud stirred into a turbid sludge. She forced herself to look at the first page of the report. Main mining area of Tianheng Mountain Pit Jia 3 total output this quarter. Crystal raw or average daily depletion. Workplace injury records, minor injuries. Cases, serious injuries. Cases. Each question mark stared back at her like a jeering eye. Crystal. Depletion. Workplace injuries. She murmured. Every technical term might as well have been written in a celestial script. In her previous life, all she had cared about was whether the code would run. Who cared how mine shafts were actually dug? Despair surged once more like an icy tide threatening to swallow her whole. She even began to resent this body. Why had it been able to automatically annotate the Xingyan Chasm draft yesterday only to go on strike today against the Tianheng Mountain report? Could this spirit of overtime actually be picky about its work? Time ticked away second by second. Outside the window the sunlight grew increasingly fierce, starkly illuminating the ink stains on her face and the bloodshot veins in her eyes. The dripping of the water clock was like a deathly drumbeat hammering against nerves already stretched to the limit. Noon was drawing closer and closer. Irritation, terror, despair, and rage at her own incompetence. All these negative emotions churned and boiled furiously in her chest like a volcano suppressed to the breaking point. She fixed her gaze on the blank report until her vision blurred from sheer intensity. Through the haze she seemed to see Keqing's disappointed, furious face, Ningguang's cold, appraising gaze, and herself being dragged away by the Qianyan army. No! A hoarse cry suppressed to the breaking point and thick with tears tore from the deepest part of her throat. She could endure no more. The last thread of rationality snapped completely. At that very summit of despair a torrent of bone-piercing cold erupted without warning from her lower abdomen, from her dantian. The power was savage, surging, carrying a long-suppressed fury and defiance from the depths of her bloodline. It shattered Lin Feng's fragile mental defenses in an instant, and forcibly seized control of her body. Arg! Lin Feng let out a short cry of pain, feeling as though her soul had been shoved into a flash freezer. In an instant her vision was flooded with icy blue. She jerked her head up. Those amethyst eyes no longer held Lin Feng's terror and bewilderment, instead they were masked with a cold, almost inorganic gleam of fathomless blue frost. The temperature of the air around her plummeted. The ink flowing across the desk began to crystallize into fine ice crystals before her eyes. The body. Again. Lin Feng's soul screamed in horror from its frozen cage, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. Instead of reaching for the wet brush, Ganyu's ink-stained hand suddenly splayed open and slammed down onto the blank title page of the report with brutal cathartic force. A resonant hum. Ice blue light burst from her palm like something physical. Bitter cold instantly flooded the entire room. Beginning at the title page, the thick stack of reports was swallowed by ice that spread wildly outward from Ganyu's palm like a living creature. Paper, ink markings, even the dust floating in the air, all frozen in the blink of an eye. The crackling sound of forming ice rang out without cease. In a single breath, the quarterly summary preliminary review report for the Tianheng Mountain Mining District, the one that required annotations and an endless array of data, was together with the desk surface beneath it completely sealed under a thick, unyieldingly hard layer of dark blue ice radiating piercing cold. It was frozen as solid as a fossil entombed in 10,000-year-old primal ice. The three large characters Tianheng Mountain on the cover lay warped and blurred beneath the ice, their pallor eerily frozen. The frozen area covered only the report, and a small patch of the desk below it with precision. The ink-soaked dossiers nearby were untouched, though a thin layer of hoarfrost had condensed on their surfaces. The temperature of the entire room plummeted as if it had suddenly become deep winter. The raging ice elemental power receded from Ganyu as swiftly as an ebbing tide. The icy blue glow in her eyes faded, returning to Lin Feng's familiar violet, wide with fright and confusion. As if drained of all strength, Lin Feng swayed and barely supported herself against the cold edge of the desk. She gasped for air, her chest heaving violently, staring in disbelief at the hand that had just released such dreadful ice power, then at the glistening, frost-exuding chunk on the desk, the iced report. What? What have I done? Her voice was hoarse, trembling with tears and the sheer absurdity of it all. She had used the power of an immortal beast to freeze the report she needed to submit into a block of ice. What kind of solution was that? It was 100 times more absurd than simply not turning in a blank report. At that moment, footsteps sounded again outside the door, steadier and more composed than Keqing's, carrying a rhythm that suggested total command of everything. At the same time, Ningguang's unmistakable voice rang out, mild on the surface yet radiating boundless authority, seemingly giving instructions to Baishe. But the voice drew closer, its trajectory unmistakably aimed at Lin Feng's room. Ganyu, have you made any progress on the revision of the Qixing Chasm draft? I happened to be passing by. Ningguang's voice came to an abrupt halt as the door was pushed open. At the threshold stood Ningguang in a luxurious gold-threaded qipao, a long tobacco pipe in her hand, the sparks in its bowl glowing and fading unsteadily. Her golden eyes, which could see through everything, first swept over the room, the ink-flooded desk, the shattered jade, the wreckage scattered everywhere. Then, with a flicker of indescribable astonishment and intrigue, her gaze stopped precisely on the center of the desk. Fixed on the center of the desk, there a thick and vital report lay, firmly, artistically, and utterly sealed beneath an enormous slab of dark blue ice that emitted a chilling, ominous aura. Ningguang's gaze slowly lifted, landing on the shell-shocked Ganyu beside the desk. Covered in ink stains, her face streaked with tears and terror, even the qilin horns atop her head seemingly turned a deeper blue by fright. Even for the Tianquan star, one who had weathered every conceivable storm and whose heart was as immovable as bedrock, her crimson lips parted slightly, and she fell into a rare silence lasting several seconds. She took a gentle puff from her pipe and exhaled slowly. In the swirling smoke, her voice rose clearly, carrying an unprecedented, meaningful curiosity. Ganyu, explain yourself. This ice report. Is this the newly developed preservation process? Ningguang's voice carried a faint, probing amusement. Falling in the deathly silent room, it struck Lin Feng with greater terror than thunder itself. She looked at Ningguang's golden eyes, which sparkled with an all-seeing brilliance behind the wisps of smoke, then at the ice sculpture at the center of the desk, an object radiating eerie cold and sealing the report within. Her mind went blank, leaving only bone-piercing chill and an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Explain. How could she explain? Should she say? The report was too difficult, I didn't know what to do, and in a panic I froze it solid. How was that any different from turning herself in? Lady Ningguang. Lin Feng's voice trembled beyond control, her face streaked with ink and tears, ice-blue hair plastered messily against her cheeks. She looked utterly bedraggled and fragile, like a small beast backed into a corner and shivering. She tried to imitate Ganyu's gentle tone, but all that came out was a broken whimper. This is. Just as she was about to completely collapse and in reckless despair admit that she was useless, Ningguang gently raised a hand to stop her incoherent excuses. Enough. Ningguang parted her red lips slightly and exhaled a wisp of pale smoke. Her gaze swept across the room's disarray before returning to the iced report. Her tone carried a strange, unquestionable quality. Since Senior Ganyu has such a unique way of handling things, it must surely have profound meaning. Profound meaning? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The profound meaning was that she had messed up, and then her power ran wild and froze the report into an ice brick. Ningguang, however, seemed not to notice the shock in her eyes and continued speaking on her own, her voice regaining its usual calm but carrying an invisible pressure. For the revision of the Qixing Abyss draft, I will await your good news in 3 days. She paused, then cast a meaningful glance at the ice. As for this freshly produced Tianheng Mountain report, since Keqing asked for it this morning, it should naturally be delivered personally by Senior Ganyu. Deliver it personally. Carry this ice brick to Keqing. Lin Feng's vision darkened and the world seemed to spin. Ningguang was not trying to get her out of trouble, she was thrusting her into the very center of Keqing's thunderstorm. She could already imagine the terrifying thunderous fury that would erupt from those violet eyes when Keqing saw this ice report. Lady Ningguang. This might. She tried to struggle. Ningguang raised an eyebrow slightly. A single syllable carrying tremendous weight made Lin Feng fall silent instantly. Those golden eyes seemed to say either do as I say or explain right now what is really going on. Lin Feng closed her mouth in despair. Compared with being flayed alive by Ningguang on the spot, facing Keqing's wrath seemed to offer a faint glimmer of a chance to survive. At least Ningguang's words just now had sounded as if she was covering for her, though the way she covered for her was even more frightening than not covering at all. Yes, Lady Ningguang. She lowered her head in resignation, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Ningguang nodded in satisfaction, said no more, and turned to leave with elegant grace, as if what she had just seen was nothing more than a trivial little matter. Only Lin Feng was left facing the enormous ice brick in the ruined room, wanting to cry but unable to shed tears. A moment later, outside the warehouse district of the General Affairs Department, Keqing was briskly directing workers to sort and shelve a new batch of ore samples. The purple-haired young woman's brows were slightly furrowed. She seemed still smoldering over Ganyu's outrageous performance that morning, radiating a low-pressure aura that kept others at a distance. Lady Keqing. A trembling, cautious voice sounded from behind her. Keqing spun around sharply, fury instantly blazing in her violet eyes. She was about to demand an explanation for the overdue report, but the next second all her fury and questions got stuck in her throat, turning into pure shock and absurdity. There stood Ganyu a few steps away, still wearing the ink-stained moon-white night robe, obviously with no time to change. Her ice-blue hair had been roughly tied back, but a few strands still stuck messily to the ink stains on her face, making her look utterly disheveled. None of that was the main point. The main point was, in her arms with immense effort and great care she was holding an enormous, faintly glowing azure block of ice that radiated visible cold. Inside the ice the distorted outline of frozen papers was vaguely visible. On the cover the large words reading Tianheng Mountain Mining Area Quarterly Summary Preliminary Review Report looked blurry and eerie beneath the frost. Ganyu. Keqing's voice for the first time lost its usual calm sharpness, giving way to incredulous confusion. What? What are you holding? The workers and Qianyan soldiers around them also stopped what they were doing, staring in disbelief at this surreal scene. The secretary of the Liyue Qixing had come to work carrying an ice brick even bigger than herself. Lin Feng felt her cheeks burn terribly, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Steeling herself, she tried to recall Ningguang's hints about a unique method of handling and profound meaning. Summoning every ounce of acting skill she possessed along with the ethereal aura inherent to Ganyu's body, she squeezed out an extremely stiff smile, one that looked worse than tears. Oh, Lady Keqing. This is the report you asked for. Her voice drifted, every word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Report. Keqing's voice shot up abruptly, her violet eyes fixed on the enormous ice block radiating cold. You're telling me this ice block is the report? Senior Ganyu. Do you think I Keqing am easy to fool, or that the affairs of the General Affairs Department can be treated as child's play? You slept face down on your desk this morning. Now you come up with this. Keqing was so furious she could not find the right words for the ludicrous sight before her. Her chest heaved violently and faint purple electric sparks flickered at her fingertips. Lin Feng flinched, nearly dropping the ice brick in her arms. She hastily clutched the death warrant tighter, and in a rush launched into the script she had prepared on the way, or rather a reckless fabrication. Lady Keqing, please calm down. This is no joke. This is the newly developed cryo-element document emergency solidification and fresh preservation technology. Yes. Fresh preservation technology. The more she spoke, the more fluent she became, and she began to talk nonsense with a perfectly straight face. You know the data on the Tianheng Mountain mining area is vast and complex, touching the very foundation of the people's livelihood. It cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. To ensure that during transmission and review the data remains absolutely fresh and unadulterated, free from any external interference or tampering. In a moment of urgency, your subordinate activated the primordial power of the Qixing bloodline and combined with the cryovision subjected both the report's content and its carrier to a deep icy lock. She tried hard to make her eyes look sincere and professional, ignoring Keqing's expression, which was growing darker by the second, and looked ready to call down thunder. Look! This ice layer is strong and solid, impervious to water and fire. It absolutely guarantees the physical safety and information purity of the report. It only needs gentle pyro or a natural thaw to return to its original state. The data will be absolutely accurate in every detail. She declared the last sentence with absolute finality, but inside she was frantically praying, please heavens, let the ink not blur into a mess after it thaws. Keqing stared hard at her, then at the ice brick report radiating cold in her arms, then at the still wet ink stains and disheveled hair on her face. Rage, absurdity, confusion, and a sharp sense of wrongness. This is definitely not Senior Ganyu, clashed violently in her heart. Primordial power of the Qixing bloodline. Icy lock. Fresh preservation technology. Such an excuse was even more absurd than seeing Yanwang Dijuan shattering a giant boulder with his chest in the middle of the street. Keqing's fists clenched until her knuckles cracked, violet lightning flickering around her in erratic bursts. She truly wanted to strike with a thunderbolt and blast this ice block along with the absurd report inside it into powder. But Lady Ningguang's hint that morning about Ganyu being quite different, and this completely irrational behavior now, forced Keqing to suppress her anger. There was definitely something strange here. Something profoundly strange. If she made a move now, she would likely alert the snake in the grass. Keqing took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, forcibly suppressing the surging fury and suspicion. She reached out her hand, her fingertips wrapped in extremely faint, precisely controlled violet lightning, and carefully touched the edge of the massive ice. Crackle! Fine arcs of electricity jumped across the surface, leaving a shallow scorch mark on the ice. Keqing withdrew her hand, feeling the lingering biting cold and the pure cryo-elemental power at her fingertips. This power is indeed Ganyu's. But this method of use... She stared coldly at the Ganyu before her, who was hugging an ice brick with evasive eyes and a mouth full of nonsense. Her voice was like a blade quenched in ice. Fine. Very well. Senior Ganyu's fresh preservation technology truly is an eye-opener for Keqing. She deliberately emphasized fresh preservation technology, each word dripping with sarcasm. This report, I'll take it. She gestured to a Qianyan soldier nearby who was watching in stunned disbelief. You. Go find someone strong enough to move this fresh report to the constant temperature storage area of the General Affairs Department archive on a cart. Remember. Handle it with care. Don't damage Senior Ganyu's painstaking work. The words constant temperature storage area were practically ground out through her teeth. The soldier jolted, quickly acknowledged the order, and scurried off to find a cart and helpers. Keqing no longer looked at Lin Feng. The fury in her violet eyes was replaced by a deeper, colder scrutiny and suspicion. She turned and left behind a sentence like an ultimatum, clearly reaching Lin Feng's ears. Senior Ganyu, Lady Ningguang has given you 3 days for the Qixing Abyss draft revision. I hope that 3 days later what I see will not be another surprise requiring special fresh preservation treatment. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. With that, Keqing turned and swept away, her purple silhouette carrying a suppressed storm disappearing around the corner of the warehouse district. Lin Feng stood there in a daze, still holding the enormous ice brick that no longer needed to be held, feeling the biting cold seeping from it into her arms, along with the undisguised threat and icy distance in Keqing's final words. The explanation? Had she somehow managed to pass the test? Through a method 100 times more absurd than submitting a blank report. And the report? Could it be considered successfully delivered? Even though it was done in a way that had broadened Keqing's horizons and might have given her internal injuries from fury. But Ningguang's suspicion had grown even deeper. Keqing's anger and suspicion had also reached their peak. And that Qixing draft revision in 3 days loomed like another iceberg, weighing heavily on her already overburdened immortal life. The chill from the ice brick in her arms spread up through her limbs as if it would freeze both her blood and her soul. This damned Teyvat. This damned gender swap. This damned immortal life in which even giving up and falling apart had to be done in the most absurd way, every second feeling like a year. The ice brick in her arms had already been hoisted onto a handcart by a huffing, straining crew of Qianyan soldiers who were now trundling it toward the ironically named temperature-controlled holding area. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot. Only after the cart's squeaking had faded around the corner of the warehouse district did she feel the invisible low pressure and bone-piercing chill radiating from Keqing ease even slightly. But what had eased was only the pressure from without. The cold and heaviness within her, like the frost seeping from that ice brick, had long since penetrated to the very marrow of her bones. She looked around in a daze. The workers and soldiers had resumed their tasks, yet the glances thrown her way were laden with ill-concealed curiosity, astonishment, and a trace of awe. As if she had not simply submitted a frozen report but performed a ritual to seal away an ice-bound demon god. Such stares pricked her back like needles, and she wanted nothing more than to flee this place at once. She gathered her ink-stained dressing gown, tossed into still greater disarray by the ice hauling, and bowed her head, drifting toward Yuhai Pavilion like a pale blue ghost on unsteady hollow steps. The sunlight was still bright, and the streets of Liyue Harbor bustled with the warmth of mortal life. Hawkers crying their wares, children at play, merchants hurrying past with their packs. All of it lay sealed behind an invisible, impenetrable wall from her. Her world had shrunk to nothing but a changed person, bear the consequences, the frozen report, and that leaden chasm iceberg pressing down on her heart, due 3 days hence. Frustration. No, what she felt now was a far deeper numbness and despair. She could no longer even feel her body's exhaustion, only the emptiness and dead stillness left behind after her soul had been crushed again and again. She wanted only to return to that room, oppressive yes, but at least its door could close out the world, and bury herself beneath the quilts, an ostrich hiding from reality. Just as she was drifting in a daze down a quiet flagstone path that curved toward the rear flank of Yuhai Pavilion, a voice, old yet gentle, hesitant yet touched with the joy of a long-lost reunion, rose from beneath the eaves. Oh my! Is this not Sister Ganyu? Ganyu. Sister. The form of address was a pebble dropped into still water, and Lin Feng's numbed steps lurched to an abrupt halt. Stiffly like a machine rusting over, she turned her head. There beneath the porch of a low, humble dwelling beside the path sat an old woman whose hair was all silver, dressed in coarse cloth, washed pale with age. Her face was carved with the furrows of a long life, yet her eyes were warm and clear. She was squinting slightly now, gazing at Lin Feng with a kindly, benevolent smile. A small bamboo basket sat at the old woman's feet, filled with a few fresh apples. Lin Feng stood stunned. In the fragmented memories of Ganyu there was no clear impression of this old woman. But sister. Ganyu was more than 3,000 years old. Who then could call her sister? Without thinking she lowered her gaze to her own immortal maiden's body, young beyond all reason. You know me. She spoke hesitantly, her voice rasping with exhaustion and a restless heart, stripped entirely of the ethereal bell-like clarity of Ganyu's usual voice. Hearing this, the old woman's smile deepened into the fondness one shows a child of her own. "Oh, whatever is Sister Ganyu saying? These old eyes of mine are dim, to be sure, but how could they fail to recognize you? Have you forgotten? It was so many years ago, just after the Archon War ended and Liyue Harbor was being rebuilt. My husband hurt his leg in the quarry, our hearth ran cold, and the little ones cried with hunger. It was you who happened to pass by, giving us a bag of mora and a sack of grain and finding a doctor for my husband. That was how we made it through that winter." A reminiscent glimmer rose in the old woman's cloudy eyes, brimming with gratitude. "You were exactly like this back then, not a single bit changed. Still so young and pretty, and with such a kind heart. Only, you look far more tired than you did in those days." The old woman studied Lin Feng from head to toe with concern, her gaze coming to rest on her tangled hair, ink-stained cheeks, and plainly exhausted eyes. "Oh, how did your face get so dirty? Has work been wearing you down? Come, wipe it clean." With that, the old woman drew a handkerchief from her sleeve with trembling fingers, washed nearly white yet spotlessly clean, and held it out. Lin Feng stood frozen, a stone statue battered by wind and rain. The old woman's rambling words beat against her cold, numbed heart like echoes from across a yawning gulf of time. The Archon War. Rebuilding Liyue. Aiding the wounded. Grain and mora. These words conjured an image wholly unlike the Ganyu in her mind, the Ganyu plastered over with labels like overtime, paperwork, and workaholic. A celestial beast who in the distant, forgotten years had walked the streets of a newborn Liyue Harbor, and reached out to the very lowliest of mortals, to those struggling on the knife's edge of life and death. Sister Ganyu. This title, steeped in the smell of cooking fires and the warmth of kinship, uttered by an unremarkable old woman white-haired and weathered by hardship, carried the crushing weight of time and the humblest, most unadorned gratitude. An indescribable rush of bittersweet heat surged to the tip of Lin Feng's nose, and her eyes burned hot in an instant. She looked at the handkerchief the old woman was offering, clean, plain, yet incomparably precious, then at her own bedraggled state smudged with ink and possibly marked by tears. A violent wave of shame and utter mortification swallowed her whole. What had she done today? She had thrown Yuhai Pavilion into chaos, overturned an inkstone, shattered an antique. She had sprawled over her desk in lazy sleep and been caught red-handed by Keqing. She had failed to produce a single report, and in the end had frozen it solid with her celestial beast's power, like a child pitching a tantrum. Before Ningguang and Keqing she had masked her incompetence, and the strangeness of her soul with clumsy, pathetic excuses. Her mind had held nothing but "to hell with it, fed up, I want to die," nothing but the urge to flee this cursed responsibility, and this identity. And this old woman before her was still grateful, still treasuring the memory of the sack of grain Sister Ganyu had bestowed on her family thousands of years ago, and with it a thread of hope for survival. This stark contrast was a merciless mirror exposing the selfishness, the escapism, the self-pitying blame-shifting buried in the depths of her soul, leaving nowhere left to hide. I. Her lips parted, but her throat was blocked by something and not a word could come out. She wanted to take that handkerchief, yet her fingers had turned stiff and would not obey. Her tears broke free at last, mingling with the ink still wet on her face and streaming down in great heavy drops, scouring two disheveled channels down her cheeks. "Oh, why have you started crying?" The old woman was startled, and her worry deepened. She struggled to rise. "Has someone wronged you? Or are you simply worn out? Don't cry now, Sister Ganyu, wipe your face." No need." Lin Feng stumbled backward, avoiding the offered handkerchief, her voice breaking apart. "Dirty. I dirty your handkerchief. I'm fine. It's just the wind blew into my eyes." She babbled her excuses, not daring to look again into those eyes so full of concern and of the deep worn tracks of years. A tidal wave of guilt and self-loathing swept over her, drowning her completely. She felt she had defiled the name, Ganyu, defiled the Sister Ganyu, in that old woman's memory, the one who had once helped the poor and the desperate. "Thank you. I still have matters to attend to. I must go." She bolted, spinning around in headlong retreat, abandoning the old woman's worried cries behind her, and pitched stumbling into the deep alley that led to Yuhai Pavilion, her ice-blue hair streaming in wild disorder. Only when she had burst into the empty corridor behind Yuhai Pavilion's rear gate and pressed her back against the cold wall did she stop, panting in great ragged gasps, her heart slamming so fiercely it felt about to explode. Her face was a ruin of ink and tears interwoven. Slowly she lifted her hand and gazed at the hands that belonged to Ganyu, hands that in the far distant past had offered grain and hope to the despairing hands that today had done little but overturn an inkstone, sow chaos, and freeze a vital report into a block of ice. "Sister Ganyu." The old woman's call, warm with the weight of years, still seemed to echo in her ears. A boulder far heavier by 1,000-fold than all the earlier agitation, exhaustion, and fear combined, a boulder named responsibility and guilt, crashed down with all its immense mass upon her already battered soul. She slid down the cold wall until she sat upon the floor, buried her head deep in her knees, and her shoulders heaved violently in absolute silence. This time her tears were not born of the fear of being exposed. They rose rather from the very depths of her soul, the most profound self-reproach and anguish for having taken this place, and yet betrayed everything that this name had once carried. The icy corridor wall pressed against her back, the chill seeping through the thin silk robe, yet it was far less biting than the frozen wasteland in her heart, hardened by shame and self-loathing. The old woman's affectionate Sister Ganyu, steeped in the warmth of years, was like the sharpest blade carving two bloody characters deep into her soul: unworthy. She was unworthy. Unworthy of this immortal body flowing with qilin blood. Unworthy of this cryo-vision symbolizing the covenant of protection. Even less worthy of the silent watch over the myriad lights of Liyue's spanning millennia borne by the name Ganyu. Tears silently washed away the ink stains on her face, leaving cold trails. But this time the tears carried away not only weakness and fear, but also broke down the dam in her heart, named escape and blaming fate. The old woman's grateful murmurs echoed in her ears. "A bag of mora and grain. She found a doctor for my old man. Got us through that winter. She was kind-hearted. These plain words sketched not cold case files but living Liyue people pulled back from despair by Sister Ganyu's hands. One of the myriad lights she had once protected. And she, Lin Feng, occupying this position, inheriting this name, what had she done? She had knocked over the inkstone. She had been lazy and sleeping. She had used the power of an immortal beast to freeze important reports into ice. Her mind was filled with thoughts of giving up and escaping. I'm such a wretch. She buried her face deeper into her knees, her voice muffled thick with nasal tones and unprecedented self-loathing. Escape. Give up. Just walk away. These thoughts seemed so despicable and ridiculous in the face of heavy responsibility and immense guilt. She could disregard Ningguang's suspicion, endure Keqing's wrath, even imagine herself being suppressed as an evil spirit. But she could not face that white-haired old woman nor the disappointed eyes of the countless Liyue people who might have been helped and remembered Sister Ganyu. She occupied this position. She bore this name. No matter where her soul came from, no matter how absurd and damned this transmigration was, at this moment she was Ganyu. A heavy force tinged with bitterness and determination struggled to sprout from the deepest part of her heart. It was not as violent as a body's instinctive burst, but more tenacious, like a seedling struggling to break through frozen soil. At least I cannot let Sister Ganyu's name be disgraced. This thought became the sole pillar supporting her wavering spirit. She suddenly raised her head, wiping away her tears haphazardly with her ink-stained sleeve, only smearing her face further. In her amethyst-like eyes the previous terror, confusion, and resentment were replaced by a nearly solemn resolve. She supported herself against the cold wall and struggled to stand, her legs still weak from sitting too long and emotional turmoil. She returned to that messy room. The pungent smell of ink-broken jade, overturned inkstone, and the shocking ink stains on the desk, along with the wet marks left by the frozen surface. All of this silently condemned her previous impotent rage and loss of control. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing herself to ignore the inner irritation and the instinctive urge to retreat before this mess. Clean up. Start from scratch. She was no longer the programmer Lin Feng who only wanted to slack off. At least for now she had to try to become someone worthy of the name Sister Ganyu, even if clumsy, even if painful. She rolled up the wide sleeves of her ink-stained nightgown, moving clumsily, and nearly tripping, revealing her slender yet unexpectedly strong arms, a benefit of the immortal beast constitution. Without calling Baishur or any other secretary, she decided to clean up the disaster she had created herself. First she dealt with the overturned inkstone and ink. She carefully righted the heavy inkstone, found a rag, surprisingly Ganyu's room had a rag, and began wiping the flowing ink stains on the desk again and again. The ink had long seeped into the wood grain, so it was hard to wipe clean completely, leaving large dark stains like the stains she could not wash away at this moment. She wiped with such force that her knuckles turned white, as if doing so could erase the guilt within. She carefully picked up the broken jade fragments one by one, wrapped them in cloth, and placed them in a corner. Perhaps she could find a way to repair them later. Though the hope was slim. The cleaning process was slow and clumsy. She was occasionally tripped by her own long hair or accidentally smeared wet ink, making her nightgown even dirtier. But this time she did not complain or become irritated. She simply gritted her teeth and continued silently and stubbornly. After the room was initially restored to tidiness, though the desk had acquired permanent scars, she did not pause for a moment, her gaze shifting to the still towering mountain of papers. Especially the revised draft of new mining regulations for Qixing on top, which was due to be given to Ningguang in 3 days. This time she did not feel dizzy and want to escape at first glance like before. She walked to the desk and sat down, her back straight as a ramrod, though this posture was very unfamiliar to her. She picked up the heavy draft, took a deep breath like a soldier about to step onto an unknown battlefield. She opened the first page. Again rows of dense vertical traditional characters, again incomprehensible jargon and complex data. Who? She let out a long breath, suppressing the sudden dizziness and the familiar resistance. This time she did not let the irritation spread, but worked hard to mobilize the only skill she, Lin Feng the programmer, could boast of: logical analysis and problem decomposition. If I can't understand it all, then I'll chew through it bit by bit. She encouraged herself, her voice low but filled with fierce determination. She no longer tried to understand an entire clause at once, but like reading code, first looked for key nodes or vein distribution map. This is relatively intuitive. She forced herself to ignore the awkward descriptions, focusing on the markings and notes on the map and combining them with her memories of Qixing from the game. She tried to build a spatial model in her mind. Data tables skip the lengthy analysis text for now. Look at the raw data first. Output. Loss rate. She tried to use her past life's habit of making reports to understand the trends and potential problems these numbers represented. Terms content. Whenever she encountered a completely unfamiliar technical term such as the refining process of a certain special crystal, or she would draw a big question mark in the blank margin with her pen, reminding herself that this was a difficult function that needed to be conquered. The process was extremely painful. Her brain was like a rusty gear, each turn emitting a harsh groan. She had to reread the same passage several times just to barely grasp one or two key words. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, and the fingers gripping the pen trembled slightly with effort. Several times that familiar irritation, the urge to give up and throw the draft away, surged up again, but whenever she thought of the old woman's warm eyes and the address Sister Ganyu, she bit her lower lip hard and forcibly suppressed the irritation. Here. The recovery rate of the associated crystal ore. Why is it fluctuating so much? She stared at a data chart, frowning, murmuring to herself. There seemed to be a vague knowledge in Ganyu's memory fragments that the characteristics of associated crystal ores were easily affected by the elemental environment. She tried to grasp this fragment and understand: is the mining environment unstable? Or is the refining technology lagging behind? She picked up her pen, no longer waiting for the instinct of the body like yesterday, but forcing herself to think. In the blank margin of the draft, with crooked handwriting far less elegant than Ganyu's, she wrote down her question: the recovery rate of the associated crystal ore fluctuates, sharply suspected to be related to elemental energy dissipation in the mining layer. After writing, she looked at her ugly handwriting and shallow question, her face burning, feeling like an elementary school student showing off in front of an expert. But this was her own thinking, not a substitute from the body's instinct. Just then Baisher's cautious voice sounded from outside the door: Senior Ganyu. Do you need lunch? Or do you need help tidying the room? Evidently the morning's chaos and Keqing's anger had already spread. Lin Feng raised her head, her face still bearing the disheveled traces of ink stains and sweat, but her gaze was remarkably resolute. She did not complain that the immortal herb tasted bad as she had yesterday, nor did she let Baisher come in to clean up the mess. She felt that she should clean up the consequences of her own mistakes. Lunch. As usual. Her voice was a bit hoarse but no longer panicked. Also, Baisher, please help me find some documents. She tried to recall the technical terms in the draft that had driven her crazy. Observation records on the elemental dissipation characteristics of deep associated crystal ores in Xingyan. Detailed classified reports on minor casualties in the past 5 years and the latest summary of mineral safety refining technology from Shumi. The more detailed the better. Baisher was clearly stunned outside the door. Before, when Senior Ganyu needed materials, she would directly and precisely state the archive number and name. Why today? But she quickly replied, Yes, Senior. Your subordinate will retrieve them right away. Listening to Baisher's departing footsteps, Lin Feng looked down at the ugly handwriting and the question mark she had written on the draft, then at the documents on the desk waiting for her to chew through, and the exhaustion surged over her like a tide again. Struggling. It was truly exhausting. 100 times more tiring than giving up. Especially when your foundation was zero, and you were bearing an enormous burden. She picked up an apple that the old woman had pressed into her hands that morning, and she had casually placed in the corner of the desk. It was red, emitting a sweet, fruity aroma. It was from the old woman's own tree, said to be for Sister Ganyu to taste. She took a hard bite. The flesh was crisp, the juice sweet with the simple flavor of sunlight and earth. This ordinary sweetness, like a weak cardiac stimulant, temporarily dispelled some of the exhaustion and bitterness. Looking at the clear tooth marks on the apple, then at the mountain-like work before her, the solemn resolve in her eyes settled into a more silent yet more enduring tenacity. Take it slowly. Bit by bit, she said to herself, her voice light as a sigh yet carrying undeniable persistence. For Sister Ganyu. She lowered her head once again, turning her gaze to those difficult texts and data like the clumsiest apprentice beginning the long and painful journey of repaying her debt. Outside the window the sunlight shifted, elongating her silhouette, which was cast alone upon the desk piled with files and the half-bitten apple. The crisp sweetness of the apple still lingered on her tongue, but that fleeting comfort was soon washed away without a trace by the more abstruse passages of the draft. Lin Feng felt as though she had plunged headlong into a lightless abyss surrounded by cold, suffocating pressure, and an endless dark current woven from professional jargon and data. Elemental dispersion threshold. Crystallized marrow co-occurrence rate. Elemental energy interference compensation at millilith rotation defense nodes. These words struck like icy reefs against the frail little boat of her understanding again and again. She forced herself to focus, picking apart each word as if deciphering an alien code, struggling to piece together a vague outline from fragments of memory and logical deduction. Sweat slid down her temple and dripped onto the edge of the draft, blooming into a small blot of ink. She tried to wipe it away in irritation, only for her ink-stained sleeve to smear another streak across the page, leaving the paper in even greater disarray. A hoarse curse of frustration escaped her lips. Damn it. I've dirted it again. This clumsiness made the fragile resolve she had managed to build begin to waver once more. Just then Baishar entered cautiously, carrying a tray of lunch. It was still that same bowl of plain noodles and sparse broth, a small dish of pickled violet grass, and that cup of tea with Qixing petals drifting on its surface. But unlike yesterday, beside the tray now sat a small celadon porcelain bowl exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Senior Ganyu, Baishar said respectfully, setting the tray down on the only corner of the desk that was still relatively clean. Her gaze swept over the crooked annotations and question marks Lin Feng had left on the draft, and a flicker of barely perceptible surprise passed through her eyes before being quickly concealed. Your lunch. Besides, this is the mind-calming qi-nourishing decoction that Lady Ningguang had the herbal pharmacy specially prepare. She said that you have been taxing your mind lately and need to fortify your roots and nurture your vitality. Mind-calming qi-nourishing decoction. Lin Feng stared blankly at the bowl of dark, strangely herbal-smelling medicine. Ningguang. Specially ordered. Had she noticed how terribly off she was and chosen this way to express concern? Or was it a more veiled warning, a form of observation? Fortify her roots. Was she afraid that this anomalous existence would suddenly collapse and disrupt Liyue's operations? A chill crawled up her spine. Ningguang's gaze seemed to be everywhere. Just leave it there. Her voice was dry and she had no appetite at all, especially for that suspicious bowl of medicine. Baishar set the things down, hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Senior. Regarding the reports you requested on the dispersion characteristics of the chasm's associated minerals and minor casualties, some of the archives are stored in the confidential repository of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Accessing them requires Lady Keqing's authorization. It may take some time. The summary of Sumeru's refining techniques has been sent out with an urgent merchant caravan. The earliest it can arrive is tomorrow. Time. Always time. The 3-day deadline hung above her head like a guillotine, and the crucial materials were locked away behind Keqing. Lin Feng's heart plummeted. Given the impression Keqing currently had of her going to ask for that authorization, nothing short of inviting humiliation, and possibly even deeper suspicion. Frustration and despair coiled around her once more like poisonous vines. She looked at the draft that had made no progress, at the bowl of medicine radiating an ominous aura, and thought of Keqing's icy gaze. The belief and effort collapsed like a pricked balloon deflating rapidly. I understand. You may go now. She waved her hand wearily, her voice full of helplessness. Baishar cast her a worried glance but ultimately withdrew quietly. The room was left with only herself, and that silent battlefield on the desk. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting dappled light and shadow on the ink stains and scattered documents, yet it could not disperse the gloom in her heart. She stared at the bowl of mind-calming qi-nourishing decoction, its dark liquid reflecting her ink-stained, exhausted face. A self-destructive thought sprouted wildly in her mind. Drink it. If you drink it, you'll fall into a deep sleep. Then you won't have to face this damned draft, this damned deadline, this damned Keqing and Ningguang. With trembling hands she lifted the bowl. The intense herbal aroma rushed into her nose, churning her stomach. Just as she closed her eyes and tilted her head back, ready to gulp it down and numb herself with medicine, from the corner of her eye she caught sight of the half-eaten apple resting at the edge of the desk. The rosy flesh exposed to the air had already begun to oxidize, but that streak of bright red was like a faint yet stubborn ray of light piercing the darkness before her. Let Sister Ganyu have a taste. The old woman's kind and gentle voice, carrying the warmth of age, rang out clearly in her mind. The hand holding the medicine bowl froze in mid-air. Gulp it down. Run away. And then what? Let that old woman who remembered Sister Ganyu's kindness, and perhaps the countless people of Liyue like her who had once been protected by Ganyu, witness a useless wreck who knocked herself out to escape responsibility. Let the name Sister Ganyu be reduced to mockery and disgrace. No. A stifled, choked whisper was squeezed from her throat. She slammed the medicine bowl heavily back onto the tray, splashing a few drops of dark brown liquid onto the pristine white porcelain glaringly conspicuous. She could not run. At least, she could not run this way. She seized the half-eaten apple like a lifeline and bit into it fiercely, venting all her frustration. The flesh crunched between her teeth, the sweet juice tinged with faint tartness roughly scouring away the lingering medicinal bitterness in her mouth. Ugh! The violent surge of emotion combined with the apple's acidity nearly made her vomit. She forced it down, covered her mouth, and coughed violently, tears squeezed out once again. Wretched. Painful. Clumsy. No hope in sight. Was this the price of effort? She coughed as if her chest would split, slumped over the desk, shoulders heaving violently. Only after a long while did she manage to calm herself. She raised her head, her face covered in tears and fruit juice with ink smeared on during the coughing fit. It could hardly get any worse. But in those amethyst-like eyes the earlier vacillation and despair had been replaced by a deeper, nearly obsessive tenacity. Like a young beast driven to the edge of a cliff, battered and scarred yet still refusing to fall. Fine. The materials aren't here. Then, I'll gnaw on what I can gnaw. She wiped her face with her hand, only succeeding in smearing the juice and ink into a more uniform, bizarre grayish-blue mess across her face. She no longer tried to understand those unfathomable elemental dispersion thresholds. Instead, she turned her gaze to the relatively down-to-earth part of the draft, the revised provisions for minor welfare guarantees. Work injury compensation standards. Medical insurance coverage. Seniority subsidies. These terms, though still full of professional jargon, at least allowed her to think of the labor laws and the social insurance and housing fund system from her past life. She struggled to recall discussions and news cases she had seen online in her past life. Disability from work. Compensation standards barely enough to sustain basic survival. This is clearly unreasonable. Looking at a vague compensation figure in the draft, she combined it with the price levels of Liyue Harbor from Ganyu's fragmented memories and instinctively felt it was far too low. She remembered the old woman's words: the stove at home went cold, and the children cried from hunger. If the compensation couldn't even secure basic living, what would happen to those miners disabled at work, and their families? A strong anger born of simple justice overwhelmed her fear of the professional jargon. She picked up her brush, no longer agonizing over whether her handwriting was graceful, and wrote forcefully and crookedly in the blank margin beside the clause. Compensation standards are too low. They are insufficient to guarantee the basic living of disabled miners and their families. It is recommended to benchmark against the per capita minimum living security standard of Liyue Harbor, and raise them by at least 50. And explicitly include expenses for children's education and spousal support. After writing, she looked at those ugly yet forceful lines, and for the first time a faint sense of authenticity befitting the identity of Sister Ganyu rose in her heart. She was raising her voice for ordinary people who might fall into hardship just like the old woman's family. Though the voice was still weak, still amateurish, and may even have been riddled with errors. But this feeling. Was it? Not so bad after all. Just then from outside the window came the crisp laughter of children, and the sounds of chasing and playing. Those vibrant sounds like a gentle breeze briefly dispersed the oppression in the room. Lin Feng instinctively raised her head and looked out the window. The sunlight was just right. Several children of Liyue Harbor were chasing a bamboo dragonfly beneath the outer wall of the Wuhai Pavilion, their laughter utterly carefree. Protecting the lights of 10,000 homes. Protecting laughter like this. The old woman's words, the children's laughter, and the lines of annotation about minor welfare under her brush. At this moment they strangely interwove. The bolder named responsibility in her heart no longer seemed to be merely a cold burden. Its rough surface seemed to have been worn by these interwoven emotions into a tiny warm crevice. She lowered her head and looked at the draft again. Her gaze was still tired, and the lingering vexation and pressure remained between her brows, but into that almost solemnly tragic resolve a faint yet real sense of weight seemed to have quietly blended. She picked up her brush, took a deep breath, and plunged once more into that cold, arduous deep sea of words and data. This time the tip of her brush seemed to carry a hint of warmth belonging to Sister Ganyu. Outside the window the children's laughter gradually faded away. Inside the window the rustling of a brush across paper persisted, clumsy yet stubborn. The sunlight shifted, casting her profile onto the desk piled high with dossiers and illuminating beside the apple core, gnawed down to nothing, several lines of crooked yet remarkably resolute writing. The life of an immortal is hard. Effort seems even harder. But this time into that arduous seafloor a faint light seemed to seep through. The pen scratched across the rough paper of the draft, leaving another line of crooked yet oddly resolute annotation. It is recommended to establish a special scholarship fund for minors' children, prioritizing families of those disabled or killed in work-related accidents. After writing the last character, Lin Feng let out a long breath, as if she had moved a small stone aside. This suggestion, rooted in hazy memories from her previous life and a simple sense of justice, had been produced entirely by her own soul as Lin Feng, and it stirred a faint sense of accomplishment in her weary heart. However, this brief comfort was soon shattered by the even more complicated mind structural stability assessment model and elemental disturbance hedging plan on the next page of the draft. The three-dimensional diagrams, energy matrix formulas, and descriptions full of arcane terms such as entropy increase and resonance nodes dragged her once more into a bottomless swamp of despair. What? What kind of demonic scribbles are these? She massaged her temples painfully, feeling as if her brain's CPU had already overheated and was emitting smoke. Her past life mindset of writing code was utterly useless here, and Ganyu's fragmented memories were like flowers seen through mist. They offered no real help. She tried to deconstruct it as she had before, but could not even find an entry point for deconstruction, as if confronting a smooth, seamless alloy wall. Irritation and helplessness surged up again like a tide, even more violently than before. She looked at the annotation she had just written under the welfare clause, which at least had some substance, and then looked at the alloy wall before her. The immense gap made the little confidence she had just built waver dangerously. No. It's completely hopeless. She pushed the draft away in dejection, pressing her forehead heavily against the icy desktop. Her ice blue hair spilled down, hiding a face written all over with failure. 3 days. How could anyone possibly handle something like this? Just as she was on the verge of being crushed by that heavy helplessness again, and thoughts of giving up were starting to resurface, a familiar icy throb came without warning from the vision at her dantian. Here it comes again. Lin Feng's soul screamed in terror. But this time it was unlike the previous brutal force that had completely seized her body. This power felt more gentle, or rather more cooperative. The icy flood did not roughly drown her consciousness. Instead, like a trickling stream, it slowly seeped into her weary and parched mind. Her gaze was involuntarily pulled back to that despair-inducing mind structural stability assessment model. Something miraculous happened. The complex lines and symbols that had once seemed like a celestial script now seemed to be endowed with life under the soaking of that icy power. Fragments of Ganyu's vague memories surfaced of their own accord, not complete knowledge, but more like intuition. An instinctive perception of elemental flow, geological structures, and energy balance. She saw an inconspicuous energy dissipation marker beside the thick line that represented the main, or vein, in the model. Ganyu's memory fragments told her that this dissipation pattern often indicated the existence of an unstable crystallized cavity below. And in her perception, now soaked by that power, the draft's contingency plan for this problem seemed far too conservative and idealistic. At the same time, her own logical thinking was not suppressed. On the contrary, it felt activated and guided by that icy force. Her past life experience in fixing bugs in complex systems was cleverly translated. This model was like a vast fragile program, and that dissipation point was a potential memory overflow point requiring more aggressive buffer optimization. Her logical thinking, her body's instinctive perception, a strange hybrid understanding. Her hand, no longer compelled by the furious scribbling of her overtime-driven soul, naturally picked up the pen under the impulse of this blended will. The pen came down. What appeared was neither Lin Feng's crooked scrawl nor Ganyu's delicate regular script, but a script somewhere between the two, carrying a cold, sharp edge. Below the model's annotated point coordinates C7, a large crystallized cavity is suspected, and the existing reinforcement plan is inadequate in strength. It is recommended to add a third-level buffer rune array at this node and raise the millilith garrison level here to high risk. Reason: the anomalous elemental dissipation pattern matches the precursor signs of cavity resonance. If left unchecked, it may trigger a chain reaction of localized collapse. After writing this, she did not pause. The pen moved smoothly to the adjacent elemental disturbance hedging plan. The hedging frequency settings are overly theoretical and fail to account for the ley line echo interference unique to the deep layers of the chasm. It is recommended to introduce the prototype CAPES damper technology excavated from the Kenriao ruins for field calibration, otherwise the estimated hedging efficiency is inflated by at least 30. The pen stopped. The icy power receded quietly like a tide, leaving Lin Feng's consciousness once again in complete control of her body. She stared blankly at the freshly written annotations on the draft. The handwriting was still a little odd, but the logic was clear, sharp, and directly to the core flaws of the model and the plan. It even proposed concrete solutions, adding runes, raising the garrison level, introducing new technology. Had she written this? Had she thought this out by herself? Or was it another case of the body's instinct taking over and doing the work? Lin Feng raised her hand in a daze and stared at her fingertips. That fluid sensation while writing just now, that strange fusion of her own logic with Ganyu's instinctive perception. It had never happened before. Unlike the passive takeover before, it felt more like a collaboration. What is this? She murmured to herself, her heart a mix of contradictory emotions. There was the brief ease of having solved a difficult problem, confusion about her own ability, and an even more inexplicable sense of loss. It was as if the presence that had wielded the pen with such command during that transient hybrid state was the one truly qualified for the duties of Ganyu, while she herself was merely a clumsy liability. Evening arrived. Baisher came to the room again, a hint of relief on her face. Senior Ganyu. Good news. Lady Keqing has already approved the written order. The companion or dissipation observation records and the categorized casualty report for miners you requested have been retrieved and will be sent over immediately. The summary of Sumeru's refining technology is being expedited with the merchant caravan, and is expected to arrive before midnight. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. The crucial materials were finally on their way. Just as she was about to speak, Baisher's gaze fell upon the draft on the desk that had been annotated in the hybrid state. Senior, you've already finished reading this section. Baisher's voice was full of astonishment and incredulous admiration. She picked up the draft, and quickly scanned the annotations Lin Feng had just written. The more she read, the wider her eyes became. This risk of a crystallized cavity. And the suggestion to apply the chaos damper. Heavens above. Such insight. Lady Keqing had been worried the revision schedule was too tight, but now it seems. Baisher looked at Lin Feng excitedly, her eyes shimmering with nearly worshipful admiration. Senior, you are truly incredible. To find such a crucial problem in such a short time. When Lady Ningguang and Lady Keqing learn of this, they will certainly stop. Lin Feng, as if scalded, hastily cut Baisher off, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor of panic and guilt. It hasn't been finalized yet. When all the materials are here, we have to check it carefully again. She did not dare meet Baisher's adoring gaze. That insight. It was not hers. At least not entirely hers. It had come from that strange hybrid state. She was like a thief who had stolen someone else's accomplishments. Baisher was taken aback for a moment, as if puzzled why her senior was being so modest, but she quickly replied respectfully, yes, it is only right to be cautious, senior. I'll have the materials sent over right away. She set down the draft and hurried away. The room fell quiet again. Lin Feng picked up the draft annotated in the hybrid state, her fingertips tracing over those lines written in a crisp, cold-edged hand. A faint trace of the icy power from earlier still seemed to linger in the handwriting. She walked to the window and pushed it open. Night had fallen, and the 10,000 lights of Liyue Harbor were coming on one by one, scattered gleams converging into a warm ocean. From afar drifted the laughter of people returning home, the horns of ships at the dock, and the aroma of cooking wafting from some unknown household. An old woman's kind smile, children's laughter as they chased bamboo dragonflies, Baisher's trusting and admiring eyes from just now. And this sea of lights before her, this land she had guarded for thousands of years. To guard. Responsibility. The dignity of a name. These heavy things pressed down on her heart once more. She lowered her head and looked at her hands, hands that belonged to Ganyu. The clumsy soul of Lin Feng. The body and instincts of Ganyu, an immortal beast. And that strange hybrid state that sometimes appeared. How were the three supposed to coexist? How could she truly bear the weight behind the name Sister Ganyu? She did not know. The road ahead remained shrouded in confusion, and the pressure on her shoulders remained mountainous. The 3-day deadline hung above her like the sword of Damocles. The suspicion of Ningguang and Keqing had not dissipated. But, looking at the 10,000 lights outside the window, feeling the strange collaboration from writing those annotations still lingering in her palm, the faint stubborn flame at the bottom of her heart had not gone out. She closed the window and walked back to the desk. Carefully setting aside the draft annotated in the hybrid state, she picked up the thick stack of companion or dissipation observation records Baisher had just delivered, which smelled of aged ink. The materials had arrived. Her own clumsy time of gnawing at hard bones began again. She took a deep breath and turned to the first page of dense data records. Her eyes were tired but no longer held the total despair of before. In their depths hid a faint spark of curiosity, a desire to explore that even she had not yet noticed. Perhaps figuring out what that hybrid state really was would also be a key step toward understanding this body, understanding Ganyu, and ultimately truly bearing this responsibility. The tip of the pen hovered once more above a new battlefield. 3 days. A full 72 hours, like a heavy climb up a steep mountain road strewn with brambles and boulders. That room in Yuhai Pavilion belonging to Ganyu had become a battlefield between will and exhaustion. Mountainous dossiers on the desk were moved aside and piled up again, and the cleared space was swiftly occupied by even thicker materials and draft after draft covered in annotations. The air was filled with the scent of ink, the stale smell of old paper, and a faint hint of medicinal herbs. The neglected bowl of calming spirit cheer replenishing decoction was eventually poured away, along with a scorching restlessness of the mind pushed to the brink of burning out. Lin Feng felt like a machine overclocked to its absolute limit. By day she forced herself to absorb like the most famished sponge every piece of material Baisher delivered, the tedious yet crucial data curves in the observation records of associated mineral fugitive emissions, the alarming safety deficiencies hidden behind the cold numbers and minor casualty reports, and the exotic terminology and feasibility analyses in the extraction technology summaries from Sumeru. Her eyes were bloodshot, sustained by those few apples the old woman had given her. They had long been eaten, leaving only the cores placed on the desk as a spiritual totem, while her adeptus physique stubbornly resisted the limits of her body. At night, when exhaustion and drowsiness threatened to drown her completely like a rising tide, that strange, hybrid state would appear just in time. A chilling perceptiveness seeped into her thoughts like a precise scalpel dissecting the most intractable core problems in the drafts, and her own logical analysis, fed full by the materials, became a torrent with direction under that perception's guidance, carving out practical and feasible solutions. The nib danced across the revised drafts, leaving behind those unique annotations caught between delicate grace and sharp edge. This was not a perfect collaboration. In the hybrid state, Lin Feng's soul often felt an alienated sense of being managed, as if the outstanding answer sheet had been written by someone else, and she was only a bystander. And when the hybrid state receded, leaving her alone to face the tedious tasks of filling in details or double-checking data, the immense sense of falling in sheer exhaustion would slam her hard back into reality, making her wish over and over that she could bury her head in the files and never lift it again. But she held on. For the old lady's words. Sister Ganyu. For the countless lights outside the window that she had guarded for millennia. Also for that trace of stubbornness deep in her heart that refused to be completely denied. On the 3rd day at dusk, the final stroke fell. With trembling hands, Lin Feng set the ink-soaked brush upon the brush rest. She looked at the document in front of her, the revised draft of new mining regulations for the chasm, now utterly changed beyond recognition. The original draft was covered with dense annotations, revision opinions, newly added contingency plans, and cited data. The paper had become rough and curled at the edges from repeated handling and revision, like armor that had been through war. Completed. Really. Completed. A massive wave of exhaustion, almost enough to collapse her, swept over her entire body, more violent than any before. She could even hear her bones groaning and her blood running sluggishly. Her mind was a blank, with only buzzing echoes remaining, as if utterly wrung dry. The spirit she had forced up for 3 days collapsed in an instant, and her eyelids were as heavy as if weighted with lead. Just then, right on schedule, the voice of Baisher, Ningguang's trusted secretary, sounded from outside the door, carrying a faint trace of tension. Senior Ganyu. The hour has come. Lady Ningguang is waiting in the Jade Chamber. Here it comes. With a jolt, Lin Feng forcibly pulled back her awareness as it was about to scatter. She drew a deep breath, struggled to straighten her numb and stiff back, and with the last remaining strength neatly arranged the heavy revised draft into a specially made hardcover folder. Understood. Her voice was terribly hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. As she pushed open the door, the golden glow of the setting sun stabbed painfully at her eyes. Squinting, clutching the folder that bore the blood and tears of 3 whole days, she followed Baisher step by step, as if treading on cotton, toward the Jade Chamber hovering over Liyue Harbor, the symbol of the pinnacle of power and wealth. Every step was extraordinarily heavy. Physical weariness was one thing, but heavier still was the anxious uncertainty before the final judgment she was about to face. Would Ningguang's golden eyes, which saw through everything, detect which parts of this report were Lin Feng's clumsy efforts, and which were the inspired strokes of the hybrid state? Would she be satisfied? Keqing's cold warning still echoed in her ears. Inside the jade chamber, Ningguang was leaning on the railing looking into the distance. Her golden qipao rippled with a luxurious sheen in the setting sun. She heard the footsteps and turned around slowly, her calm gaze falling on Lin Feng and on the thick folder in her arms. "It seems Senior Ganyu finished on schedule." Ningguang's voice betrayed no pleasure or displeasure, only a statement. "Yes, Lady Ningguang." Lin Feng lowered her head and respectfully presented the folder with both hands. Her fingertips had turned slightly white from excessive strain. Ningguang reached out with a hand wearing an ornate nail guard and took the folder. The weight made her raise her golden eyes slightly. She did not open it immediately, only lightly tracing her fingertips over the rough edges of the folder, as though sensing the heft it carried. Her gaze fell on Lin Feng's face once more, a face etched with extreme fatigue, heavy dark shadows under the eyes, a few shallow red marks on the cheeks from long hours leaning over the desk, and ice blue hair that had lost its former luster and become rather unkempt. Only in the depths of those amethyst-like eyes still remained a faint, stubborn glimmer of forced endurance. "You've worked hard." Ningguang uttered the words flatly. Those words, light as air, made Lin Feng's overwrought nerves jolt violently. No doubt. No scrutiny. No question about the ice report, or her being like a different person. Just, "You've worked hard." Bewildered, she raised her head and met Ningguang's unfathomable golden pupils. In that gaze the cold probing of before seemed gone, replaced by something. An indescribable complexity. It was like looking at a piece of porcelain that had finally been forged through great hardship, appraising yet carrying a faint trace of approval. Ningguang said no more, merely waving an elegant hand. "Go and rest. These 3 days must have taken a great toll on your spirit." No evaluation. No further questions. Only a single sentence. "Go and rest." Could this count as passing? Was she safe for now? An immense post-catastrophe feeling of collapse flooded over Lin Feng like a tsunami. The final breath holding her up had dispersed. She even forgot to bow in farewell. She simply turned around stiffly like a marionette, and walked out of the jade chamber on unsteady feet. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched her shadow very, very long across the mirror-bright floor of the jade chamber, making her look especially frail and weary. Back in the room at Yuhai Pavilion, she closed the door, cutting off everything outside. The room still held the lingering smells of ink, herbs, and exhaustion. On the desk were towering stacks of materials and discarded drafts. Lin Feng did not even glance at the messy battlefield. All her strength, all her will had been utterly drained away the moment she walked out of the jade chamber. She did not even have the strength to reach the bed. Right behind the door, leaning against the cold door panel, her body could no longer hold itself up, and she slid softly down to sit on the floor. Thump! A soft sound. The back of her head gently collided with the door. There was no pain. Only the boundless darkness and drowsiness surging in like a tide. Her eyelids crashed down like heavy floodgates. In the last second before her consciousness sank, there was only one thought, pure as crystal. Sleep! Let me sleep! No nightmares. No paperwork. No golden eyes of Ningguang, no lightning of Keqing. No duty of Sister Ganyu. No struggle of Lin Feng. There was only a warm, deep, boundless, pure darkness. She curled up in the shadow behind the door, ice blue hair spreading over the floor like seaweed. On that delicate face the brows that had been tightly knitted for the past 3 days finally relaxed completely, leaving only a fragile, childlike, defenseless peace. Her delicate qilin horns in the last faint twilight seeping through the window glowed with a soft and weary deep blue luster. Her breathing grew long, even, and deep. Every exhale seemed to release all the heaviness accumulated over those 72 hours. Did an adeptus beast need no sleep? Perhaps. But now the exhausted soul from another world that occupied this adeptus body had finally obtained, since her crossing over, her first true slumber in the fullest sense, one undisturbed by fear, duty, or instinct. A deep sleep. The room was perfectly silent. Only her long, steady breathing rose and fell gently in the ink-scented air. Like a bay that had finally returned to calm after the storm. That warm, deep, dreamless darkness was the ultimate sanctuary of the soul. Lin Feng's consciousness sank like into the deepest ocean trench where every sound, light, and scent from the outside world was sealed away. She curled up in the shadows behind the door, breathing slow and steady as if to repay in one breath all the exhaustion of the past 3 days, the strain of 72 hours, and every panic and struggle since her transmigration, all in this deep sleep. The powerful regenerative ability inherent in her immortal beast body, coupled with the rest her soul desperately craved, made this sleep astonishingly restorative. The fatigue in her body was absorbed like by an invisible sponge, aching muscles repaired themselves in silence, and her dried-up spiritual energy slowly accumulated. Time slipped by in the deep darkness. Outside the window the myriad lights of Liyue Harbor gradually thinned, the clamor settled, leaving only the eternal whisper of waves patting the embankment. Moonlight like water streamed through the window lattice, flowing through the room, gently outlining her curled form and the ice-blue hairs scattered across the floor. Just within this boundless tranquility, a tiny discomfort originating from her physical body itself, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, began to ripple at the edge of her slumbering consciousness. She moved unconsciously. Her body instinctively wanted to turn over to find a more comfortable position, shifting from behind the cold door panel to somewhere softer. In her dream she seemed to have returned to the bed of her previous life, small but soft enough, and habitually tried to bury her face into the fluffy pillow. However, reality was cruel. She was now Ganyu. On her head rested a pair of genuine qilin horns covered in dark blue fuzz and shimmering with a warm, faint luster in the moonlight. Just as she groggily turned her face, trying to press her cheek against the cold floor, unconsciously treating it as a pillow, those delicate little qilin horns, as luck would have it, slid with uncanny precision into an inconspicuous ragged hole in the carpet, one left when she had knocked over the antique shelf and fragments of jade had torn the carpet with its edges slightly frayed. A drowsy, dissatisfied whimper escaped her throat. Stuck. It seemed. Something was tugging at her head. Her slumbering consciousness was disturbed by the sudden physical sense of restraint. She instinctively frowned and shook her head in dissatisfaction within her dream, trying to shake off that slight discomfort. It didn't move. The fine fuzz on her qilin horns, like countless tiny barbs, was fiercely entangled with the rough fibers at the edge of the torn carpet. That shake did not free her. Instead, it made the fuzz on her horns hook even tighter, and even brought a slight tugging sensation. Still half asleep, Lin Feng grew even more puzzled. She increased the amplitude of her shaking like a small animal trying to shake off grass seeds stuck to its head. The result, the entanglement of fuzz and carpet fibers, turned into a dead knot. The tugging sensation became a clear, even painful sense of restraint. SSS. At this, no matter how deep her sleep, she could no longer bear it. Lin Feng abruptly opened her eyes, her amethyst-like pupils still brimming with thick, unshakable drowsiness and the confusion of being disturbed. Who am I? Where am I? Why? Can I move my head? It took her a full 2 or 3 seconds for her groggy consciousness to barely connect with reality. Her gaze focused downward. She had fallen asleep on the floor behind the door. Then she sensed it. The unmistakable feeling from the top of her head of being firmly nailed to the ground by something. She struggled to raise one hand extremely slowly, her movements stiff as a rusty robot, and carefully reached toward the top of her head. What her hand met was the familiar tip of her horn covered with soft fuzz. Then she felt further down. The middle section of her horn. Wrapped tightly by something rough and tough. She struggled to turn her neck, barely managing a small rotation. By the cold moonlight streaming in through the window, she finally saw the situation. Her small, cute right qilin horn was deeply and perfectly wedged into that tiny hole in the carpet in an extremely awkward, even somewhat ridiculous posture. The fine blue fuzz on her horn and the frayed loose carpet fibers at the hole's edge, torn by the jade fragments, had become inseparable, tangled into a complete mess. It looked just like a miniature bird's nest growing on the head of an immortal beast. Lin Feng fell silent. Her drowsiness receded quickly like an ebb tide, replaced by an absurd, laughably helpless feeling. She, the secretary of the Liyue Qixing, the half-immortal beast Ganyu, had just endured 3 days and nights of hellish overtime, finally found a moment of peace behind the door and fallen deeply asleep, only to get her own horn stuck in a hole in the carpet. What the? Was this the ultimate social death scene for an immortal life? Or Teyvat's latest prank against her, this impostor? Pfft. A short, uncontrollable snort leaking from her mouth, carrying a strong sense of self-mockery and absurdity. Then followed a louder, uncontrollable laugh mixed with exhaustion, helplessness, and a hint of breakdown. Ha! Cough. She laughed, and coughed awkwardly because of her contorted posture to the point of tears this time truly cried with laughter. She tried to untangle the mess with her hands. But the angle was awkward, her fingers clumsy, and just after waking up with an uncomfortable posture she not only failed to untangle it but pulled a few fine strands of fuzz, making it more painful. Ouch! She sucked in a cold breath, not daring to force it again. Cryo elemental power. Are you kidding? Use elemental power on her own horn. What if she accidentally froze herself, or froze the carpet together with her scalp? Like a small beast trapped in a snare, she lay pitifully on her side on the floor, her head forced to one side and fixed in place, her ice blue hair spread out, the moonlight illuminating her face with an expression caught between laughter and tears and the teardrops at the corners of her eyes. Help! She let out a weak and desperate wail to the empty room. In her voice there was no fear, only pure helplessness, thoroughly defeated by this bizarre ordeal. This damned horn. This damned ragged carpet. This damned Teyvat. She gave up struggling and lay flat with her life devoid of hope. Although she couldn't move her head, she gazed at the blurry shadows cast by moonlight on the ceiling, her heart filled with the ultimate complaint about her transmigrated life, finally able to sleep well. Only to get stuck by her own horn. Can this immortal life get any more absurd? The faint tugging sensation from her qilin horn and the rough touch of the carpet fibers reminded her of one fact with absolute clarity. Even if her soul wanted to give up her body, especially this pair of horns always found new ways to fill her immortal life with surprises. Life is not worth living. Lin Feng stared at the ceiling, feeling that the lower limit of her immortal life had been refreshed once again. The faint tugging on her qilin horn was like fate's merciless mockery. She even began to seriously contemplate whether she should just lie there until Baishur came in the morning to deliver documents, and then be rescued, although that would mean an even greater social death. Just as she was counting the nth indistinct shadow on the ceiling in her self-abandonment, a series of footsteps as light as a tap dance came from outside, drawing closer, and stopped at her bedroom door. Accompanying the footsteps was a girl's voice full of energy, and a hint of playful mischief. Yohu! Industrious Senior Ganyu! The sun is already scorching your bottom. I, the hall master, am here to deliver this quarter's business report for Wanxing Hall. And also to check on you. Before she could finish, the door was pushed open unceremoniously with a creak. The morning sunlight, slightly dazzling, instantly flooded the dim room and precisely fell upon the figure on the floor behind the door, a bizarre motionless pose. The visitor, Hu Tao, the 77th Hall Master of Wanxing Hall, whimsical and never one to shy away from chaos, held a stack of documents in one hand and rested the other on her hip, her signature teasing grin freezing completely the moment she saw the scene in the room. Her plum-blossom eyes were wide round and her small mouth was slightly open, as if she had just witnessed the Geo-Archon performing the feats of smashing a boulder on his chest in the street. There lay Senior Ganyu, renowned throughout Liyue Harbor for her gentleness and dedication, on her side in an extremely contorted posture. Her ice blue hair was tangled like seaweed, her moon-white nightgown stained with suspicious ink spots and dust, and most absurdly, one of her qilin horns, which usually looked ethereal and symbolized auspiciousness, was buried deep in a torn hole in the carpet in an extremely inauspicious manner. The fluff on the horn was entangled with the carpet fibers, inseparable, as if glued together with super-strong adhesive. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The expression on Hu Tao's face underwent a contorted process, from shock to bafflement to disbelief, then to a look like discovering a new continent, while she forcibly suppressed a burst of laughter. Her shoulders began to shake suspiciously, her face flushed red from holding and laughter, and her plum-blossom eyes sparkled with the delight of a successful prank. Pfft! Cough, cough! She managed to suppress the laughter, threatening to burst out into a cough, but the amusement in her voice was about to spill over. Ji Ganyu! Senior Ganyu! Are you engaging in some new style of grounding cultivation? Or researching the symbiotic relationship between carpet fibers and qilin horn fluff? Lin Feng. She shut her eyes in despair. It was over. The one person who absolutely should not have seen this had arrived. And it was Hu Tao, notorious for her sharp tongue and love of spreading gossip. Hall Master Hu? Lin Feng's voice was as dry as sandpaper, rubbing heavy with embarrassment and hopelessness. See, could you please stop laughing and help me? Help. Of course I can. Hu Tao immediately set down the documents, bounced over, crouched beside the crime scene, and excitedly observed the horn fluff carpet symbiosis, as if studying a rare treasure. She even extended a slender finger, and gingerly poked at the tangled mess. "Tsk tisk, this is a really solid tangle. Senior Ganyu, you must take very good care of your horn. The fluff is so thick and resilient. You have deep feelings for the carpet." Hu Tao. Lin Feng was so ashamed and aggravated that her face was hot enough to fry an egg. "Get me out of here now." Alright, no need to rush." Grinning, Hu Tao finally began to work. Unlike Lin Feng, she was not clumsy. Her fingers deftly avoided the sensitive horn tip and patiently separated the tangled fluff and carpet fibers one by one. Her movements were brisk, but that little mouth of hers was not idle. "I say, Senior Ganyu, your sleeping posture is quite unique. Did you dream of something delicious that you'd burrow into the floor like that? Oh dear, this hole looks familiar. Could it be a masterpiece left over from the time you accidentally knocked over the curio shelf? Tsk tisk, what a fateful coincidence. By the way, your horn is stuck so precisely. The angle, the depth. It's practically a made-to-order pillow socket for you. Have you thought about applying for a patent? Call it the Qixing horn carpet anchor. It's sure to sell like hotcakes. Wanxing Hall can be the exclusive agent." While untangling, Hu Tao kept firing off witty remarks, every word like a tiny needle stabbing Lin Feng's fragile, and at this moment especially fragile, nerves. Lin Feng could only keep her eyes tightly shut, pretending to be an emotionless floor tile, while her mind frantically flashed. Can't hear. After what felt to Lin Feng like an impossibly long precision surgery, with the final stubborn fibers coming free with faint pop sounds, the Qixing horn was finally liberated. "Done!" Hu Tao clapped her hands, looking smug. "As for the fee, let's just exchange it for priority approval of this quarter's Wanxing Hall documents. How about that?" As if granted amnesty, Lin Feng hastily cradled her tormented Qixing horn with one hand and scrambled up from the floor, moving far away from that sinful hole. Her cheeks were still burning, and she didn't dare look into Hu Tao's teasing plum-blossom eyes. Thank you?" Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. She just wanted to send this plague god away immediately. "Just put the documents on the desk. I'll go through them as soon as possible. No rush. But Hu Tao acted as if she hadn't noticed Lin Feng's embarrassment, instead leaning even closer, blinking her big eyes, her face full of undisguised curiosity and gossip. "Senior Ganyu, you really have been different lately. First you froze your work report into an ice cube, and now you've developed the new skill of horn stuck in carpet. Are you under too much pressure? Would you like to consider our Wanxing Hall's latest stress relief package? Buy one get one free plus the VIP customer exclusive advanced planning service." Lin Feng's vision went black. As expected. Even the frozen report incident has spread. And Hu Tao knows about it. "No need. Thanks." She almost screamed her refusal, wanting nothing more than to shove Hu Tao out. "I'm fine. Absolutely fine. Hall Master Hu, please go back. Oh, don't be shy." Grinning, Hu Tao nimbly dodged Lin Feng's weak shoves, hopped to the door, turned back, and made a face at her. "Senior Ganyu's new look has brought a lot of vitality to the dreary Yuhai Pavilion. Don't worry. I, the Hall Master, have the tightest lips. I promise I'll only briefly share this little tidbit full of life wisdom with 7, 8, 9, or 10 people. Bye-bye." With that, Hu Tao vanished around the corner of the corridor like a red whirlwind, leaving behind a string of bell-like unabashed laughter. Only Lin Feng remained standing stiffly in place, one hand still covering her just rescued Qixing horn, her face alternating between red and pale. In her ears, Hu Tao's demonic laughter and terrible phrases like "horn and carpet, Qixing horn carpet anchor," and "stress relief package" seemed to echo. She could imagine that with Hu Tao's chaos-loving personality and efficient networking. Within less than an hour, the bizarre tale of Lord Ganyu, secretary of the Liyue Qixing, used her Qixing horn to drill into a carpet in the middle of the night to decompress from work pressure, would become the newest gossip topic at Yuhai Pavilion, nay half of Liyue Harbor, over tea and idle chat. What would Ningguang think? What would Keqing think? And if that old lady who called her Sister Ganyu heard about it? Woo! Lin Feng let out a despairing groan, burying her face in her hands again, this time covering both her horn and her face together. This damned horn. This damned Hu Tao. This damned immortal life where even sleeping can land you at the top of Liyue's headlines. On her Qixing horn seemed to remain the rough touch of carpet fibers and the warmth of Hu Tao's fingertips. Social death. It had never been so vivid and three-dimensional. Lin Feng stood frozen in place, her fingers absently stroking the qilin horn that had just been rescued, as if the lingering touch of carpet fibers still remained. Hu Tao's peal of bell-like laughter gradually faded at the end of the corridor, but her voice still seemed to echo in her ears. Qilin horn carpet anchor. Stress relief package. 7, 8, 9, 10 people. It's over. Lin Feng covered her face and slowly slid down to sit on the floor, her ice-blue hair spilling all around like a starry sea ravaged by a storm. She could already imagine the scenes to come, in the tea houses of Liyue Harbor. Did you hear? Lady Ganyu used her qilin horn to drill a carpet to relieve stress last night. Really? Isn't she always so composed? Absolutely true. Director Hu Tao said so herself. Apparently work pressure got to her, and she studied the symbiotic relationship between carpets and qilin horns in the middle of the night. In the corridors of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Keqing stood with her arms crossed, violet eyes narrowed slightly. Ganyu, I hear you've recently developed a new skill. Ningguang took a delicate sip of tea, a faintly amused smile on her face. Qilin horn carpet anchor. Very creative. At the entrance of Wanxing funeral parlor, Hu Tao laughed heartily, hands on her hips. This director's latest service, the qilin horn anti-carpet jam maintenance package. Personally tested by Senior Ganyu and proven effective. Aya! Lin Feng clutched her head, screaming frantically inside. This was even more terrifying than when Ningguang suspected her identity. At least an identity leak could still be explained away, but qilin horn stuck in a carpet. There was simply no way to spin it. No. I have to do something. She struggled to her feet, stumbled to the desk, grabbed pen and paper, and wrote with trembling hands urgent proposal on daily qilin horn care and carpet safety hazard prevention. As long as I can spin qilin horn stuck in a carpet into research on safety protection measures for immortal beasts before the rumor spreads, maybe I can still salvage my image. She chewed on the end of the pen, racking her brains to fabricate a scholarly explanation. However, just as she had written down analysis of the friction coefficient between qilin horn fluff and carpet fibers, bang! The door was pushed open again. Senior Ganyu. Baisha rushed in hurriedly, clutching a stack of documents, a strange expression on her face. Are you all right? Lin Feng's whole body stiffened. Slowly she raised her head. What's wrong? Baisha hesitated, then finally handed her a copy of the Liyue Daily Morning Special. The front page headline blared, shocking. The qilin horn stuck in carpet spectacle appears at Yuhai Pavilion. Lady Ganyu suspected of developing a new skill due to excessive stress. Special Correspondent Hu Tao. Lin Feng. She slowly set down the pen, slowly rose to her feet, slowly walked to the window, and slowly pushed it open. Hu Tao. I will kill you. Lin Feng's roar was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, shaking dust from the eaves of Yuhai Pavilion, and sending a flock of innocent finches flapping away in panic. The window frame creaked under her grip, and the special issue of the Liyue Daily in her hand was crushed into a ball of waste paper. The glaring headline and the two large characters Hu Tao on the front page burned like red-hot branding iron, searing away all her composure. Social death. No. This was death by 1,000 cuts. A public execution. It was grinding the dignity of Ganyu against the busiest pier of Liyue Harbor over and over. Calm down, Lin Feng. Calm down. Her remaining rationality screamed in her mind. You can't beat her. And you're Ganyu, secretary to the Liyue Qixing. You can't chase down the director of Wanxing funeral parlor in the middle of the street. But another voice roared back, to hell with the secretary and the immortal beast. If I don't vent this anger, I'll die of suffocation. At least I have to drag that little wretch out and give her a scolding. Shove the newspaper into her mouth. Her body moved before her mind could decide. She didn't even change out of her ink-stained, dust-covered nightgown, nor did she care about her disheveled seaweed-like hair or the qilin horn that had just been rescued and was still recovering from the ordeal. Like a bolt of blue lightning wrapped in an ice storm, she shot out of Yuhai Pavilion. Target Wanxing funeral parlor. At the entrance of Wanxing funeral parlor. The morning in Liyue Harbor was just waking up, and there were still few pedestrians on the streets. But the usually rather quiet entrance of the funeral parlor was unusually lively today. A few early-rising housewives carrying vegetable baskets were pointing at the entrance of Wanxing funeral parlor, whispering about the front-page story in the Liyue Daily and occasionally letting out suppressed snickers. A breakfast vendor pushing his cart past the funeral parlor caught sight of its signboard and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. And the mastermind behind it all, Hu Tao, was dressed in a sharp brown director's uniform, humming a tune as she cheerfully directed several funeral attendants to hang, on the porch, a huge billboard hand-painted in vivid colors. The billboard featured a chibi-style Ganyu identifiable by her oversized qilin horn and pitiful expression, her horn wedged into a hole in an equally chibi carpet. Beside it in flamboyant eye-catching lettering was the advertisement, a grand offering from Wanxing Funeral Parlor. Feeling stressed? Qilin horn stuck in a carpet. The Qilin horn worry-free care package, limited time flash sale. Buy the package and get a free autographed copy of Director Hu Tao's Guide to Avoiding Horn Jams. No more worrying about being inseparable from your carpet. Left. A little higher on the left. Yes. Just like that. I want the whole street to see it. Hu Tao stood with her hands on her hips, her plum blossom eyes sparkling with the glee of a successful prank, immensely pleased with her marketing creativity. Just then an icy murderous pressure descended upon the entrance of Wanxing Funeral Parlor. The gossiping housewives and the vendor felt a chill on the backs of their necks and instinctively shrank back into silence. As if sensing something, Hu Tao whirled around. There on the street that led toward Yuhai Pavilion, a figure was charging at her with a speed bordering on teleportation, an immortal beast's constitution plus the explosive potential of rage. Her ice blue hair whipped wildly behind her, ink stains marred her moon-white nightgown, and her usually gentle immortal features were now covered in frost and visible black aura. The pair of qilin horns atop her head even seemed to emit a faint, eerie blue glow from their owner's fury. Hiss. Even Hu Tao, who feared nothing under heaven or earth, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at the sight of Senior Ganyu looking like this. This killing intent was even more intense than when she dealt with remnants of an ancient god. Hu Tao. Lin Feng's roar closed in from afar, and by the time the last syllable landed she had already flashed in front of Hu Tao like an apparition, the gust of wind she brought with her lifting the stray strands of hair on Hu Tao's forehead. Senior Ganyu. Gee, good morning. Hu Tao instinctively stepped back half a step, forcing a bright but evidently strained smile, her plum blossom eyes darting. What a coincidence. You're also here to admire the Wanxing Funeral Parlor's latest, art installation. She pointed at the enormous billboard of a chibi Ganyu with her horn caught in a carpet. Art installation. Lin Feng's voice was like ice shards squeezed from between her teeth. She abruptly raised her hand with biting blue light swirling around her fingertips and pointed straight at the billboard. Tear it down. Tear it down. Right now. This instant. Don Senior. Hu Tao performed a nimble slide step, blocking the billboard, and spread her arms wide, trying to shield her proud masterpiece with her slender frame. This is 6 whole hours of painstaking effort by this director. It embodies my deepest concern for you and market insight. Look how adorable this chibi is. And how heartfelt this slogan is. Heartfelt. Lin Feng was shaking with rage, the cryo-elemental power at her fingertips flickering unsteadily. You wrote in the newspaper that I use my horn to drill into the carpet for stress relief. You call that heartfelt? You call this, pointing at the chibi version of herself with her horn caught in a carpet on the billboard, cute? Hu Tao. If I don't freeze you into an ice sculpture and hang you on this billboard today, my name isn't Ganyu. Oh dear. Senior, please calm down. Calm down. Seeing that the other party really meant to fight, Hu Tao immediately dropped her cheeky grin, pressed her palms together in a begging gesture, but the sly glint in her plum blossom eyes remained undiminished. Misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. This director was helping you. Helping me. Lin Feng's cryo-elemental power was nearly condensing into ice spikes. Exactly. Hu Tao said with utmost sincerity. Think about it. Your recent condition has been so, special. What with frozen reports and getting your horn caught in a carpet, with Lady Ningguang and Lady Keqing as shrewd as they are, how could they not be suspicious? With me making this scene, all your abnormalities get attributed to excessive work pressure and mental exhaustion. Doesn't that make everything perfectly reasonable? Everyone will just think Senior Ganyu is too dedicated, exhausted, and a little dazed. Who would ever think of something as far-fetched as she's been replaced by someone else? Hu Tao stepped closer, lowered her voice, and said in a beguiling tone, "See. Now all of Liyue knows you're under pressure, and need to relax. How can Lady Ningguang still have the audacity to pile so much work on you? How can Lady Keqing still have the nerve to demand reports from you? Doesn't this buy you precious, slacking off space?" Lin Feng's hand-gathering cryo-elemental energy froze in midair. Hu Tao's words like a bolt of lightning split through the fog of her rage. Excessive stress. Mental exhaustion. So the frozen reports were due to being too exhausted to think straight. So the carpet horn incident was just a dazed slip under pressure. So all the anomalies now have a perfect mundane explanation. Could the suspicions of Ningguang and Keqing really be redirected? This logic is absurd, but it seems, damn it, it actually makes sense. Seeing the fury churning in Lin Feng's eyes give way to shock and a flicker of hesitation, Hu Tao struck while the iron was hot. As if by sleight of hand, she produced from behind her back a fluffy pale blue cover shaped perfectly to enclose the tip of a qilin horn decorated with two adorable little pom-poms, a qilin horn anti-tangle protector. Here. This director always keeps her word. Hu Tao giggled and shoved the protector into the stunned Lin Feng's hands. A trial-size sample of the carefree qilin horn care kit. Woven from all-natural Jiuyun chili fluff, soft, breathable, snag-proof and tangle-proof, specially designed for immortal beasts under too much stress who don't lie still in their sleep. Put it on and I guarantee that from now on you can roll around as much as you like without ever worrying about betrothing yourself to a carpet. Lin Feng looked down at the fluffy, soft, slightly ridiculous protector in her hands, then at Hu Tao's face, which was practically written with "I'm a genius, praise me," then at the enormous billboard of a chibi version of herself stuck in a carpet. Her blazing fury, like a balloon pricked by a needle, went pfft and drained away completely. All that remained was a deep, helpless laugh or cry absurdity. She, the gender-swapped, overworked qilin immortal Ganyu, had come in a blaze of fury to demand satisfaction. Yet, in the end, she had been convinced by the culprit's twisted reasoning, which seemed somehow to make sense, and a pair of fluffy horn protectors. "You!" Lin Feng opened her mouth only to find that she could not say a single word. All her accusations and reproaches seemed utterly pale and powerless before those fluffy protectors and Hu Tao's righteous "I'm doing this for your own good" attitude. In the end she could only glare fiercely at Hu Tao, the murderous intent gone from her eyes, replaced by humiliation and helplessness, then snatched the fluffy protector and turned away as if fleeing the sight of a plague. Her steps were so quick that one might have thought a ruin hunter was chasing her. "Take care, senior. Don't forget to give me a 5-star review. Next time you're too stressed, feel free to visit the Wangxing funeral parlor again." Hu Tao's spirited voice rang out cheerfully behind her. Lin Feng's foot caught, and she nearly tripped on flat ground. Without turning back she ran even faster. She ran all the way back to a high pavilion, closed the door, and slid down to sit on the floor with her back against the door panel. Looking down she saw the fluffy pale blue qilin horn protector in her hand with two silly little pom-poms smiling at her. As if possessed she tentatively slipped the protector over the tip of her right qilin horn, that horn which had endured so much. It fit perfectly. The texture was indeed soft and comfortable. But the look! She walked to the bronze mirror. In the mirror the ethereal ice qilin maiden now wore a fluffy pale blue little hat with pom-poms on one majestic horn. The art style instantly shifted from auspicious immortal beast to amusement park mascot. This time Lin Feng truly laughed in spite of herself. She ripped off the ridiculous protector and hurled it viciously into the corner of the room. "Hu Tao, you win." With a resigned, exhausted, and deeply complicated sigh she spoke to the empty air. Social death was already inevitable. But at least, Hu Tao's twisted logic did seem to have cloaked her in a protective camouflage of excessive stress. If only the price of this camouflage were not so mortifying. She closed her eyes wearily, feeling that her immortal life, thanks to Hu Tao's unstinting help, was galloping at full speed down an increasingly bizarre and unpredictable path. Deathly silence fell over the room once again, with only Lin Feng's heavy breathing and drumming heartbeat echoing. She leaned against the cold door panel, sliding down to the floor, still tightly clutching the fluffy pale blue qilin horn protector with its silly little pom-poms, as if holding a hot potato. The image of herself wearing that amusement park mascot look in the mirror, and Hu Tao's face with "I'm a real genius" written all over it, flickered alternately through her mind. Excessive stress. Mental exhaustion. Dazed behavior. Hu Tao's twisted reasoning echoed in her chaotic mind like a bewitching refrain. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. But damn it, it really did seem to make some sense. At least it sounded 10,000 times more plausible than soul transmigration with a gender swap. She hurled the ridiculous protective cover far away as if flinging off something filthy. But Hu Tao's voice seemed to still echo in her ears. Lady Ningguang actually has the nerve to assign you that much work. Lady Keqing actually has the nerve to chase you for a report. That's right. In Lin Feng's muddled mind a flash of light seemed to split through, even though Hu Tao had forcibly split it open. What kind of persona was she supposed to have now? A poor immortal beast crushed by work, mentally dazed, so stressed that she decompressed by drilling her horns into the carpet. With such a persona, how could she keep working? A strange, unprecedented emotion, mingling reckless abandon and clutching at a lifeline, stirred in the depths of her heart. Was social death already a foregone conclusion? Then use it. Hadn't Hu Tao draped her in a protective camouflage called too much stress? Then she would just lie down on that camouflage and thoroughly give up. I'm done with this. The thought, long suppressed, now burst out like a wild horse slipping its reins, carrying a vengeful thrill. The next day at Yuhai Pavilion, when Baisher as usual carried a stack of files marked urgent and knocked on Senior Ganyu's door, she was surprised to find it unlocked. She pushed the door open and the sight before her instantly petrified Baisher. The desk was still piled with documents and discarded drafts, but a large area had obviously been roughly cleared. In the cleared space lay a huge, fluffy, clearly expensive pure white long pile carpet, obviously brand new. And their Senior Ganyu, who had always been diligent, gentle, and sitting upright at her desk, was now lying on her side on that carpet in an extremely relaxed posture. Her ice blue hair lay loosely scattered over the snow-white pile like a flowing river of stars. She was still wearing that moon-white nightgown. Whether it had been washed was questionable. One hand pillowed her head and the other held a garishly covered pulp novel, Records of Strange Wonders from the Eight Wastes of Liyue. What made Baisher's pupils quake was the pair of ethereal qilin horns on Senior Ganyu's head was now blatantly, deeply, and contentedly sinking into the fluffy, thick, white long pile carpet beneath her. In fact, the pile was so thick that the tips of her horns were nearly invisible. Hearing the door, Lin Feng lazily raised her eyelids, glanced at the dumbfounded Baisher, and spoke slowly in Ganyu's unique ethereal voice with a hint of languor and self-righteously decadent laziness. Oh, Baisher, just put the files aside. And please tell Lady Ningguang and Lady Keqing I've been under too much pressure lately and mentally dazed. My doctor's orders require me to undergo deep carpet immersive stress release therapy. The doctor's orders also said, until a suitable qilin horn anti-tangle protective cover is found to prevent another accident of horns stuck in carpet, I must maintain this horns grounded posture at all times for recuperation. So, work. For now. The spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. After saying that, she deliberately rubbed her head against the thick carpet, sinking her qilin horns deeper, and let out a satisfied sigh. This carpet is indeed far more comfortable than the floor, and it doesn't get my horns stuck. Baisher. The files in her hands hit the floor with a thud. Her mouth hung wide enough to hold a bird's egg, and her eyes were filled with the ultimate daze of, who am I, where am I, what did I just see? Senior Ganyu. During work hours. Lying on the office carpet reading a supernatural novel. And even dressing it up as deep carpet immersive stress release therapy. And using horns stuck in the carpet as an excuse to lie flat openly. This was no longer just a different person. She had simply changed species. As Senior. Baisher's voice was trembling. Th this. Doctor's orders, understand. Lin Feng turned a page of the novel without lifting her eyelids, her tone light, but carrying an undeniable aura of lying flat. It's a precursor to mental breakdown from excessive stress. If I don't rest, next time I get stuck might not be the carpet but the floor of the Qianyu Pavilion. You don't want to see me drilling a hole through Lady Ningguang's Qianyu Pavilion, do you? Baisher was choked speechless by the powerful, twisted logic. Looking at Senior Ganyu's manner of, I'm just this rotten, what can you do about it? And the urgent documents scattered on the floor, she could only pick up the files with tears she couldn't shed back out with her left arm and left leg swinging in sync, and feel that her worldview had suffered an unprecedented shock. News grew wings. The story Lady Ganyu, overwhelmed by stress, has laid a luxury carpet in her office and is undergoing horns grounded. Therapy refusing to work. Swept through a high pavilion and the General Affairs Department faster than Hu Tao's newspaper. It then rapidly spread throughout Liyue's administrative circles. At Qianyu Pavilion, Ningguang looked at the urgent documents Baisher had presented, not a single word written, and listened to her stammering report. For the first time, a strikingly obvious look of dismay flickered through those golden eyes that saw through everything. Even she, who could calculate every scheme under heaven, had never expected Ganyu to respond to the stress theory this way. Deep carpet immersive stress release therapy. Ningguang repeated the phrase softly, her fingertips absently tapping the pipe. A faint elusive curve seemed to lift the corner of her mouth. And doctor's orders. Heh. Baisher, go to the storeroom and pick out the best calming incense, and send it together with the bill for that new carpet to Senior Ganyu. Just say, the Tianquan star caring for her subordinate fully supports her recuperation. Baisher, as you command. Inner thought, Lady Ningguang, are you really serious? In the warehouse area of the General Affairs Department, Keqing was inventorying supplies. When she heard her subordinate's terrified report, the edge of the clipboard in her hand was instantly crushed out of shape and purple lightning crackled once around her. She lies on the office carpet reading novels and claims it's doctor's orders. Keqing's voice was cold enough to freeze the sun in the dog days. Fine. Very good. Under too much stress is she. Needs to stay grounded, does she? She spun around and with swift decisiveness ordered a nearby millennial soldier. You. Go send Senior Ganyu the spare camp bed from my office and the complete set of detailed analysis of Teyvat's geological structures from the warehouse, 385 volumes each as thick as a brick. The soldier. Lady Keqing. A camp bed and geology books. Keqing's amethyst eyes shone with light of care and concern. She said word by word. Tell her. Since she wants to stay grounded, let her be thoroughly grounded. A hard bed is good for her spine. Those geology books will let her understand the land of Liyue more deeply and solve the geological hazard of horns getting stuck at its root. And reading while lying down also counts as recuperation. The soldier. As you command. Inner thoughts, Senior Ganyu, take care. Back inside the room at Yuhai Pavilion, Lin Feng was deep in the strange plot of the supernatural novel, savoring the rare time of lying flat. Her qilin horns buried in the soft long pile carpet were truly 10,000 times more comfortable than on the floor, with no fear of getting stuck, a full sense of security. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Baisher, with a face of utter lifelessness, directed several millennial soldiers to carry in a huge red sandalwood incense burner exuding an expensive fragrance, along with a carpet bill stamped with Ningguang's personal seal and bearing an astonishing sum. Senior Ganyu, Lady Ningguang said. She supports your recuperation. Baisher's voice was weak and feeble. Lin Feng looked at the luxurious incense burner that was nearly half her height. Then she looked at the string of zeros on the bill. Ningguang. Was she trying to bury her alive in Mora? Before she could digest Ningguang's care, the door was burst open again. Another squad of millennial soldiers, huffing and puffing, carried in a hard camp bed that reeked of wood, as well as a swaying mountain of geology, built from over 300 brick-thick books. Senior Ganyu, Lady Keqing said. You should stay grounded thoroughly. The soldier reported at top volume, then dropped the things and slipped away, afraid of being caught in the ensuing anger. Lin Feng looked at the bed that would bruise her bones, then at the Everest of geology, radiating the oppressive weight of knowledge. She lowered her head, silently looked at the soft, comfortable long pile carpet beneath her, then at the light-hearted supernatural novel in her hand. She raised her head again, looked at the incense burner, the bill, the camp bed, the mountain of geology books. Heh! A low, ambiguous chuckle escaped her throat. She closed the novel with deliberate slowness, and under Baisher's terrified gaze slowly sat up. Then, just as Baisher thought the senior would finally explode or collapse, Lin Feng, with an air of elegantly letting everything go to pieces, dragged the camp bed to the side of her luxurious long pile carpet, and then pulled out the thickest, most massive volume from the top of that Everest of geology. Hugging the geological tome that rivaled a shield, she walked to the camp bed and then, rigid as a zombie struck by lightning, flung herself face down heavily onto the hard bed. Bang! A muffled thud. Her face was buried deep in the rough bedsheet, and the thick geology book was casually placed beneath her chest. Reason unknown. The most amazing part was, the qilin horns on her head were still stubbornly buried deep in the soft long pile carpet beside her. Her body on the bed, her horns on the carpet, forming a bizarre yet obstinate cross-boundary sight. Baisher had completely lost the power of speech. Lin Feng's muffled voice came through the bedsheet carrying a lying flat declaration that was lifeless yet strangely resolute. Tell Lady Keqing, I'm conducting an in-depth study of the impact of geological structures on qilin horn safety, and testing the therapeutic efficacy of different material surfaces on stress release. Very busy. Do not disturb. Baisher. She looked at the soulless, research subject, on the bed, then at the pair of qilin horns stubbornly staying, grounded, on the carpet, and felt that her own soul was about to leave her body. Is the life of an immortal hard? No. Senior Ganyu had clearly. On the ruins of social death blazed an unprecedented self-justified ultimate path of lying flat, one that even Ningguang and Keqing were helpless against. In the room of Yuhai Pavilion, steeped in the scent of lavish incense, a gift from Ningguang and thick with despair keenly felt by Baisher, time itself seemed to have frozen solid. Lin Feng maintained that boundary-crossing pose, her body sprawled across the unyielding camp bed like a salted fish that had abandoned all dreams, cheek pressed flat against the coarse bedsheet, chest propped upon that city brick of a book, a detailed analysis of the geological structure of the chasm wall. Meanwhile, the pair of auspicious qilin horns atop her head like a drowning soul clinging to a lifebuoy remained stubbornly and deeply plunged into the soft, fluffy white long pile carpet beside her. Baisher stood at the doorway balancing a fresh stack of urgent documents destined to go unread and watched this performance art that defied all comprehension. She could not help feeling she was no longer a secretary at Yuhai Pavilion but rather moonlighting at Wanxing Funeral Parlor as an impromptu spectator at an exhibition of avant-garde performance art. She opened her mouth but in the end dared not let out a single word. Silently she set the documents down, retreated with the stiff same-side gait of a panicked puppet, and considerately closed the door behind her. The click of the closing door rang out with striking clarity in the silence. Huff. Only upon hearing the door shut did Lin Feng's taut body relax by a fraction, and she let out a muffled heavy sigh. The hard bed board dug into her ribs until they throbbed, the corner of the geology book jabbed her stomach, and her posture was contorted beyond all comfort. The opulent aroma of red sandalwood incense mingled with the crisp scent of brand-new carpet fibers around her nose, coalescing into a thoroughly bizarre atmosphere. Uncomfortable. Utterly miserable. Even worse than working overtime. But then she thought of the mountains of documents stacked outside the door, thought of Ningguang's fathomless golden eyes and Keqing's violet lightning, and this little bit of bodily torment seemed a perfectly reasonable price for defending her hard-won fortress of slacking. Hold on. Lin Feng. This is a strategic retreat. A protracted war. She cheered herself on inside, although the cheer itself was limp and breathless. To distract herself, and also to make the act of researching geology a shade more convincing, just in case Keqing really did send someone to check up on her. She forced one eye open and looked down at the geological magnum opus propped beneath her chest. What met her gaze was a dense thicket of contour lines, stratigraphic cross-sections, and jargon like celestial scripture or division: limestone, Silurian shale interbeds, thrust fault zone, ground stress concentration zone. Ugh! A visceral revulsion nearly made her vomit. But just as she was about to shut her eyes again and play dead, her gaze involuntarily swept past the three-dimensional cross-section diagram depicting the complex winding or veins of a certain region in the chasm. Those twisted, gnarled lines. Those marked points of energy dissipation. Why? Did they look rather familiar? 3 days ago, while revising that deadly draft in that strange hybrid state, she seemed to have sketched something similar in the model annotations of the draft. Something about a node suspected to conceal a massive crystallized cavity. An absurd notion flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. Those geology books Keqing sent. Could they actually come in handy, helping her perfect the draft that had almost cost her life? The thought perked her up at once, even though her posture remained every bit as twisted. Enduring the discomfort, she laboriously raised one hand and turned the brick-heavy pages, searching by blurry memory for the regional descriptions connected to her draft annotations. The bone-dry text and diagrams no longer seemed like pure torture in her eyes. She began examining them through a brand-new lens, one of fault-finding and verification. The ground stress description here, could it corroborate her draft's proposal on reinforcement rune strength? The rock strata characteristics there, Could they explain the fluctuations in associated mineral recovery rates? She even attempted with the other hand she could barely move to fumble for a pen in the blank reverse of a discarded draft, scrawling out a few crooked keywords or questions. Strained pose, hideous handwriting, pitiful efficiency. But these were indeed born of her own thinking. No instinctive takeover by her body, no marvel of a hybrid state. Only her Lin Feng, a transmigrated corporate drone skewered on a hard camp bed clumsily and agonizingly gnawing through geology. A peculiar emotion, shot through with both pain and a faint grudging sense of accomplishment, welled up within her. Several days later, when Baisha once again mustered up her courage bearing Lady Keqing's concerned inquiry, "Has Senior Ganyu's geological research made any progress? Do you need more reference materials?" And when she pushed open the door with yet another stack of documents, she was so astounded by the sight inside that she nearly sent the files flying. Senior Ganyu was still lying on the camp bed in that classic boundary crossing pose. But this time even more open, weighty geology books lay scattered around her. The hard bedboard was now completely covered with draft papers scrawled with crooked writing and crude diagrams. Most absurd of all, the geology book propped beneath her chest had had its cover violently torn off. In its place, scrawled in phonetic forceful strokes that all but bore through the paper, was a brand new title. On the ternary interaction among carpet fluff density, geological structural stability, and half-qilin horn pressure release efficiency, and its potential applications in the safe production of minerals at the chasm draft. By Ganyu. And perched atop that heap of draft papers was an abstract written in the same frantic hand. Abstract. Through long-term, arduous, immersive somatosensory research, see the Appendix Illustrated Catalogue of Experimental Postures. This paper systematically demonstrates for the first time the pivotal role of high-density long-pile carpet sample A in half-qilin horn pressure release PSR value significantly enhanced, and unexpectedly discovers a startling topological isomorphism between the ground stress concentration pattern of the Ordovician limestone thrust fault zone in southwestern Liyue coordinate sector C7 and the mechanical model of a half-qilin. Based on this isomorphism, the paper innovatively proposes applying the carpet cushioning principle to the roof support scheme for high-risk caverns in the chasm, and further designs a conceptual diagram of a bionic fluff damping rune array. See Figure 1. This scheme is expected to significantly reduce the risk of localized collapse, enhance miner safety, and simultaneously offer a boundary crossing approach to the stress management of immortal beasts. Keywords: half-qilin horn carpet pressure release, ground stress, topological isomorphism, bionic rune production, safety. Baisha. She felt the CPU of her brain was already smoking from sheer information overload. She picked up the abstract with trembling hands. Every single character was recognizable, yet strung together they read like a tale from the Arabian Nights. Half-qilin horn pressure release. Topological isomorphism between a carpet and a mine roof. A bionic fluff damping rune array. What? What on earth was all this? Could Senior Ganyu have genuinely, on a hard camp bed, researched something earth-shattering? Or had stress pushed her completely over the edge? As Senior Baisha's voice came out with a sob-laced quiver. Lady Keqing asks? About your research. Lin Feng, face down on the bed, let out a muffled grunt. She did not raise her head, indeed could not raise it, and simply gestured with her chin toward the abstract. Take it to her. Tell her. The core theory is all here. Practical verification needs funding and a more comfortable experimental carpet. Clutching the abstract like a piping hot potato, Baisha stared at the researcher who seemed to have consecrated herself to science, or to slacking off, and felt her career confronting an unprecedented trial. In the end, with the heavy heart of one making a pilgrimage to a grave, she cradled this world-shaking research result, and staggered, wobbling with every few steps toward the General Affairs Department. General Affairs Department, Keqing's office. Keqing studied the abstract Baisha presented, its ink seemingly still damp. Those sharp violet eyes shifted from an initial cold scrutinizing glare to incredulous shock, and finally to a dazed bewilderment bordering on collapse. Her slender fingers pinched the thin sheet, knuckles whitening with tension, and fine cracks creased the paper's edge under the pressure. Barely restrained arcs of violet electricity crackled and popped around her, ionizing the office air into a scorched, tingling tension. See carpet. And mines. Topologically isomorphic. The words were wrung from the depths of her throat, trembling with a worldview turning upside down. Be bionic. Fuzz. Damping. Runes. She cooked this up. Lying on that shabby bed. Bai Shi kept her head bowed, not daring to breathe, while inside she was nodding frantically, "Yes, ma'am." The bed and books she sent really did force some astonishing potential out of Senior Ganyu, though the direction is hopelessly skewed. Keqing slammed the abstract onto the desk with a thunderous bang. She rose to her feet and paced the office in restless agitation, the electric glow flickering with each step. Absurd. Utterly unorthodox. This was incontestably the most outrageous research report she had ever laid eyes on in her lifetime. But Keqing's footsteps halted abruptly. Her violet eyes locked onto the coordinates cited in the abstract sector C7. She strode quickly to the enormous map of the chasm behind her, her fingertip landing with unerring precision upon that very spot. Sector C7. She murmured to herself, her gaze sharpening into steel. This was precisely one of the high-risk zones where recent geological monitoring had detected anomalous ground stress fluctuations. It was also the zone Ganyu had prominently marked for reinforcement in her earlier draft revisions. And the thrust fault zone and ground stress concentration pattern named in the report matched the monitoring data with eerie suggestive consistency. As for that bionic fluff damping room, though its name sounded like a prank product dreamed up by Hu Tao, Keqing, being a hard-nosed pragmatist, placed far more weight on the underlying concepts of cushioning and stress dispersion. This was fundamentally different from the conventional approach of rigid reinforcement, but it was not necessarily impossible. Keqing's breathing quickened slightly. Anger and absurdity still churned within her chest, but another more powerful sensation, the sharp instinct of a technocratic official for possibility, had been unexpectedly stirred to life by this preposterous report. "Bai Shi." Keqing spun around, her voice ringing with a command that brooked no dissent. "Tell Senior Ganyu. Her research findings are very interesting. The General Affairs Department will immediately organize experts for a feasibility assessment. Tell her." The corner of Keqing's mouth twitched violently. In the end, grinding her teeth, she forced the words out one by one. "Continue her research. Whatever experimental materials she needs. Send a list. Bai Shi. As you command." In her head, Lady Keqing. "Even you have been led astray." Once again the news exploded outward like a lightning stiletto planted in the earth. Senior Ganyu, lying on a hard camp bed to research geology, has discovered a mysterious connection between carpets and mines. Lady Keqing attaches great importance to it, and has officially authorized the project for evaluation. This news instantly overshadowed the earlier horns stuck in carpet and lying flat on the carpet dramas, becoming the most explosive topic of conversation among Liyue's governing circles. Wanxing Funeral Parlor. Hu Tao stared at the copy of the abstract delivered by her subordinate, her plum-blossom pupils round as full moons, her small mouth forming an O. After a long pause she erupted into earth-shattering laughter, slapping the table with abandon. "Ha ha! Genius! Senior Ganyu is a true genius. I, this hall master, concede defeat with utmost sincerity. Bionic fluff damping room. The sheer brilliance of that concept. Wanxing absolutely must join this project. Quick! Dig all those aged soft bristled brushes out of the storeroom. We're going to do some bionic research of our own." Jade Chamber. Ningguang listened to Bai Xiao's report, her gaze resting on the forwarded copy of the abstract. On her face, always so serene and unruffled, an extraordinarily complicated expression surfaced for the very first time. She raised her teacup and gently blew at the floating foam, an indescribable gleam flickering in her golden eyes. "Carpet. Mines. Topological isomorphism," she repeated in a low voice, her fingertip tracing unthinkingly over the scrawled title on the abstract. At last a meaningful arc of appreciation and amusement curled the corner of her mouth. "Heh. Interesting. Tell Ganyu her research funding. The Jade Chamber approves. Also, that roll of carpet in the storeroom, tanned from the belly hide of an ancient Geovishap, warm in winter and cool in summer. Send it to her. Think of it as an investment in a boundary-crossing innovator. Inside the room at Yuehai Pavilion." When Bai Shi returned bearing Keqing's order to continue her research, the exorbitantly sponsored ancient Geovishap belly-hide carpet from Ningguang, and the bill Lin Feng was still lying on the camp bed. She gazed at the sumptuous new carpet carefully laid beside the long pile, one radiating the primal aura of an ancient creature. Then she looked at Bai Shi's face, a mixture of awe, bewilderment, and "you must be some kind of god," all while listening to the report Keqing had authorized, a project Ningguang had invested and Hu Tao wanted in. Lin Feng silently buried her face deeper into the coarse bedsheet. She had only wanted to flop down quietly on the ruins of her social death. How had she flopped her way into becoming the boundary-crossing genius of Liyue's academia? And even attracted Qixing investment and Wanxing venture capital. Beneath her qilin horns the soft long-pile carpet now felt like a searing red-hot iron plate. This accursed slacking off. It seemed to have reached new heights of slacking. And also to have dug an even bigger pit. The carpet tan from the belly hide of a primo geovishap exuded an ancient heavy pressure with a faint scent of sulfur. It had been carefully laid beside the original soft long-pile carpet like an archaic sovereign gracing the domain of commoners. Lin Feng lay face down on the rigid camp cot, her head turned to one side, staring at this new experimental material that was worth a fortune and whose price tag made her heart ache. She felt her fortress of slacking being built up by mora and expectations into a tottering doomed tower. Biomimetic pile damping runes. The carpet is topologically isomorphic to a mine shaft. And even a core theory. She herself had no idea how Keqing and Ningguang had interpreted that nonsense abstract of hers as having enormous potential. Now the expert evaluation team from the General Affairs Bureau had reportedly been assembled. Keqing had even let it slip that if the preliminary evaluation was positive, an interdisciplinary innovation symposium would be held at Yuhai Pavilion, inviting distinguished scholars from all directions to discuss the practical applications of the Ganyu theory. A symposium. Lin Feng buried her face deeper into the bedsheet, wishing she could simply smother herself. She could lie on the bed and fake it well enough, but going before a gathering of genuine scholars and experts to explain how carpet pile inspired mineshaft support. That was too much. Better to have Hu Tao order her a fine Nanmu coffin on the spot. Pressure. Unprecedented pressure. Pressure more terrifying than rushing through drafts for 3 days and 3 nights. This pressure was no longer about paperwork. It came from the gaze and expectations of all of Liyue's leadership, from the academic pit she had dug with her own hands and could never possibly fill. What do I do? What do I do? Unconsciously she rubbed her forehead against the rough bedboard, while her qilin horn restlessly burrowed into the long pile carpet beside the cot. Ningguang's Mora, Keqing's regard, Hu Tao's hungry anticipation. All of it was like invisible shackles locking her firmly to that damned camp cot and to that damned identity of researcher. She wanted to slack off. Now even the posture of slacking off had become part of the research. Even the air she breathed stank of research funding. Just as she stood on the brink of collapse, debating whether to roll up the carpet and flee Teyvat overnight, or simply knock herself out against the primo geovishap hide, a messenger from the General Affairs Bureau arrived with news that made her soul nearly flee her body. Senior Ganyu. Lady Keqing has ordered it. The expert evaluation team of the General Affairs Bureau will arrive tomorrow at the hour of Wei at your research room to conduct the preliminary inquiry and on-site defense of the biomimetic pile damping rune theory. Please prepare your elaboration. An on-site defense. At Yuhai Pavilion. At her performance arts site. Facing a pack of old pedants who might be harder to chew through than geology textbooks. Boom. Lin Feng felt as if her brain had been struck head-on by a lightning stiletto, and her mind went completely blank. All her blood rushed to her head, then drained away the very next second, leaving only cold despair. She could even picture tomorrow's scene, Keqing crossing her arms, violet eyes sharp as blades. A gaggle of white-haired old experts, their spectacle lenses thicker than bottle bottoms, studying her carpet and camp cot through magnifying glasses. Hu Tao would absolutely barge in uninvited, holding up a Wanxing funeral parlor custom pile rune sample, probably made from a modified feather duster, and hawking it at the top of her lungs. Ningguang might even remotely observe from the jade chamber. And she, lying prone on the bed, would be nailed to the pillar of shame as an academic fraud by countless gazes of scrutiny, doubt, and expectation. No. No way. Absolutely no way. Her entire body went cold, her fingers digging desperately into the edge of the bedboard until her knuckles turned white. Expose her identity. Social death. Being taken away by the millilith. Either outcome was better than a defense that was a public execution. Extreme fear and pressure like an icy flood drowned the fragile levee of her rationality in an instant. Her vision darkened in waves and her heart pounded wildly as if it wanted to tear itself free from the confines of her chest. At that critical point, just as her consciousness was about to be swallowed whole by darkness, the familiar icy torrent in her dantian where her vision was situated erupted once again without any warning, surging and violent. But this time it was utterly different from the previous trickling streams or gentle seepage. This power was berserk and glacial, carrying the fury of a being whose territory had been violated and an indisputable oppressive majesty. It no longer tried to cooperate with Lin Feng's consciousness or infiltrate it. Instead, like a sovereign king coming into his dominion, it arbitrarily seized control of her body with a will that crushed every obstacle in its path. Ah! Lin Feng barely managed a brief gasp in the depths of her soul before her consciousness was forcibly dragged into absolute icy darkness. As if sinking into a lightless abyss of the deep sea, she could only dimly perceive that her body was being manipulated by some powerful force. The transformation of her body was completed almost instantly. The Ganyu lying on the camp cot suddenly snapped her eyes open. Those amethyst-like eyes no longer held Lin Feng's terror and bewilderment. Instead, they were overlaid with a cold, inorganic, ghostly blue glow as ancient and frozen as 10,000 years of ice. The temperature in the surrounding air plummeted to the freezing point. A layer of white frost instantly condensed on the surface of the incense burner Ningguang had given her, which sat upon the writing desk. She sat up slowly from the stiff camp cot with an elegant icy grace that completely defied the laws of physics. Her movements were fluid without the faintest trace of stiffness or discomfort, as if the lumpy bedboard were merely an illusion. Her ice-blue hair moved without wind like a flowing river of ice. The qilin horn atop her head gave off a faint, unsettling, chilling gleam. Her gaze, like the most precise icicle, swept coldly across the room. The scattered geology books, the drafts covered in Lin Feng's crooked handwriting, the outrageous abstract, and the two completely different carpets beside her, the ordinary long pile one, and the primo Geovishap hide. At last her gaze came to rest on the copy of the draft amendment to the new mining regulations for the chasm on the desk, and on the report Baishur had just delivered about the latest abnormal in situ stress monitoring in Sector C7. Humph. An exceedingly soft yet infinitely cold sneer escaped from Ganyu's lips. Then she extended a slender fair hand and traced a single line in the air. In an instant, countless tiny ice crystals radiating a ghostly blue light condensed in the air. As if alive, these ice crystals spun, combined, and assembled at dizzying speed. Under Baishur's utterly terrified gaze, she had happened to push the door open again to deliver the defense procedure schedule. Within just a few breaths, an extremely complex, precise three-dimensional core structure diagram of a biomimetic pile-damping rune array constructed from pure cryo-elemental power suspended in the center of the room. The diagram was exquisitely beautiful, like an ice-carved masterpiece, yet it contained a breathtaking logic of energy circulation. Every runic node shimmered with a faint light, all of them connected to form a force field model that was endlessly generative, yielding yet unyielding. Its level of sophistication was far beyond the concept diagram Lin Feng had fabricated, and it made even the most complex geological structure maps look utterly dull. This is... Baishur's legs went weak, nearly dropping her to her knees, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Mixed-state Ganyu did not even glance at her. Her cold gaze swept over the in situ stress report for Sector C7 once more, and her fingers danced through the air again. This time the ice crystals formed a dynamic three-dimensional geological model of Sector C7 of the chasm. The model clearly marked the thrust fault zones and the points of concentrated in situ stress. Immediately afterward, the suspended biomimetic rune array structure was precisely embedded into several of the most critical high-risk nodes in the model. Icy blue light flowed through the model and simulated operation. In the model, the raging red energy currents that represented the impact of in situ stress upon contacting those pile-like icy blue rune force fields seemed to crash against the most supple shock-absorbing net. The impact was dispersed, dissolved, and absorbed layer by layer. The originally precarious rock strata once covered by the icy blue force field became unshakably stable in an instant. The entire demonstration was silent and cold, yet filled with stunning power and logical elegance. When the demonstration ended, the ice crystal model and rune structure dissolved into specks of icy blue starlight that merged into the air. Only then did mixed-state Ganyu slowly turn her head. Those emotionless icy blue eyes looked directly at the utterly petrified Baishur for the first time. An ethereal icy voice rang out like a cold wind blowing across icicles. Tell Keqing. The inquiry is cancelled. The proposal is feasible. The core construction of the rune array and the application coordinates for the high-risk nodes have been projected here. As for the materials list, she will know it herself. As her voice fell, the icy blue light in Ganyu's eyes receded rapidly like a tide. The terrifying pressure and chill around her vanished in an instant. Lin Feng's consciousness was like a drowning person violently yanked back to the surface. Gasping harshly, she regained control of her body. A huge dizziness and draining weakness blacked out her vision, and she almost toppled from the edge of the bed. She stared blankly at the untouched room, at the scattered drafts on the floor, at the sulfur-scented Primo Giovashap hide carpet beside her. What had just happened? She thought she had seen ice crystals dancing, and heard herself say something. As senior. You. What did you? Baisher's trembling voice carried tears and utmost reverence. Lin Feng whipped her head toward Baisher, saw the expression of someone who had just witnessed a miracle, and thought back to the violent icy torrent just before she had lost consciousness. A thought surfaced, hair-raising and almost impossible to believe. Could it be that just now it was the mixed state? No, some existence more powerful and more pure than the mixed state had been forced out by that terrifying defense pressure. And then casually solved that damned biomimetic rune, and directly cancelled the inquiry. She lowered her head and looked at her own trembling hands. Those hands just moments ago had seemingly constructed runes in midair that could stabilize the ley lines. A chill, greater than the chill of having her body taken over, shot from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. How many things she could neither understand nor control were still hidden in this body? And had it appeared to help her out of a jam? Or was it simply because it considered being questioned by a group of mortal scholars an enormous offense? Baisher had already stumbled out to report back, leaving Lin Feng alone in the room. She slowly raised her head and looked out the window at the 10,000 lights of Liyue Harbor. For the first time toward this world that Ganyu had guarded for thousands of years, and toward the adeptus beast body she now inhabited, she felt an unprecedented awe and fear. The defense crisis seemed to have been resolved. But an even greater, deeper mystery and vortex were slowly swallowing her. Was an immortal's life hard? No. It was that this immortal life was growing more and more horrifying. Deep within the Lian giant abyss at the entrance of the Bingqi high-risk mine cavern, the air hung heavy with the gritty scent of ore dust and the distinctive damp chill emanating from the depths below. Massive engineering lamps illuminated the entrance area like broad daylight, yet they could not dispel the darkness at the cavern's depths. A darkness as oppressive as the maw of a colossal beast. Qianyan army soldiers stood guard with solemn expressions, while artisans nervously hauled the special ores destined for the rune pedestals. The atmosphere hung heavy and taut like a drawn bowstring. Lin Feng stood before the makeshift command post, her ice-blue hair tied back, clad in a modified combat outfit embroidered with the sigil of the Liyue 7 stars, designed for ease of movement. That moon-white sleep robe and the luxurious carpet resembling a slacker's throne had been stubbornly left behind in the makeshift supervisor's rest room adjacent to the command post. A massive rug of ancient stone dragon lizard hide covered the floor, with even a cushion tossed nearby as an afterthought. This was less a rest room and more an ironic shrine. She forced herself to straighten her spine, her gaze sweeping over the intricate rune pedestal blueprints and the real-time tectonic stress monitoring instruments before her. Those lines and figures remained as incomprehensible as celestial script, yet she no longer had the luxury of fear. The technical consultant dispatched by Keqing was urgently reporting on engineering progress and potential risks, each word striking against her taut nerves like a tiny hammer. Report Supervisor Ganyu. Rune Node 3's base is in position, but the embedded soft rock crystal core is showing abnormal energy feedback. It appears to be resonating with an active ley line tributary below. Forced activation could trigger a localized energy overload. An engineer came sprinting over, drenched in sweat. Energy overload. Lin Feng's heart sank. A terrifying vision flashed before her eyes, rock layers collapsing, miners being buried alive. She instinctively glanced toward the ancient stone dragon lizard carpet, almost enshrined. Could it somehow soothe it? Or should she simply press herself against it, seeking some foolish connection to the earth? Just as her spirit quaked violently on the verge of instinctively seeking that absurd refuge. On the monitoring dashboard, the red needle indicating tectonic stress in the Bingqi core zone surged like an invisible giant had seized and yanked it, slamming violently toward the danger threshold. A piercing alarm shrieked through the entire cavern. Bad. It's a ley line tidal surge. Erupting without warning. The technical consultant screamed, face drained of color. All personnel. Evacuate immediately. Move! Rumble. A deep thunderous roar erupted from the cavern's depths, and the ground shook violently. Rubble rained down in sheets. A blinding crimson light seeped from the cavern's core, radiating destructive energy waves. Run! Rock slide. It's going to collapse. Panic erupted instantly. Miners and artisans dropped their tools and fled toward the entrance in terror. Lin Feng was thrown off balance by the violent tremors, barely steadying herself by gripping the command console. The shrill alarms, desperate screams of fleeing souls, apocalyptic red glow, and the earth's furious roars beneath her feet, all of it fused into a cataclysmic torrent that struck her with devastating force. Flee. Run quickly. Escape like the others. The thought surged forth like instinct. Her body had already turned subconsciously toward the entrance. Yet at the very moment her foot was about to step forward, in her mind the gentle face of that white-haired old woman appeared with crystal clarity. Sister Ganyu. Then Ningguang's cold edict to resume work and Keqing's veiled threat of exile flashed past. That sleeping icy monster dormant within this body. And countless miners laboring deep within the tunnels now facing annihilation, men and women as dear to them as family. Flee. If she fled, what would become of these ordinary folk who called her Sister Ganyu? If she fled, Ningguang and Keqing would instantly brand her an uncontrollable failure, or a threat. And if she fled, how would the monster within regard a host who abandoned her duty cowardly and self-serving? A force far more ferocious than the ley line tidal surge erupted within her heart, a tempest woven from terror, duty, reluctance, and the absolute resolve of one who had burned all bridges. No! A silent roar erupted, not from her throat but from the deepest reaches of her soul. It was not a call to it. Rather, she was draining herself dry, squeezing out the last drop of courage from Lin Feng's soul and the instinctive will to protect the Liyue homeland that Ganyu's body had accumulated over 3,000 years. At that precise moment when her will blazed to its peak, at the location of her vision in the Dantian, that familiar icy torrent surged forth once more. But this time it was no longer violent, no longer so cold and majestic as to repel all who approached. Like a glacial river finally finding its outlet, it carried an eerie sense of resonance and approval, merging instantly and inseparably with Lin Feng's burning will. There was no takeover, no dragging of consciousness, rather majestic power and precise perception of the rune array were poured into her limbs and mind like warm spring water. A trace of ice-blue luminescence flashed through Lin Feng's purple eyes, so fleeting one might have mistaken it for illusion. Her thoughts felt clearer than ever before. The intricate rune array schematics, the engineer's warnings, the dashboard readings, the source of the energy eruption deep within the cavern, all of it instantly crystallized in her mind into a three-dimensional dynamic map of crisis. Node 3. Shift 15 degrees. Reverse the crystal core's energy input. Quick! She pointed sharply at a spot on the blueprint, her voice no longer the practiced coldness she had mimicked, but carrying an undeniable authority, a strange power born of her own urgency fused with its precision, cutting clearly through the alarms and chaos. The artisan scrambling to flee paused mid-step and instinctively turned toward the command platform. There stood Supervisor Ganyu, the woman usually seen weary, languid, or bizarre, now positioned upon the trembling command platform. Her long hair danced in the energy turbulence, her gaze sharp as a blade, her finger pointing at the blueprint steady as stone, trembling not at all. That posture seemed to echo faintly with the figure of an adeptus who had once defended this land during the Archon War. Follow Supervisor Ganyu's orders. An elderly artisan let out a hoarse cry, sharply turning to sprint toward the perilous Node 3. Reverse the energy. Move. Others snapped from their daze, suppressing their terror, and working with practiced skill and primal instinct to survive, they frantically began operating. Lin Feng felt as though she had become a conduit for power and the nucleus of decision-making. Her mind raced at full speed in that infused state, issuing precise commands one after another. Node 7 and 9. Boost output to critical. Establish a buffer barrier. Evacuation teams. Use the left emergency passage. Avoid the energy impact zone. Xianyan Army. Reinforce the entrance structure. Buy time for the evacuation. Her voice served as an anchor amidst the chaos cutting through the pandemonium. Each command was accompanied by a subtle resonance and support from that icy power within her. She could feel the minute adjustments in the rune array as the artisans worked, could predict the direction of the ley line tide's next surge. Boom! A torrent of crimson ley line energy erupted from the cavern's depths like a dragon of molten rock, charging fiercely toward the freshly adjusted and activated rune array. Ice-blue radiance flared brilliantly. Countless energy fields triggered by the soft rock crystal cores and resembling vast plush fur lit up in overlapping layers. The wild crimson energy crashed into the seemingly soft yet remarkably resilient blue ocean of fluff. There was no earth-shattering explosion. only a piercing hum like thousands of violin strings plucked in unison. The red light was entangled, dispersed, and dissolved by countless ice-blue filaments. Like furious waves crashing against an invisible reef, it shattered into myriad fragmented energy streams channeled into the earth and the ruined pedestals. The shockwave had been weakened. The tunnel structure, through violent shaking, tenaciously held firm. We blocked it. We blocked it. Euphoric relief erupted among the crowd. Lin Feng stood upon the command platform, watching the gradually subsiding crimson light, feeling that icy power within her recede like a withdrawing tide, leaving behind a strange warmth and profound exhaustion. She had succeeded. Without relying on complete possession by the monster. Without running away. She, Lin Feng, having fused its power with Ganyu's instincts in desperation, had commanded with calm resolve through sheer will, protecting this mine and every life within it. Several days later. Liyue Pavilion. The room had been thoroughly cleaned, the desk immaculate, documents neatly stacked. The luxurious incense burner Ningguang had sent emitted a soothing, tranquil fragrance. The folding bed that had borne so much absurdity and struggle, along with the ancient stone dragon lizard hide carpet, had been removed. Lin Feng sat behind the desk, focused on reviewing a document concerning irrigation repairs in Qixing village. The brush tip moved smoothly, the handwriting still retaining a touch of individuality, but no longer crooked, instead exuding a quiet strength. Her ice-blue hair was neatly tied at the nape of her neck, revealing a smooth forehead and a focused profile. Knock, knock! The sound of knocking echoed. Enter! She didn't even look up. Baisher pushed the door open and bowed respectfully. Supervisor Ganyu, Director Hu Tao of the Wanxing Funeral Parlor, is here to visit. Let her in. Lin Feng set down her brush and rubbed her brow, a trace of gentle exhaustion on her face, yet devoid of the previous irritation or despondency. Hu Tao swept in like a gust of wind, her plum-blossom pupils sparkling as she surveyed the room, finally landing on Lin Feng. TSK. Supervisor Ganyu. Your room. Finally looks like it belongs to the Chief Secretary of Liyue Pavilion. That stress release therapy certainly proved effective. Lin Feng smiled without responding to her jest about therapy, gesturing to the adjacent seat. Sit. What brings you here? Hu Tao sat down with a grin unusually subdued in her typical exuberance. Two matters. First, Wanxing Funeral Parlor is quite interested in your biomimetic fluff rune. We wish to develop a Wanxing Special Edition soul-calming version for use in certain specialized venues. Would you consider a technical partnership? Negotiable. Lin Feng nodded, her tone even. Leave the details to professionals. Direct. Hu Tao clapped her hands. As for the second matter, Lady Ningguang asked me to deliver a message to you. She leaned closer, lowering her voice, and uncommon seriousness on her face. Lady Ningguang said Teyvat may hold many interesting souls, but Liyue Harbor will always need only one Ganyu. Lin Feng's hand holding the teacup paused ever so slightly. Liyue Harbor will always need only one Ganyu. That Ganyu who had guarded for 3,000 years. That Ganyu who could step forward in times of crisis. That Ganyu whom Lin Feng was now striving to become. She raised her head, gazing out the window at the myriad lights of Liyue Harbor. The brilliant illumination reflected the tranquility settled within her eyes, alongside an imperceptible resolve. Please convey my gratitude to Lady Ningguang. She spoke softly. Tell her. I understand. Hu Tao studied her serene profile, a flicker of understanding, and perhaps an unspoken respect, passing through her plum-blossom pupils. She said no more, bouncing away with a cheerful farewell. The room fell quiet once more. Lin Feng did not immediately return to her documents. She rose to her feet and walked to the window, her gaze drifting into the distance. It was over. That long journey of slacking off, beginning with her transmigration and filled with absurdity, social humiliation, fear, and struggle, had finally reached its conclusion, the moment she had fused power with her own will and shouldered responsibility deep within that mine. There within her body still existed that icy power lying dormant in the depths. But she was no longer merely a host consumed by fear. She was beginning to attempt understanding, communication, and even guided control. That power was no longer a sword hanging overhead, but rather one of the arms through which she protected Liyue and safeguarded these myriad lives beneath the lights. End of story. The crisis at C7 Mine Cavern in the Chasm had become a thing of the past. The success of Phase 1 of the biomimetic fluff-damping rune array was like a pebble dropped into the calm waters of Liyue Harbor. Ripples spread out, then gradually settled into stillness. Lin Feng's life seemed to have returned to a certain normal track. The paperwork at Yuhai Pavilion remained piled as high as mountains, Ningguang's gaze remained unfathomable, and Keqing's demands remained as swift and forceful as ever. But something in the end had changed. Lin Feng sat behind the desk, her ice blue hair swept up with a simple jade hairpin revealing a fair slender neck. She was reviewing a proposal on optimizing the irrigation of the terraced fields in Qixing village with full concentration. Her amethyst-like eyes were calm as deep water, and as her brush moved across the paper it left behind smooth, powerful annotations. No longer the stiff mimicry of earlier days nor the blazing over-assertiveness of the hybrid state, it was a settled composure stamped with her own personal mark. A knock sounded, familiar, nimble, and bouncing. Lin Feng's brush did not pause. "Come in." The door was shoved open with a swoosh, and Hu Tao swept in like a ball of red flame. She wasn't wearing the Wanxing Funeral Parlor's director's outfit today. Instead, she had on a close-fitting outfit convenient for movement, with a bulky tool bag slung over her shoulder stamped with the plum blossom mark of Wanxing. "Yo, Senior Ganyu. Busy?" Hu Tao giggled as she hopped over to the desk, her plum blossom pupils darting around. Without the least hesitation, she picked up a document Lin Feng had just approved and glanced through it. "Tisk tisk, these characters are way better than those crooked ghost script scribbles of yours before. It looks like the pressure release therapy has long-lasting effects." Lin Feng set down her brush with a helpless air and rubbed her brow. "Director Hu, if you have something to say, just say it. Is there a problem with the soul-soothing rune collaboration?" Ever since the mine incident, Hu Tao's passion for those biomimetic fluff runes had soared beyond measure. She had dragged the funeral parlor's attendants and artisans into making a Wanxing exclusive soul-soothing edition that was said to be able to soothe the resentment of the ley lines and improve burial feng shui, and she came to Lin Feng every few days for technical guidance. "The collaboration is going great. The first batch of samples got excellent feedback from customers." Hu Tao waved her hand with a look that said, "You underestimate me. Today I, this director, have come to fulfill a lofty duty, after-sales service." "After-sales service?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "That's right." Hu Tao produced something from her tool bag as if by magic and slapped it down on Ganyu's desk. It was exactly the pale blue Qixing horn anti-tangle protective cover with tiny fluff balls that had once been tossed into a corner. Only this one was clearly an upgraded version. The material was softer and more delicate, the color a more restrained moon white. The tiny fluff balls had been replaced by two smooth, dainty beads of ice chalcedony on which, with extremely fine craftsmanship, a miniature simplified pattern of the biomimetic fluff damping rune had been incised. "Tada!" Hu Tao put her hands on her hips in triumph. "Qixing Horn Carefree Custom Deluxe Edition. It has a core of Juyun, Chili King velvet wrapped in moonwhite cloud brocade supplied exclusively by Yuhai Pavilion and adorned with premium ice chalcedony. And the most crucial part," she pointed at the miniature rune. "It's engraved with the divine pattern your venerable self invented. Double protection. It physically prevents tangling and metaphysically wards off evil. A must-have for home and travel. It prevents catching on rugs, hooking on tree branches, and bumping into door frames, an essential item." Lin Feng looked at the exquisite Hu Tao-style flamboyant cover on the table, then thought back to the mortifying scene of being stuck in a torn carpet and being rescued by Hu Tao, who had loudly broadcast the story far and wide. The corner of her mouth couldn't help twitching. A blast of her humiliating memory. "Hu Tao." Lin Feng's voice carried a profound helplessness. "I don't need this anymore." She now slept in a very proper posture, and had adjusted quite well to the presence of her Qixing horn. "Ah, you can't say that." Hu Tao leaned in even closer, wearing an earnest expression that said, "I'm doing this for your own good. Senior Ganyu, you're now a great hero of Liyue, the savior of C7 Mine. Countless eyes are on you. This auspicious Qixing horn of yours, what if one day in full view of the crowd, Tiska catches on Lady Ningguang's golden tassels or gets stuck in the carved railings of the Jade Chamber? That would be so bad for your image. And how out of line that would be with your new, calm and reliable persona, Lin Feng." This little wretch always managed to hit precisely the pain point she least wanted to recall. And besides, Ningguang's tassels, the Jade Chamber's railings. That mental image was simply horrifying. What's more, Hu Tao lowered her voice, looking mysterious, "that big shot inside you." She winked and pulled exaggerated expressions, clearly having heard rumors about the miracle in the mine. "What if one day it is in a bad mood, finds your horn inconvenient, and in a fit of displeasure? She made a snap-cutting motion with her fingers. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Although she had reached a delicate balance with it inside her, and could even to a certain extent direct that power for work, such as instantly cooling hot tea or precisely freezing spilled ink, Hu Tao's hypothesis, absurd though it was, inexplicably sent a chill down the back of her neck. So, put it on. Hu Tao refused to take no for an answer. She picked up the upgraded protective cover and moved to slip it over Lin Feng's horn. Just try it. Guaranteed comfortable and breathable. First-class after-sales service. Lifetime warranty. Backed by the Wanxing reputation. Hu Tao, stop it. Lin Feng was at once amused and exasperated, tilting her head to dodge. Two of Liyue Harbor's most important figures, one the secretary of the Qixing, the other the director of the Wanxing funeral parlor, were staging a chase in the solemn Yuhai Pavilion office over a horn cover. As senior, don't be shy. Let go. Just try it once. Hu Tao. In the end, relying on her adeptal agility and a bit of habitual indulgence toward Hu Tao, Lin Feng managed to snatch back the protective cover and gripped it tightly in her hand. A faint blush and a note of helplessness colored her face. All right. I accept it, okay. She gave in to end the farce, and also perhaps for the faint lingering dread that Hu Tao had stirred up. Only then did Hu Tao stop in satisfaction and pat her tool bag. That's more like it. This director's after-sales service is guaranteed to satisfy. Oh right, there's also a little gift. She fished out another small sleep mask sewn from the same moon-white cloud brocade and embroidered with a tiny ice-blue qilin. This is? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The companion sleep mask for the deep immersive pressure release therapy, Hu Tao said with a perfectly straight face. Guaranteed to block out light. Promote sleep. Pair it with your carpet. Oh, no carpet now. No problem. Pair it with your selfless dedication to Liyue Harbor for an even better effect. On it is also embroidered a miniature rune to calm the spirit and refresh the mind. Lin Feng looked at the sleep mask, then at the exquisite horn cover in her hand, then at Hu Tao's face that was practically written with "hurry up" and praised me for being thoughtful. The lingering annoyance of having her embarrassing past dug up finally dissolved into a helpless smile. This Hu Tao. She could always puncture the calm and dependable image Lin Feng worked so hard to maintain in the most mischievous way possible, yet, in the absurdity, she reached out with a concern carrying her own unique warmth. Thanks. Lin Feng put the horn cover and the sleep mask into the drawer, her tone much gentler. What's there to be polite about? Hu Tao waved her hand, bounced over to the door, then suddenly turned back. A rare seriousness not tinged with teasing flickered through her plum-blossom eyes. Senior Ganyu, seriously, the way you are now. It's pretty good. Much better than before, when you were lying on the bed playing dead, or when you were so cold and aloof you scared people to death. Then, without waiting for Lin Feng's reply, she slipped away like a gust of wind, leaving behind a trail of light humming that gradually faded. The room fell quiet. Lin Feng opened the drawer, took out the moon-white qilin horn protective cover, and let her fingertip brush over the warm, smooth ice chalcedony beads and the miniature rune patterns. A thin thread of warmth quietly dispelled the last bit of gloom left by her cringe-worthy memories and bite. She shook her head and laughed softly. She placed the cover back in the depths of the drawer, picked up her brush, and turned her eyes once more to the irrigation proposal. The sunlight outside the window was just perfect, spilling through the lattice onto the desk, illuminating the steady handwriting on the page, and also the relaxed, genuine arc at the corners of her lips. The immortal life remained as hard as ever, and the paperwork remained as mountainous as ever. But occasionally receiving an absurd yet heartwarming after-sales service from a dear friend seemed perhaps not so bad after all. In the afternoon, sunlight lazily spilled across the flagstone road of Liyue Harbor, raising a languid warmth that wove together the sea breeze and the bustling breath of the streets. Even the clamor within the Yuhai Pavilion seemed soothed by the warm sun. Lin Feng had just seen off an administrator who came to report on the progress of the terrace field repairs at Qixing village, and for once enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. She lifted the slightly cooled teacup beside her, her fingertips brushing idly against the cup's wall. A faint, barely perceptible chill flickered past. In an instant a thin, nearly invisible layer of frost bloomed across the surface of the tea, then silently melted the next moment, returning to its gentle warmth. Lin Feng's fingertips paused, a glimmer of understanding flashing through her violet eyes. They within her had recently grown especially interested in regulating temperature. Such delicate control was almost like an unconscious practice. In the depths of the drawer, that moon-white qilin horn carefree deluxe custom edition lay quietly. Since Hu Tao's forced sale that day, she had not taken it out even once. It wasn't that she rejected it outright, rather. It felt rather awkward. As a dignified half-immortal beast and the Qixing secretary, was she supposed to wear a protector with a fluffy pom-pom on her head? Just imagining that scene made Lin Feng's ears burn slightly. Sister Ganyu. A crisp, lively voice shattered the office's stillness, accompanied by light, quick footsteps. It was Xiangling, the young chef of Wanmen restaurant, carrying a heavy, steaming, multi-tiered food box in her hands. Xiangling. Why are you here? Lin Feng was a little surprised and quickly rose to her feet. Papa asked me to bring the newly developed Lan Nancy Delight buns for everyone at Yuhai Pavilion to try. And also. Xiangling set the food box on the side table, her eyes sparkling as she leaned close to Lin Feng with a childlike air of secrecy. I heard Sister Hu Tao gave you an amazing after-sales gift. The protector with the ice chalcedony bead. Could you? Let me see it. Just one look. I promise I won't tell anyone. She raised 3 fingers, her face full of earnest entreaty. Evidently the amusing tale of the Wangxing funeral parlor director delivering after-sales service to the Yuhai Pavilion secretary had already spread like wildfire through a certain circle. Lin Feng. Hu Tao. The scope of your after-sales service is way too broad. Looking at Xiangling's big, curious, knowledge-hungry eyes, Lin Feng found it impossible to refuse. With helpless resignation, she took that delicate little object out from the depths of the drawer. Wow! Xiangling carefully accepted it, holding it like a peerless treasure, as she examined it closely. This is Yunjin brocade specially supplied to Yuhai Pavilion. The texture, the luster. And these ice chalcedony beads, such a pure ice blue color, cool and smooth to the touch. Wow! There really are runes on it. So tiny and finely crafted. Sister Hu Tao really spared no expense this time. She clicked her tongue in wonder, turning it over and over, even trying to hold it up to her own head. Sister Ganyu, won't you really try it on? It's so pretty. And Sister Hu Tao has a point. What if in the kitchen? Xiangling. Lin Feng promptly cut off her attempt to replicate Hu Tao's horrifying hypotheticals, taking back the protector with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Thank you for the pastries, but this. I don't need it for now. Xiangling clicked her tongue with slight regret, but her attention was soon drawn back to the food box. Oh right. Sister Ganyu, do try this bun. It's filled with the freshest shrimp and compote plus tender bamboo shoot tips I picked in Qingci village after the rain. I used julienne chili to bring out the umami, but it's not spicy at all. Papa said this filling really tests your control of heat and proofing of the dough. Please taste it and tell me how it is. Following her words, Lin Feng opened the food box. A rich aroma, a blend of the ocean's sweetness and the cool fragrance of mountain fields, rushed toward her, instantly overpowering the scent of ink from the stack of documents. She picked up a plump white bun with delicately pleated folds and took a gentle bite. The skin was soft and airy, carrying the fragrance of wheat with just the right chewiness. The filling was piping hot and savory, shrimp springy, conpoy soft, and glutinous bamboo shoot tips crisp, tender, and juicy. The faint piquancy of julienne chili perfectly drew out the natural flavors of every ingredient, yet it cocooned the taste buds gently without the slightest harshness. Delicious. Lin Feng praised her sincerely. The nerves that had been strained for days by paperwork and the delicate balance of power within her seemed for a moment soothed by this pure, unadulterated flavor. She could even sense that restless coolness inside her under the gentle comfort of good food, quietly curling up and falling dormant. Right. Xiangling was so delighted that her eyes narrowed into slits. See, I told you this combination was perfect. I already delivered Lady Ningguang's share, and she said she'd enjoy them with her treasured osmanthus wine. Oh, Lady Keqing said she'd come by later to pick up hers. Seems she's at the construction site again. As the two were talking, another knock came at the office door, this time in a steady, measured rhythm. Come in. It was Keqing who entered. She looked travel-worn, with a bit of dust clinging to her purple hair tips and faint sweat at her temples, clearly having just hurried back from some construction site. Her keen gaze swept across the office and landed precisely on the food box Xiangling had brought. Xiangling's delivery. Perfect timing. Keqing, never one for unnecessary words, walked straight to the side table, picked up a bun, and took a large, unceremonious bite. Chewing, she said to Lin Feng, I've reviewed the reinforcement plan for the new berth at Port 3. It's basically feasible. But regarding the anti-corrosion material for the underwater piles, I need you to confirm the latest supply list with the Ministry of General Affairs and give me a final opinion this afternoon. All right, I'll see to it shortly. Lin Feng acknowledged, pouring Keqing a cup of tea as she did. The moment her fingertips touched the teapot handle, the tea's temperature quietly dropped a few degrees, becoming just right for drinking to slake one's thirst. Keqing downed half a cup of the perfectly tempered tea and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did she notice the moon-white little object that Lin Feng had not yet managed to put away at the corner of her desk. She raised an eyebrow and picked up the eye mask to examine it. A gift from Hu Tao. That girl certainly has a lot of tricks. Still. She paused as if weighing her words. You have been looking better than before lately. Are you sleeping well at night? The tone was still Keqing's usual bluntness, but the concern beneath it was not difficult to detect. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then gave a soft smile. Much better. Thank you for your concern, Keqing. Keqing nodded, said no more, picked up another bun and turned to leave. Hurry up on the proposal. Also, Xiangling, these buns are good. Next time send a batch to the workers at the construction site as well. Charge it to the project meal allowance. Before the words had even faded, she had already vanished out the door like a flash of lightning. Xiangling stuck out her tongue. Lady Keqing is as swift and decisive as ever. She packed up the food box and bounced cheerfully as she took her leave. Sister Ganyu, remember to eat the buns while they're hot. Next time I come with new dishes. The office fell quiet once more. Lin Feng looked at the half-eaten bun on her desk, the eye mask embroidered with a little qilin lying beside it, and the teacup Keqing had just set down, still carrying the faint coolness of her fingertips. The paperwork was still piled up like a mountain. Ningguang's schemes still ran as deep as ever, and Keqing's demands remained as urgent as always. The it within her body was still a presence that needed to be carefully balanced. But at this moment her mouth still savored the delicious food Xiangling had carefully prepared. Her fingertips still remembered that small, insignificant yet perfectly timed use of power when pouring tea for Keqing. In the drawer lay Hu Tao's absurd yet warm after-sales care, and in her ears seemed to echo Xiangling's lively chatter and Keqing's blunt but sincere inquiry. Lin Feng picked up her brush and dipped it in ink. Outside the window the sounds of Liyue Harbor surged like a warm tide, carrying the homely breath of everyday life and vibrant vitality. The immortal's life remains as hard as ever. The paperwork remains mountainous as ever. But guarding such an ordinary routine, savoring such flavors, feeling these bonds, noisy, blunt, or absurd, seems after all not entirely a burden. A calm, genuine curve once again lifted the corners of her lips. She set down her brush on the document about anti-corrosion materials for underwater pile foundations, her handwriting steady and resolute. After finishing the anti-corrosion materials list Keqing had requested and reviewing several urgent documents, the sun outside the window had already shifted to the west. Lin Feng rubbed her slightly sore neck. The chill within her body seemed to have turned docile under the focus of work. She caught sight of a moon-white cloud brocade sleeping mask peeking out from a corner of the drawer, a gift from Hu Tao's deep immersion stress-release therapy. Perhaps she should go out for a walk. Not to conduct an inspection in her capacity as secretary to the Qixing, but to blend into the twilight bustle of Liyue like any ordinary person. The very thought stirred a delicate, unexpected flutter of delight. Lin Feng rose. She did not change into casual clothes. The horn and garments of a half-immortal beast were conspicuous enough on their own, but merely brushed her ice-blue hair into neater order before stepping out of the Wahai Pavilion. The lanterns of Liyue Harbor were just being lit. The millilith were changing the guard, and the street vendors were entering their liveliest hours. Vendor calls, haggling voices, the aroma of food fresh from the stove, the faintly salty dampness carried by the sea breeze. All these sounds and scents mingled together and rushed over her. Lin Feng instinctively took a deep breath. Unlike the quiet stillness of brush and ink inside the Wahai Pavilion, this was a vibrant clamor that belonged to the world of mortals. The it inside her seemed to probe this profusion of sensory information with curiosity, quiet and attentive. She strolled slowly along the harbor avenue. Passing the Wanman restaurant, she happened to see Master Mao hanging a wooden sign at the door that read, "Today's special Xianlan feast buns, sold out." Inside the place was buzzing with voices, and Xiangling's busy figure darted through the billowing steam. Lin Feng did not go in to disturb her. She simply smiled through the crowd at the vibrant young cook. "Sister Ganyu." A slightly hesitant, childish voice came from beside her. Lin Feng looked down and saw Qixing standing at the entrance of a medicine shop, holding in her arms a bamboo basket almost as tall as she was, full of fresh Qixing. Her violet eyes fixed steadily on Lin Feng as if confirming something. "Qixing, still helping out this late?" Lin Feng squatted down so that her eyes were level with Qixing's and asked gently. She had always felt a special tenderness for this little zombie. Mr. Baiju said. They need to be fresh. Qixing answered slowly, but her curious gaze lingered on the qilin horn atop Lin Feng's head. Her memory was poor, yet she seemed to remember certain features especially clearly. That must be heavy, right? Want me to carry it for a while? Lin Feng reached out. Qixing hesitated for a moment, then handed the heavy bamboo basket over. Lin Feng took it with ease. The power within her made the weight almost negligible. Carrying the basket in one hand, Lin Feng naturally took Qixing's slightly cool little hand with the other. Come on, I'll walk you back to Bube Pharmacy. The two of them, one tall and one small, moved on through the deepening dusk. Qixing walked very slowly and Lin Feng matched her pace. They passed a sugar painting stall where translucent, intricately shaped sugar figurines glittered under the lamplight, drawing a crowd of children. Qixing stopped in her tracks, her gaze firmly caught by a lifelike ice crystal butterfly sugar painting. Understanding at once, Lin Feng took out a small pouch of Mora. Boss, I'll take that ice crystal butterfly. Coming right up. This immortal miss has good taste. The vendor deftly took down the sugar painting and handed it to Qixing. Qixing took it with both hands, looked at the translucent butterfly, then looked up at Lin Feng. Thank you, Sister Ganyu. She stuck out her little tongue and carefully licked the edge of one butterfly wing. A faint pure contentment flickered across her usually expressionless face. Watching her, Lin Feng felt a warmth rise in her heart. Such simple small joy was something she had rarely paused to savor through her long immortal life as Ganyu. After seeing Qixing back to the entrance of Bube Pharmacy, she handed the Qixing to Age, who had come out to receive it. Qixing stood inside the threshold holding her sugar painting and waved her small hand to Lin Feng. Goodbye, Sister Ganyu. Goodbye, Qixing. Lin Feng smiled and waved back. Leaving Bube Pharmacy, she felt even lighter. She turned into a side alley that sold handicrafts and baubles. The alley was not wide. Shops on both sides hung lanterns of every color illuminating a dazzling assortment of goods, hand-woven Liyue knots, delicate porcelain, oddly shaped ornaments carved from geo ore, and all kinds of spices and fabrics. Her gaze was drawn to one particular stall. Its owner was an old craftsman with snow-white hair and beard, focused on carving a piece of warm white jade with an engraving knife. On the stall lay some semi-finished pieces and small items. Among them a pair of small round ice chalcedony earrings refracted a soft cool blue radiance in the lamplight, reminding her of the beads on the horn protector Hu Tao had given her. She picked up the earrings for a closer look. The chalcedony was pure in texture, smoothly polished into round simplicity without any superfluous ornament, yet it possessed a quiet beauty of its own. You have good taste, miss, the old craftsman said, looking up with a beaming smile. This is fine chasm ice chalcedony. It calms the mind and settles the spirit, perfect for someone with your bearing. He had evidently recognized this esteemed secretary of the Yuhai Pavilion. It's very beautiful, Lin Feng said sincerely. She was not a person who liked to wear elaborate ornaments, but the earrings' simple elegance stirred her heart. Perhaps she could try something like this once in a while. Buy a pair, why not? Think of it as a reward for your hard work. A familiar teasing voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Lin Feng knew exactly who it was without turning around. Sure enough, Hu Tao popped out from somewhere beside her, her plum blossom eyes sparkling with mischief. My, I never expected that our ever-busy senior Ganyu would find the leisure to shop for jewelry. Tis the sun really must be rising from the west. It seems this director's after-sales service not only protected your horn but also sparked your urge to shop. Lin Feng turned around helplessly. Hu Tao, why do you always appear and disappear like a ghost? The Wangxing funeral parlor's business requires me to stay close to the people. Hu Tao said with unshaken confidence, sidling up to examine the earrings. Good taste. Simple and refined, it fits your new image of calm and reliable. Buy them. You absolutely must buy them. I'll help you bargain. With that she moved to negotiate with the old craftsman. No need. Lin Feng held her back, paid directly, and tucked away the delicate earrings. She had no intention of letting Hu Tao's bargaining talent run wild in such a peaceful little stall. Hu Tao did not mind at all. Grinning, she hooked her arm through Lin Feng's. The gesture made Lin Feng stiffen slightly, but she did not pull away. Since you're already out, there's no need to rush back. I know a newly opened dessert shop up ahead. Their almond tofu is absolutely divine. Come on, my treat. Consider it a value-added service in the spirit of after-sales care. half dragged and half pulled along by Hu Tao, listening to her chatter on about which shop's pastries were the sweetest and which shop's milk tea was the most fragrant. Lin Feng watched the jostling crowd around them and felt the gently stubborn bond around her arm warm with Hu Tao's body heat, along with the quiet calm the it inside her still maintained amid the noise soothed by the mortal warmth of the streets. The paperwork was still piling up at the Yuhai Pavilion. Ningguang's chess game continued. Keqing's deadline was still pressing. The power within her body still had to be handled with care. But at this moment, holding Qiqi's hand to buy sugar paintings, being dragged by Hu Tao to eat dessert with a newly bought little ornament of her own in her pocket, these trivial ordinary fragments, like the countless lights of Liyue Harbor coming on one after another in the night, gradually dispelled the long loneliness and crushing weight of immortal life. As Hu Tao launched into her exaggerated sales pitch, the corners of Lin Feng's lips curved once more into a relaxed, genuine smile. Shopping, it seemed, wasn't so bad after all. The morning mist had not yet fully dispersed, carrying the cool, moist breath of sea dew. The lattice windows of Yuhai Pavilion were brushed with a delicate golden rim by the dawn light. Lin Feng sat behind the desk, not immediately burying herself in paperwork, as she usually did. Before her lay a preliminary report on the safety monitoring of the second phase mine tunnels in Qixing Abyss. Her violet eyes were calm and deep, her fingertips mindlessly tracing across the smooth desk, leaving behind a nearly invisible fleeting trail of frost. The it inside her body seemed especially awake in the morning, carrying a cool, almost jubilant vitality. This vitality no longer churned with destructive urges as it had at first. Instead, it felt more like curiosity about a new day. Lin Feng attempted to guide that thread of coolness, letting it rest at her fingertips without disturbing anything else. She picked up her brush, dipped it generously in ink, and let the tip hover above the page for a moment before making the first stroke. The handwriting remained as steady as ever, but the ink seemed to dry just a little faster than usual. Lady Ganyu, this is the final confirmation letter from the General Affairs Bureau regarding the allocation of spring cultivation supplies in Qixing Village. It requires your seal. A young secretary respectfully presented the document, her voice laced with a barely detectable trace of nervousness. Her colleagues at Yuhai Pavilion had long grown accustomed to the subtle transformation in the secretary's bearing, less of the aloofness distilled from 1,000 years of existence, more of a warmth that belonged to the mortal world, and yet this did nothing to diminish her authority. You've worked hard. Lin Feng accepted the document, scanned it quickly, and finding it in order, took out from the drawer the ice jade seal that symbolized the authority of the Qixing secretary. When her fingertips met the cold jade seal, the coolness inside her seemed to resonate faintly with it, and the runes at the seal's base flickered for a single instant. She pressed the seal down firmly, leaving a clear, neat crimson imprint. The young secretary carefully retrieved the document, bowed, and withdrew. Lin Feng's gaze drifted through the window to the docks of Liyue Harbor below, where the bustle of the day had already begun. 1,000 sails stood ready, voices rising gradually. An ordinary yet vibrant day had begun under the morning light. At noon, Xiangling came again as expected. The food box she carried this time held piping hot salt and pepper slime condensate crisp pastry, reportedly developed at the urgent request of the director of a certain Wangxing funeral parlor, along with a bowl of clear, sweet lotus root and rib soup meant to nourish the lungs. Lin Feng held reservations about the creativity of the former, but the soup's flavor was indeed soothing and comforting. She sipped the soup slowly, feeling the warm broth slide into her stomach. Even that little jubilance from the morning seemed to be gently soothed away. As always, Xiangling chattered about the amusing happenings at Wanmin restaurant and the feedback from diners. Lin Feng listened quietly, occasionally responding with a word or two. The office was filled with the aroma of food and the lively voice of a young girl. The afternoon's work was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Qiqi's small figure appeared in the doorway, holding in her arms a medicinal bundle even larger than her head. Sister Ganyu. Qiqi walked and slowly placed the bundle on the corner of Lin Feng's desk, carefully avoiding the important documents. Mr. Baizhu said, "This is for you, to calm your spirit and nourish your health." Lin Feng was a little surprised. Lin Feng accepted the bundle. Inside, the herbs were neatly sorted and individually wrapped, exuding a pure, faintly bitter medicinal fragrance. At the very top lay a note in Baiju's elegant handwriting saying that her complexion was gradually improving, but her mental energy was still severely depleted. It was a prescription for gentle nourishment to be decocted and taken daily. She should avoid taxing her mind and favor restful sleep. Baizhu. A warm current quietly flowed through her heart. Though Mr. Bai Zhu always spoke in riddles. This silent gesture of care was profoundly real. She looked at Qixing. Thank you, Qixing, and please convey my thanks to Mr. Bai Zhu as well. Qixing nodded, her gaze then falling upon Lin Feng's qilin horns as if she wanted to say something more, but in the end she only said slowly, You need to take your medicine on time. Having said that, she turned and left as quietly as she had come. Lin Feng looked at the bundle of medicine, then remembered the eye mask in the drawer and the exquisite protective cover. An ordinary day always seemed to be filled with these ties, some noisy, some silent. In the evening, after finishing the final review document concerning the budget for the second phase project in Xingyan Abyss, Lin Feng closed the dossier and let out a gentle sigh. Outside the window, Liyue Harbor was already dotted with a myriad of lights, their reflections shimmering on the calm sea like a handful of scattered diamonds. She did not rise at once but sat quietly for a while, savoring the lingering resonance of the day. Her body was somewhat weary, but her mind was not tense. After a day of observation, the within her seemed to have quieted as well, like a deep pool beneath the moon, cool within, no longer restless. The paperwork still towered like a mountain. The responsibility remained as heavy as 1,000 June. The power still needed to be kept in balance. Tomorrow Ningguang might have new schemes, Keqing might bring even more pressing deadlines, and Hu Tao might conjure up some new after-sales service trick. But at this moment the faint fragrance of the herbal bundle still lingered in her mouth, the slight moistness of ink from reviewing documents remained on her fingertips, and her mind flashed with Xiangling's laughter, Qiqi's quiet gaze, Baiju's note, and beyond the window that warm, an ordinary sea of lights belonging to Liyue Harbor. Lin Feng rose and walked to the window. The sea breeze, cool with the night, brushed against her cheeks and her ice-blue hair. She reached out her hand, and with a gentle tap of her fingertip in the air, a small crystalline six-pointed snowflake condensed out of nothing. It refracted tiny shards of light under the glow of the lamps, then melted away into the night breeze. It was a tiny, silent practice of power control that belonged only to herself, and also a wordless commemoration of today's peace. She closed the window, leaving the clamor and the lights outside. Turning, she walked toward the inner chamber to rest. An ordinary day, calm and uneventful, yet infused at every turn with the texture of life and small quiet warmth. The life of an immortal is long, and perhaps it is strung together by countless such ordinary days, seemingly mundane, yet each one unique. To guard them, to experience them, to become part of them. This in itself was the new cultivation that Lin Feng was learning. The night was deep, and the Liyue Pavilion had fallen utterly silent. Only the faint sound of waves drifted in from the distant harbor, like the steady breathing of Liyue Harbor. Lin Feng returned to her inner chamber, washed up briefly, and changed into soft nightclothes. The faintly cool vitality within her, soothed and guided through the day by documents, voices, delicacies, and trivial entanglements, now seemed to settle in the profound stillness like a beach after the tide recedes, leaving only a moist, peaceful coolness. She walked to the bedside, her gaze sweeping over the moon-white cloud brocade sleep mask resting beside the pillow, a gift from Hu Tao's deep, immersive stress relief therapy. Previously she had thought the thing carried a bit of Hu Tao's playful absurdity, but now under the soft lamplight its exquisite stitching, the warm ice chalcedony beads, and the miniature runes meant to calm the mind seemed unexpectedly soothing. Perhaps she should give it a try. Lin Feng picked up the mask. The silky cloud brocade felt fine and faintly cool against her fingers. She hesitated for a moment, then finally placed it over her eyes and tied the slim straps behind her head. Her vision was instantly enveloped in a soft darkness, shutting out the faint moonlight that had seeped through the window lattice. The miniature runes were evidently not mere decoration. A thread of incredibly faint yet genuine tranquility, like a gentle current of warm water, gradually soaked into nerves that had been taut all day. The presence within her also seemed to sink into a deeper slumber amid this darkness and silence. No restless stirring, no curious probing remained, only a quiet coolness as still as an ancient well. The residual fatigue in her body was gently magnified by the stillness, yet at the same time wrapped in an even deeper sense of relaxation. Lin Feng lay down and pulled up the thin quilt. The cloud brocade mask clung to her skin with no sense of pressure, only a comfortable coolness. She let her consciousness sink into the peace guarded by darkness and runes. She slept dreamlessly through the night. When dawn again streamed through the window lattice and stirred Liyue Harbor awake, Lin Feng nearly woke on her own. She felt clear-minded and refreshed, as if an invisible burden had been lifted, and her whole body seemed lighter. It was the pure, profound sleep she had not known for a long time. She sat up and gently removed the mask. The morning light was a little dazzling, and she squinted instinctively. As her fingertips touched the mask, she sensed something unusual. On the originally smooth cloud brocade surface near the corner of her forehead, a layer of extremely fine, almost invisible crystal-clear frost had formed. The frost was remarkably regular in form, as though the tiniest snowflakes had clustered together, glimmering in the morning light. The miniature calming runes embroidered on the mask seemed to be gently covered by the thin frost. The runes themselves were unharmed against the frost, they only appeared clearer and more alive. Lin Feng froze. Her fingertip brushed over the thin frost. The chill seeped into her skin but carried an oddly pure quality. Was it the presence within her? Had it been power unconsciously released during that deepest sleep? There was no destruction, no loss of control. Instead, it seemed to have been guarding this peace. Had it resonated subtly with the calming runes? She watched the thin frost melt at once under her fingertip, then looked at the mask in her hand, unharmed and seemingly even more spirited because of the night's unexpected encounter. An indescribable complex emotion surged through her. There was surprise and a quiet contemplation of the subtle change in her power, but above all there was relief and even a hint of warmth, as though she had been comforted. The presence within her lay docile and still, as calm as it had been the night before. That deep sleep seemed to have been nourishing to them both. Lin Feng carefully put the mask away. She walked out of the inner chamber and pushed open the window. Fresh morning air rich with moisture streamed in, and the harbor had already started the bustle of a new day. 1,000 sails stood ready to depart, and voices gradually rose, a world apart from the sleeping silence of the night, yet equally full of vitality. She walked to the desk where the documents that needed priority attention today had already been neatly arranged, sorted in advance by the young secretary. The topmost document was a draft plan for the opening ceremony of the Qixing Chasm Phase 2 construction project. Lin Feng picked up her brush. Her fingertips were still cool, yet they carried a steadiness and strength born of thorough rest. She opened the draft, her gaze calm. The presence within her accompanied her quietly like a deep pool reflecting the morning light. The paperwork remained mountainous as ever. The weight of responsibility remained immense. The subtle inscrutable power remained unchanged. But at this moment her state of mind was like the calming runes beneath last night's thin frost. After that profound stillness it had become clearer and steadier, carrying a soft strength that had been nourished. She set down her brush and wrote the first annotation on the draft. Her handwriting was steady and assured, just as it had been the day before, yet it seemed to hold a barely perceptible ease born of tranquility. An ordinary day came to an end and a new day began. The life of an immortal is long, and her duty as a guardian remained unchanged. But the subtle balance she had found between clamor and stillness, between power and attachment, together with the deep guarded sleep of the night before, had become a warm and solid cornerstone for the road ahead. Under Lin Feng's hand the draft for the groundbreaking ceremony of the Qixing Phase 2 project flowed smoothly into detailed form. The it within her seemed equally immersed in the focused working rhythm, its coolness steady and tame. Just as she was about to finish the final portion of the personnel scheduling, a knock sounded at the office door. The composed and capable secretary who served at Ningguang's side. "Lady Ganyu, Lady Ningguang requests your presence." Lin Feng set down her brush, a flicker of deliberation crossing her mind. For Ningguang to summon her at this hour, it most likely involved the groundbreaking ceremony, or some grander scheme behind it. She neatened her appearance and followed the secretary to the Qixing pavilion. Stepping into Ningguang's study, she was met by the familiar fragrant scent of incense. The Tianquan star stood before a vast sand-table model of Liyue, one fingertip twirling an exquisite jade chess piece, her gaze deep and fixed upon the area marked as Qixing. Hearing the footsteps, she did not turn around. She merely said calmly, "I've read the draft. The arrangements are quite sound. The groundbreaking ceremony will go according to your plan." "Yes, Lady Ningguang," Lin Feng acknowledged, waiting quietly for what was to follow. At last Ningguang turned. Those golden eyes that could see through people settled upon Lin Feng with their customary scrutiny, yet held an almost imperceptible trace of something closer to warmth. She walked slowly to the writing desk, picked up a thin document stamped with a special seal, and handed it to Lin Feng. "What is this?" Lin Feng accepted it. The paper was faintly cool to the touch, bearing only a single line of concise script and Ningguang's flamboyant signature. "A leave permit." Ningguang's tone was utterly calm, as if she were stating the most ordinary of matters. 3 days counting from tomorrow." Lin Feng was stunned, a rare glimmer of unmistakable astonishment flashing through her violet eyes. Leave. The word was simply too unfamiliar to her. Over 1,000 years the duty of sustaining Liyue had become an instinct carved into the marrow of her bones, and the concept of rest was almost a luxury. What? Does it seem inconceivable? A faint arc lifted the corner of Ningguang's lips and her fingertip lightly tapped the desk. The mining crisis, the rune arrays, the Phase 2 preparations. I have taken note of all the hard work you have been putting in. Mortals are not boulders and adepti are not grass or trees. A bowstring stretched too tight will eventually snap. Besides, her gaze swept over Lin Feng with penetrating clarity. That newly added weight inside you also needs time to be melded into place and settled. Forcing yourself to carry on is no long-term solution, for Liyue and for you. Lin Feng held the flimsy leave permit that was heavier than 1,000 June, and found herself momentarily speechless. Ningguang's words struck precisely at the hidden worry in Lin Feng's heart. The balance with it was gradually becoming stable, but it was still something new. Every subtle redirection and suppression cost her mental energy. Her body might still hold up, but the taut string deep in her spirit truly needed to be loosened. 3 days, neither too long nor too short. Ningguang continued in a tone that allowed no dissent. Go for a walk, take in the everyday warmth of Liyue Harbor, or find a quiet place to sleep. I'll handle the affairs of your high pavilion myself. Remember, she paused and a rare note of gravity flickered in her golden eyes. You protect Liyue, and Liyue is also the harbor where you may rest. Burning yourself out would be the greatest dereliction of duty. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Lady Ningguang. Lin Feng put away the permit and bowed with solemn respect. The wave of warmth from being understood overshadowed even her initial astonishment. Stepping out of the Chunyu pavilion, a sea breeze carrying the afternoon's warmth swept over her. Lin Feng stood on the high platform gazing down at the thriving, bustling Liyue Harbor below. Leave. The word rolled on her tongue, still holding a faintly surreal quality. She did not return to Yuhai Pavilion. Instead, she went straight down from the Chunyu Pavilion, her feet unconsciously taking her toward Jihu Rock. As she passed Wanmen restaurant, Xiangling was outside the door in her apron processing ingredients. Seeing her, she brightened. Sister Ganyu. You're this early today. The usual, huh? Noticing that Lin Feng had not immediately gone toward the work area but had stopped in front of her stall, she looked slightly perplexed. Lin Feng looked at Xiangling's flour-dusted cheeks and sparkling eyes and suddenly smiled. Xiangling, do you have any recommendations for something that suits leave today? Leave. Xiangling's mouth fell into an O and the cleaver in her hand almost dropped. The next instant she burst into enormous delight. Wow! Sister Ganyu, you're taking leave? Heavens! The sun really does rise from the west. We have to celebrate. Let me think. Ah. Got it. Fresh wild boar ribs from Qingchuan Forest just arrived today. I'll make you a secret recipe slow roast with julienne, chili honey glaze plus stir-fried glazed lily with raspberries. It'll be delicious and soothing. You wait right here, I'll go prepare it. I'll save your seat. She whirled back into the kitchen like a small tornado, leaving Lin Feng standing there both amused and helpless. Yet the novelty of taking leave was considerably softened by Xiangling's uncomplicated joy. She continued strolling with no particular aim, savoring this rare idleness unburdened by official affairs. Yet within her seemed to sense the change in its host's mood. That faintly cool vitality became lighter and slower, no longer trying to perceive or analyze everything around it, but simply flowing quietly like a warm stream in the afternoon. Before she realized it, she had wandered near the Wangxing funeral parlor. Hu Tao, hands on her hips, was directing several funeral attendants, as they hung newly made lanterns bearing the Ad Soul Calming rune array above the door. Yo! Isn't this our dedicated senior Ganyu? Hu Tao's keen eyes found her at once. Her plum-blossom pupils spun with mischief. At this hour, instead of reviewing mountains of paperwork in your high pavilion, you're visiting my paradise of rebirth. Could it be that you've finally had an epiphany, and want to reserve a prime feng shui spot ahead of time to enjoy lifetime after-sales service? Lin Feng had long grown accustomed to her manner. But this time she rarely answered either with a rebuttal nor with exasperation. She simply raised the document sealed with Ningguang's mark, and her tone carried a lightness she had not even noticed herself. Lady Ningguang approved 3 days of leave. Hu Tao's movements froze on the spot. The teasing look on her face solidified, then transformed into shock even more exaggerated than Xiangling's a moment ago. What? Leave. Has that woman Ningguang finally developed a conscience? Or is Liyue Harbor going to sink tomorrow, and she's telling you to run away early? No. She abruptly leaned in and circled Lin Feng twice as if verifying some rare treasure. Tsk, your complexion is indeed a little better than before. It seems this hall director's after-sales care and stress relief therapy have been remarkably effective. Even Ningguang has to admit it. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm with astonishing force. Let's go. How can the first day of leave be wasted? This hall director will take you to experience the most cutting-edge leisure and entertainment in Liyue Harbor. It's guaranteed to open the eyes of this 1,000-year-old, seasoned adeptus. Consider it the luxury upgraded package of after-sales care. Lin Feng was pulled into a stumbled step. Looking at Hu Tao's face glowing with excitement, sensing the clamor of the streets around her, and that unprecedented lightness belonging to leisure within her, she ultimately did not pull free. The documents were temporarily far away. Responsibilities could be set aside for the moment. The power within her was gentle and calm. Ahead of her was what Hu Tao had called the most cutting-edge leisure and entertainment, more than likely some absurd farce, and 3 whole days that belonged to no one but herself. Against her were the corners of Lin Feng's mouth tilted upward amid Hu Tao's chattering plans. Perhaps Lady Ningguang was right. This leave didn't sound so bad after all. The cutting-edge leisure and entertainment of Liyue Harbor that Hu Tao had spoken of turned out to be far more absurd than Lin Feng could have ever imagined. On the first day of her vacation, Lin Feng was dragged by this energetic director of the Wangxing funeral parlor into a breathtaking deep tour of rural life in Qixing village. The itinerary included but was not limited to helping an herbalist granny efficiently harvest Jiuyun chilies, during which Hu Tao attempted to mass roast them with pyro-elemental power, triggering a small-scale chili eruption, and Lin Feng had to use a frozen mist to cool things down, averting a spicy disaster, watching and being forced to participate in a disorganized village-organized slime obstacle course race, where Hu Tao's Geo slime contestant defected midway and nearly knocked over a batch of sun-dried bamboo shoots, and in a farmhouse courtyard that Hu Tao swore was absolutely authentic, tasting a table of creative, but highly suspicious specialty dishes, where they inside Lin Feng seemed to express violent protest against one of them. Flaming flower nectar candied Qixing, leaving her fingertips ice cold for a full quarter of an hour. After a whole day of such turmoil, Lin Feng felt more exhausted than if she had spent a day reviewing official documents. Yet watching Hu Tao's plum blossom pupils shimmering in the sunset with excitement, and the thrill of a successful prank, and listening to her cheerfully recount the day's various exploits, Lin Feng found herself oddly infected by that pure mischievous joy. That cool presence within her after the chaos of the entire day was not restless at all. Instead, like a child who had run until tired, it was suffused with a contented calm. When they returned to Liyue Harbor, the city was just beginning to light up. Lin Feng politely declined Hu Tao's offer to renew the luxury upgraded package of night trekking to Wuwang Slope to find the best stargazing spot and conduct feng shui site surveys, and finally returned to the Wuhai Pavilion, dragging her weary yet strangely light body. On the second day of her vacation, Lin Feng decided to slow down. There were no documents, no emergency meetings, no urgent demands from Keqing. She slept until she naturally woke up with the sun already high outside her window. The faintly cool vitality within her was also languid, like a cat basking in the spring sun. She washed and dressed at a leisurely pace, putting on a relatively light casual outfit that still bore Qilin characteristics. Opening the drawer, the moon-white Qilin Horn Worry-Free Deluxe Custom Edition protective sheath lay quietly inside. Lin Feng's fingers paused over it. Indeed, while weaving through the bamboo groves of Qixing village yesterday, there had been a time or two when her sensitive horn tips grazed against low-hanging bamboo leaves, bringing a slightly ticklish sensation. She hesitated for a moment, then finally took it out. Facing the mirror, she carefully fitted the protective sheath over her left horn. The moon-white Yunjin brocade felt fine and soft, and the inner lining of supreme Jiuyun chili fuzz provided a perfect sense of wrapping and warmth. The ice chalcedony beads were warm and slightly cool, feeling comfortable against the base of her horn. The miniature runic patterns were hidden beneath the texture of the Yunjin brocade. It did not look as ridiculous as she had imagined. On the contrary, thanks to the refined materials and simple design, it possessed a kind of understated elegance. It seems not so bad after all. Lin Feng looked at her reflection in the mirror. The ring of moon-white decoration on her horn looked like some kind of unique hair ornament. She tried gently shaking her head and the sheath fit securely without the slightest discomfort. A subtle feeling of having shed some invisible burden rose within her. She stepped out of the Liyue pavilion with no definite destination. The it inside her also seemed affected by this leisurely mood, quietly sensing the surroundings. She strolled along the streets of Chihu Rock, warm sunlight falling upon her. The hustle and bustle of the marketplace seemed muted behind a soft veil. Passing by the three bowls not across the harbor, Tian Tizi's rhythmic storytelling voice drifted out, telling an anecdote about Rex Lapis's incognito visit to the mortal world. Lin Feng stopped to listen for a while, a faint smile curving at the corners of her mouth. "Ganyu. Sister." A slow, dragging voice came from beside her. It was Qixing. She was standing on her tiptoes, struggling to hand a mora to an old man selling candied hawthorn skewers, apparently wanting to buy the biggest one with the thickest sugar coating. Lin Feng walked over, naturally paid for Qixing, took the bright red glistening candied hawthorn skewer from the old man and handed it to Qixing. "Thank you." Qixing took the skewer, her gaze falling on the moon-white protective sheath on Lin Feng's horn. Her violet eyes blinked. "Pretty." Lin Feng was startled for a moment, then smiled. "Thank you, Qixing." Being praised so bluntly by this little zombie felt rather refreshing. She sat down with Qixing on a stone bench near Buba Pharmacy. Qixing licked the sugar coating in tiny, serious mouthfuls while Lin Feng quietly watched the passers-by on the street and felt the warmth of the sun. In this peaceful environment, the it within her almost merged with her, breathing docile beyond belief. In the afternoon, Lin Feng went to Yijing Terrace. The view here was expansive, overlooking most of Liyue Harbor. She found a secluded corridor and sat down, taking out the Qixing flower tea she had brewed before leaving and stored in a thermos. The tea was at just the right temperature, and a delicate, elegant fragrance wafted up with the steam. She sipped the tea slowly, watching the harbor below, where boats shuttled like shuttles on a loom, thousands of sails racing forward. In the distance toward the chasm, the outline of the second phase project was faintly visible under the clear sky. Paperwork and responsibility seemed to have drifted away for now. At this moment there was only the gentle breeze, the warm sun, the fragrance of tea, and that cool power within her that had always accompanied her but no longer posed a threat. She leaned against the corridor pillar and closed her eyes. The sunlight through her eyelids left a warm red glow. Her consciousness gradually blurred in the tea's fragrance and tranquility. There was no Hu Tao's mischief, no work pressure, no weariness toward her power, only pure languid relaxation. The it inside her also seemed to sink into the warm sunlight, hibernating peacefully. She actually fell asleep on the corridor of Yijing Terrace. It was a brief, dreamless nap wrapped in sunlight and the scent of tea. When she was awakened by a gentle breeze, the sun was already slanting westward. She opened her eyes, feeling her spirit more replenished and clear than ever before. The it inside her too seemed to have been cleansed by the sunlight, carrying a gentle, harmonious coolness. She stood up, stretching her slightly numb limbs. She looked at the moon-white sheath on her horn, then at the empty teacup in her hand, and finally at the bustling, busy Liyue Harbor below. The vacation was not yet over. Tomorrow might still hold unknown plans. But at this moment, this solitude and tranquility, this peace that came from dropping her guard, this ease from no longer fearing her own power, and the reassuring sensation of her horn tips wrapped in soft yunjin, all made Lin Feng clearly feel that Ningguang was right. These 3 days were not a luxury but a necessity. They were a precious interval that allowed the guardian to catch her breath, the fusion of old and new to settle, and the taut strings to loosen. She packed up her tea set and slowly descended Yijing Terrace. The golden glow of the setting sun gilded Liyue Harbor with a warm enamel-like tint. Her steps were light as her figure merged into the stream of people heading home. Under the afterglow, the moon-white sheath on her horn reflected a soft, warm light. On the final day of her leave, Liyue Harbor was swathed in a veil of gossamer mist at dawn. When Lin Feng woke, the faintly cool vitality in her body was like a young beast just stirring from sleep, docile and still dazed. Out of habit, she reached for the sleep mask by her pillow, but her fingertips stopped the moment they met the sleek smoothness of cloud-patterned brocade. After a full night of undisturbed sleep, her mind was clear and her body refreshed. It seemed she no longer needed such external aid as much as before. She rose and went to the mirror. The woman in the glass had loose ice-blue hair and clear violet eyes, holding a long mist, untroubled serenity. Her gaze dropped to the horn on her left. The moon-white protective cover was still fitted there, snug and secure. After being worn for an entire day yesterday, it was no longer an alien burden, but a familiar accessory bringing a subtle reassurance, especially in crowded places. Habit truly is a terrifying thing, she murmured softly to the mirror, though a wry yet relieved smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She did not remove it. Today she wanted to go somewhere. In the bamboo groves of Qixing village the morning mist made every stalk seem even more vividly green. Dewdrops clung to the leaf tips, refracting the first rays of sunlight. Lin Feng climbed the winding stone steps unhurriedly, her steps light. The it inside her seemed to love this quiet place brimming with natural life. The cool current ran like a stream through the woods, gentle and soothing. Her destination was the little farmhouse halfway up the mountain, the site of her former social death. Not to revisit that dark history, but to say thanks. The courtyard gate was ajar, and the herb-gathering granny sat on a little bamboo stool in the yard, slowly sorting through the herbs she had just gathered. Seeing Lin Feng appear at the gate, the old woman's wrinkled face crinkled into a warm smile. "Oh, is that Miss Ganyu? Come in and have a seat. What brings you to see this old woman today? Granny, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Lin Feng stepped into the courtyard. Her gaze passed over the patch of ground where her qilin horn had once been stuck deep, now repaired and perfectly smooth, and her ear tips grew hot despite herself. She placed the soft rice cake she had brought from a long-standing pastry shop in Liyue Harbor on the small stone table. "Just a small token. Thank you for your help last time." "Oh, you shouldn't be so polite." The granny laughed, and waved her hand, motioning for Lin Feng to sit down. "It was nothing. My memory's not what it used to be, I've all but forgotten it. But you look so much better than last time. When you came with that lively girl in red the other day, you still seemed a little tired." Lin Feng sat down across from the granny, letting the bamboo breeze brush her face, her heart calm. I've rested a little recently." "That's the way." The granny slapped her knee. "No matter how capable you young people are, you still need to rest. Look at these bamboos, no matter how fast they grow, they still need time to root and catch their breath right. You who work so hard for Liyue are the same. Rest when you should." The old woman's words were plain but carried the wisdom of life. The two chatted idly about this and that. The granny rambled about this year's rains and the growth of bamboo shoots, and Lin Feng listened quietly, occasionally adding a few words. In such a soothing rhythm that inside her seemed to sink into the pulse of the land, melting into the pure breath of the bamboo grove, as mild as a sleeping thing. She could even feel a faint perception at the tip of her horn, wrapped in its protective cover, gently drinking in the damp forest air, and the sun's warmth bringing a strange comfortable sensation. After taking leave of the granny, Lin Feng did not go down the mountain immediately. She found a clearing in the bamboo grove with a broad view and sat down on a sun-warmed block of bluestone. In the distance toward the Qixing Abyss Phase 2 construction site, the faint movement of figures and machinery could be seen, a responsibility waiting for her return. But for now she only wanted to savor this last half-day of peace. She took out the small flask she had brought, filled with tea brewed from Qixing flowers. The tea was faintly warm, carrying the taste of the mountains. She sipped slowly, closed her eyes, and let the sunlight filter through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on her eyelids. No documents. No meetings. None of Hu Tao's clamor, none of Keqing's urgency. There was only the rustle of wind in bamboo leaves, the chirping of mountain birds, the warmth of sunlight, the pure refreshment of tea, and the cool, faithful power inside her, obedient, and at peace, answering her command as naturally as her own arm. And the moon-white soft restraint around her horn which gave her comfort. A peace and contentment she had never known gradually filled every limb and bone like warm spring water. It was the lightness of a burden set down, the ease of power under command, the solidity of being part of mortal life, and the warmth of having been silently nourished by this land and the people who lived on it. The life of an immortal is long, and the duty to protect never truly ends. But in this interval of rest she felt with real clarity the texture of being alive. She understood the meaning of protection, not only the grand contracts and responsibilities, but also these ordinary warm moments, and the breeze and sunlight of this bamboo grove at this very instant. When the last drop of tea in the flask was drained, the sun had already drifted quietly toward its zenith. Lin Feng stood up and took one last look at the bamboo grove that had given her peace and at the farmhouse courtyard dimly visible below the mountain. She raised her hand and lightly touched the air with one finger. A small cluster of bamboo leaf snowflakes, fine as ice crystals, silently condensed, shimmering with rainbow light in the sun, then drifted down and dissolved into the soil. It was a silent goodbye and a little keepsake. She turned and slowly walked down the stone steps. The moon-white protective cover on her horn swayed gently with her steps, and as she passed through the dappled forest light it cast a warm, translucent sheen. The within her flowed smoothly with her pace, carrying a clarity washed clean by the mountain air. The last day of leave brought no earth-shaking events, no noise or bustle. There was only the wind through the bamboo groves, sunlight, the fragrance of tea, and a deep settled peace. And a calm, resolute heart ready to return to duty tomorrow. As dawnlight touched Lin Feng's footsteps, she stepped once more into the familiar office in Yuehai Pavilion. The scent of ink and the dry, peculiar aroma of paper rushed to meet her. The crisp, leisurely feeling of mountain retreat over 3 days swiftly receded like a tide, replaced by this familiar setting. On the desk a mountain of dossiers silently declared the end of the holiday. On top lay the final confirmed agenda for the groundbreaking ceremony of the Qixing Phase 2 project, the red, urgent, stamp standing out starkly. Beside it were neatly stacked several new budget requests, staffing plans, and a reception plan for an academic exchange delegation from the Shumi Academia. Within her body seemed to keenly sense the shift in surroundings. The coolness that had been as gentle as a brook among the bamboo groves of Qixing village now drew in, slightly becoming concentrated and focused, like a soldier about to enter battle silently adjusting his stance. Lin Feng walked behind the desk and sat down, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over the crescent-white protective cover on her left horn. It was still properly fitted, bringing a familiar reassurance. She did not remove it right away. At this moment it felt more like a silent armor, reminding her that the holiday was over and symbolizing the tranquility and sense of control cultivated over those 3 days. She picked up the agenda for the groundbreaking ceremony, her violet eyes as calm as water, sweeping swiftly and precisely over every detail. Within her flowed steadily with her concentration. That faintly cool power was no longer a burden, but rather a clear spring, washing away tangled thoughts and sharpening her mind to extraordinary clarity. When she reached the section on on-site elemental safety monitoring, she could even sense a faint feedback of understanding and controllability from The pen tip descended, the handwriting was steady and forceful, carrying a conviction born of returning from holiday. The annotations flowed smoothly and her thinking was clear. Lady Ganyu. The young secretary appeared at the door with a stack of new documents, her voice still respectful. This is the summary of material lost during the preliminary phase of the project from the General Affairs Department, requiring your review and signature. Also, Lady Keqing sent someone to ask whether the final procurement list for anti-corrosion materials for the underwater piling of the new harbor berths has been finalized. The list is here, I'll send it over right away. Without looking up, Lin Feng precisely pulled out a document from the stack on her left side and handed it over. Set the lost summary aside, I'll handle it later. Yes. The secretary set down the documents, her gaze quickly sweeping over the crescent-white protective cover on Lin Feng's horn. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise passed through her eyes, but she asked nothing and withdrew respectfully. Lin Feng continued to immerse herself in the documents. Within her displayed unprecedented cooperation when faced with high-intensity information processing. When rapid mental calculations of enormous budget figures were required, that coolness seemed to sharpen her thinking. When decisions demanded balancing the interests of many parties, it could provide an almost coldly objective perspective, filtering out unnecessary emotional interference. This feeling was wondrous, as if a once unruly tool had finally begun to understand and align itself with its master's intent. Yet work was not always smooth sailing. A mediation report on the water allocation dispute in the terraced fields of Qixing village was filled with villagers' grievances and conflicting accounts, making Lin Feng's brows furrow slightly. Within her seemed to sense this disturbance. The smooth coolness rippled with a barely discernible tremor as her fingertip traced across the page. It left behind an ice mark more pronounced than usual, tinged with cold, instantly dampening a corner of the paper. Lin Feng paused mid-motion and quickly withdrew her fingertip. Looking at the ink smeared by the ice mark, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. In her mind flashed the kind smile of the old granny in the bamboo grove of Qixing village, the dappled sunlight filtering through bamboo leaves and the deep settled tranquility. When she opened her eyes again, the agitation in her violet gaze was gone, replaced by an even calmer patience. Within her also seemed soothed by the memory born of rest. The restless ripple subsided, becoming gentle once more. She carefully dealt with the damp spot, then picked up her brush and wrote annotations on the report. Her handwriting was as steady as ever, yet now carried a gentleness of understanding and mediation. Bang, bang, bang. The familiar lively rhythm of knocking sounded, and without waiting for a response the door was pushed open with a whoosh. Hu Tao swept in like a blaze of red flame, the bulging Wangxing funeral parlor tool bag still slung over her shoulder. Yo! Senior Ganyu. How does it feel to return to the battlefield? Hu Tao grinned and leaned over the desk, her plum blossom eyes darting across the mountain of documents before landing precisely on the crescent-white protective cover on Lin Feng's horn. A smug curve tugged at her lips. TSK tisk, look at this. Didn't I tell you? This director's exclusive bespoke edition is the ultimate essential for home travel and returning to the battlefield. Look at the perfect fit, the luster. Seems the 3-day luxury after-sales care experience wasn't wasted. You've finally come around. Lin Feng set down her pen helplessly. Director Hu, is there something? Of course there is. Hu Tao produced as if by magic from her bag. An eye mask, even larger, thicker, printed with an exaggerated plum blossom pattern and the words, Soul Calming Plus. Tada! The Deep Immersive Stress Release Therapy Overtime Special Plus Edition. Crafted with double-layer cloud pattern brocade embedded with Qiqi's specially made ice mist mint condensate beads plus an array of soul-calming runes Pro Max. Designed specifically to counter the mountain-crumbling tsunami-like overtime pressure you'll face upon returning to duty. Guaranteed to let you sleep soundly and dreamlessly even if you're buried in paperwork. Well, aren't I the director thinking what you're thinking and worrying what you're worrying about? After-sales service never stops. Looking at that absurdly extravagant overtime special plus, I masked then at Hu Tao's face that practically screamed, Praise me. Lin Feng felt both exasperated and amused. Yet in the depths of her heart a warm current quietly passed through. This director of the Wanxing funeral parlor who never played by the rules seemed always able to remind her in her own unique way not to be completely drowned by work. I appreciate your kindness. Lin Feng rubbed her brow. But this thing won't be needed for now. Tisk, you don't know a good thing when you see it. Hu Tao pouted but still slapped the enormous eye mask onto Lin Feng's desk. Keep it for now. There will come a day when you'll beg for it. Don't forget lifetime warranty. She had burst in and was now about to leave just as impetuously, but at the door she turned back, her plum blossom eyes holding rare seriousness. Seriously, Senior, take it easy. You've finally gotten some color back. Don't dive right in and burn yourself dry. The Wanxing Funeral Parlor's lifetime after-sales service may cover almost everything, but it does not include an express lane for death from overwork. Before her words had even faded she had vanished beyond the door, leaving behind the enormous eye mask and lingering in the air Hu Tao's distinctive scent, a blend of incense and some strange herbal fragrance. The office fell quiet again. Lin Feng's gaze moved from the outrageous eye mask to the pile of documents on the desk, then settled on the annotations in her own handwriting. Her fingertips brushed over the warm ice chalcedony bead and the soft cloud-patterned brocade cover on her left horn. The documents remained piled high as mountains. The weight of responsibility remained as heavy as 1,000 June. Keqing's urgings, Ningguang's chess games, Hu Tao's care. Everything had returned to its proper place. The it within her remained a variable requiring constant balance. But now her state of mind was utterly different. The tranquility settled from 3 days of rest was like a solid foundation, so that facing this mountain range, she no longer felt the suffocating pressure but rather gained a steady confidence. The preliminary understanding established with the Hu Tao's seemingly absurd yet warm reminder, and the reassurance of having her horn tip properly protected, all transformed into the strength that supported her to keep moving forward. She picked up her brush, dipped it in ink, and turned her gaze to the next document. Outside the window Liyue Harbor remained bustling and vibrant, full of life. The life of an adeptus is hard, guarding is not easy. But since she had chosen this path there was nothing left but to keep going forward. As the brush fell the handwriting remained steady yet carried a renewed conviction, one that had shifted its anchor after returning from rest. With the groundbreaking ceremony for the second phase of the Qixing Abyss project imminent, the atmosphere in Yuhai Pavilion was taut as a drawn bowstring. Lin Feng was buried in the last details, contingency plans and coordination among all parties, so busy she hardly had a moment to catch her breath. The it inside her seemed to have adapted to this high-intensity operation as well. That faint, cool vitality moved like a set of precision gears, cooperating with her thoughts with efficient stability. Her fingertips flew across the documents so quickly they almost left afterimages. The moon-white protective cover on her horn remained snug despite her frequent hunching over the desk, carrying a faint, hardly noticeable sense of reassurance. Just as she finalized the security deployment diagram for the ceremony day, and was about to catch her breath and take a sip of tea, a knock came at the office door. This time it was neither the young secretary nor the brisk fiery Hu Tao but Keqing's equally capable deputy. Lady Ganyu, Lady Keqing asks that you come over. A few on-site key points for the groundbreaking ceremony still need to be finalized. The deputy's tone was crisp. All right, I'll be right there. Lin Feng set down her teacup and rubbed the spot between her brows which had grown slightly sore. The it inside her seemed to sense that her brief respite had been cut short. A faint, almost invisible ripple passed through that steady coolness, but it quickly settled again. She rose and followed the deputy to Keqing's temporary command post, a loft tucked near the harbor with an open commanding view. When she pushed the door open, Keqing was confronting a huge harbor construction drawing and a sand table model of the ceremony flow. Her brows tightly locked, the tips of her purple hair almost crackling with electricity. Several foremen responsible for the construction work and representatives of the Qianyan army stood with their hands at their sides in solemn silence. The atmosphere was heavy. You're here. Without looking up, Keqing pointed at a complex intersection on the sand table. Here the viewing platform construction on the ceremony day conflicts with the transport route for heavy machinery. The time window is squeezed too tight and the risk is extremely high. The buffer time reserved in your schedule is insufficient. We have to compress other segments or find an alternate route. I need your opinion now. Lin Feng immediately shifted into work mode. Her violet eyes swept sharply over the sand table and drawings, her mind rapidly calculating every possibility. The it inside her also entered a state of intense coordination at once. That cool feeling, crystalline and transparent, helped her thread through the intricate mass of data and constraints. Her fingertips swiftly marked several positions on the blueprint, her voice clear and fast. Temporarily requisition this backup trestle from here and use it exclusively for machinery transfer away from the main route. Move the viewing platform construction to Shurchen earlier and run it concurrently, but reinforcement and guidance at this point must be strengthened with an additional squad from the Qianyan army. Keqing listened, her locked brows gradually easing and her eyes revealed her approval. As expected, you are still the most reliable one. Just as the two were about to finalize the plan, the loft door was shoved open with a bang and a gust of wind bearing the mixed scent of incense and strange herbs swept in. A major discovery. An emergency proposal. It concerns Liyue's welfare for the next 100 years. Hu Tao's voice arrived before she did, her plum blossom eyes blazing with astonishing light, and in her hand she waved what seemed to be a carefully mounted painting scroll. Interrupted, a vein jumped at Keqing's temple. Hu Tao, we are discussing serious matters. What I have is the most serious matter of all. Hu Tao completely ignored Keqing's murderous aura. In one swift step she was before Lin Feng, and with a smack she laid the scroll on the edge of the sand table, almost knocking over a small model of the Qianyu pavilion. Her eyes burned as she stared at Lin Feng. Senior Ganyu. After this, Hall Master observed the stars by night, combed through ancient texts, and incorporated the latest big data analysis of Liyue Harbor's marriage market. I have finally selected the finest possible match for you. The entire loft plunged into profound silence. The foreman exchanged looks, the Qianyan army representatives strained to suppress their laughter, and Keqing's deputy's expression management completely collapsed, her mouth hanging slightly open. Even the little flags on the sand table marking the ceremony process seemed to sway from the shock of that earth-shattering proposal. Lin Feng stood rigid, her violet eyes rarely so wide, her mind blank. The it inside her seemed utterly incapable of processing this sudden information that had nothing to do with work. That steady coolness jolted to a halt, then rippled in slight disorder like a startled creature. She felt a delicate tingling itch at the protected tip of her left horn. Hall Master Hu? Lin Feng's voice was hoarse with a disbelief she herself did not notice. Why you? What did you say? Your lifelong marriage, Senior Ganyu. Hu Tao wore an anguished expression that screamed, you have finally come to your senses, and with a sharp rustle she unfurled the scroll. On the scroll appeared a handsome young man in an elegant long robe with a mild refined bearing and clear handsome eyes. Beside him was dense tiny text, legitimate son of a famous painting and calligraphy connoisseur family in Liyue Harbor, versed in music, no bad habits, gentle temperament, wealthy family. His 8 characters are highly compatible with an auspicious beast. See. Look at this facial structure. A full forehead and a square chin. One glance shows he is a man of deep blessing, capable of accepting your special constitution. Hu Tao pointed at the portrait, spittle flying. His family background is clean, his temperament gentle, and he would absolutely never create trouble for your work. Most importantly, she lowered her voice and leaned close with a mysterious air. Their family's collection of ancient books is said to contain secret remedies and folk techniques for pacifying anomalous energy. Perhaps it can help solve that great trouble inside your body. This is truly a match made in heaven. This hall master has even prepared a coupon for the Wansheng Hall exclusive 100-year Union Soul Calming package for you. As she spoke, she began to rummage through a tool bag that looked like 100 treasure pouch. Hu Tao! Keqing finally exploded. Violet lightning nearly burst from her eyes. She slammed her palm on the edge of the sand table, and this time she truly knocked over a small model. We are discussing the groundbreaking ceremony of Xingyan Abyss now. This isn't the Yuelao Shrine. Get out! Her chest heaved with rage and the hand she pointed at the door trembled. Lady Keqing. You are being short-sighted. Hu Tao craned her neck and argued with perfect conviction. Is Senior Ganyu's lifelong happiness not a grand plan of 100 years for Liyue? If she remains alone, suffers excessive pressure, and the power in her body goes out of balance, causing Liyue Harbor to freeze for 1,000 li, can you shoulder that responsibility? This is called preventing trouble before it occurs. It is a deeper level of after-sales care. You! Keqing was choked into silence by such perverse reasoning. Lin Feng only felt a wave of heat rush straight to her face. Her ears burned and even the horn tips sheathed by the protective cover seemed to turn hotter. After its initial disturbance, it inside her seemed enlivened by this extreme mortification and vexation. Her fingertips swept unconsciously across the desktop, leaving behind a clearly visible trail of white frost laced with cold air. Hall Master Hu! Lin Feng's voice rose to an unusual pitch laced with flustered indignation. Please. Have some restraint. My personal affairs require none of your concern. Keqing, let us return to the node issues. She forced her gaze away from that mortifying portrait, and tried to drag the discussion back on track, but the blush on her cheeks and the panic in her voice were impossible to disguise. The atmosphere in the loft grew strange to the extreme. On one side was Keqing's low-pressure aura suppressing her anger, and preparing to return to serious business. On another was Hu Tao's relentless obstinacy, holding the portrait aloft like a teacher disappointed that iron would not become steel. In the middle was Lin Feng, wishing she could crawl into a crack in the floor, the power within her churning in delicate disorder. All around, foremen and Qianyan soldiers tried to erase their presence, faces red from suppressed laughter. An immortal's life is hard, paperwork accumulates like mountains. Responsibilities weighed 1,000 June, her power remained subtly volatile. And now, she also had to face a Wansheng Hall master who was determined to force a pairing on her, and had escalated after-sales care into arranged marriage. Lin Feng looked at the small model on the sand table that Keqing had knocked over, the model representing the main ceremony stage, then at the glaring ideal matched portrait in Hu Tao's hand, and then at the vein twitching at Keqing's temple. For the first time she felt that the technical challenges of the groundbreaking ceremony seemed not so thorny after all. The door is always open, the tea always warm. The lingering awkwardness of Hu Tao's forced matchmaking farce clung to Ganyu's heart like chewing gum stuck to the sole of a shoe. Even the last-minute preparations for the opening ceremony had been cast into a subtle shadow. She tried to expel the portrait of that refined young gentleman and Hu Tao's exaggerated everlasting union soul pacifying package from her mind, and to focus instead on the 1,000 tangled strands of work before her. The it inside her seemed to sense its host's emphatic reject signal and became steady and cooperative again. Only when her fingertips occasionally slid across the documents did the residual cold linger a little more obviously than usual. The day before the opening ceremony, Ningguang summoned her again. As Ganyu stepped into the study of the Chiyunyu Pavilion, she had already prepared herself to face any complex instruction. Ningguang was still standing before the great sand-table model of Liyue, but this time her gaze was not fixed on the Xingyan Abyss. It drifted pensively over the area where Bubu Pharmacy stood. In the study, besides the usual incense, there was an extra wisp of faint bitter medicinal aroma. Sit. Ningguang gestured for Ganyu to sit, then personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of her. The tea was clear and bright, carrying a distinctive fragrance of herbs, not the precious noble tea Ningguang usually drank. Ganyu lifted the cup, caught that familiar bitter medicinal scent, and felt a stir in her heart. This is a new medicinal tea blended by Mr. Baiju. It clears the heart, brightens the eyes, and relieves fatigue. The effect is excellent. Ningguang took a sip of her own tea, her golden eyes holding their usual hint of depth. When he had Qiqi deliver it, he specifically mentioned that this tea is quite helpful for regulating stagnant anomalous qi. Ganyu's hand tightened around her teacup. Inside her that faintly cool vitality seemed to resonate with the medicinal fragrance settling down as gently as a wearied bird returning to the forest. Even the dull ache at her temples accumulated over days of busy work and embarrassment eased considerably. She took a silent sip. The bitterness faded into a lingering sweetness that was genuinely refreshing. That child Qixing seems to like you quite a lot. Ningguang set down her cup and tapped the table with her fingertips, changing the subject abruptly. Every time she brings medicine she always stays a little longer here. She doesn't speak much but her gaze keeps drifting toward you. Ganyu remembered Qixing's quiet gaze and that blunt word pretty, and a touch of warmth rose in her heart. Qixing is very sensible. Yes. So sensible that it hurts one's heart. Ningguang nodded slightly, turning her gaze back to Ganyu's face with a look of knowing comprehension. I know all about the stir that girl Hu Tao caused at the harbor command a few days ago. Ganyu's hand holding the teacup stiffened, and her cheeks uncontrollably flushed again. The it inside her seemed to falter along with her. She cast her eyes down. Lady Ningguang, please forgive me. Hall Master Hu has always been like this. Ningguang laughed softly, a note of amusement in the sound. Hu Tao acts erratically, but the intent behind her heart, well, it cannot be said to be entirely without reason. Ganyu lifted her head sharply, her violet eyes filled with disbelief. Even Lady Ningguang. As if she had not noticed Ganyu's shock, Ningguang let her fingertip trace elegantly around the rim of her cup, her tones still calm and smooth. An immortal's life is long, and its responsibilities are heavy. If one can find a kindred spirit to walk beside one, sharing burdens, soothing loneliness, that may very well be a blessing. Besides, her golden eyes turned sharply to Ganyu, that power inside you remains an unpredictable variable after all. If a companion by your side were well versed in medicine, steady in temperament, and deeply acquainted with extraordinary ways, it would provide an extra measure of protection, for you and for Liyue. The study fell silent. The fragrant steam of the medicinal tea curled through the air, yet it made Ganyu feel somewhat breathless. Ningguang's words struck far harder than Hu Tao's farce had. She was not joking, and she was not gossiping. She was soberly assessing a possibility as Liyue's helmsman, a possibility that linked Ganyu's personal affairs to Liyue's stability factor. As for the person Ningguang had described, well versed in medicine, steady in temperament, deeply acquainted with extraordinary ways, the implication was almost self-evident. Bai Zhu. In Ganyu's mind flashed the image of the master of biopharmacy, the man who always wore a gentle, distant smile, while his eyes seemed able to pierce through everything. She remembered the medicine packets he had sent over without a word, the elegant handwriting on his notes, the quiet figure of Qixing delivering the medicine, and then the soothing medicinal tea in this cup. After the initial hesitation, the it in her body seemed stirred by that clearly directed name. Rather than remaining disordered, it welled up with a strange warm current. This warmth was different from the restlessness of power, it was more like a strange flood arising from somewhere deeper. Interwoven with the heat climbing uncontrollably into her cheeks, it left her wholly ill at ease. Lady Ningguang, Ganyu said, her voice tightening as she fought to keep her composure, my personal matters are not worthy of your concern, nor could I dare compare them to Liyue's safety. I have no such intention for now. She had declared her stance almost hastily. Ningguang watched her in silence, her golden eyes so deep that they seemed to see through the barely noticeable fluster beneath Ganyu's forced calm, and perhaps a wavering of which Ganyu herself was not yet aware. After a moment the corner of her lips curved into a faint, almost satisfied smile. I do not mean to impose on you. Ningguang's tone softened into something gently elder-like, even though her face was far younger than Ganyu's. I am merely reminding you the immortal path is long. Do not spend it forever with your head bowed under your burdens. You should also look up and take in the scenery along the way. As for fate, there is no need to force it, but neither is there any need to avoid it. Mr. Bai Zhu. She paused, then said meaningfully, is a trustworthy physician, and even rarer, a clear-sighted man. His biopharmacy always keeps its door open and its tea warm. Ningguang did not say more. She lifted her teacup gracefully, as if those words, enough to raise thunderous waves in Ganyu's heart, had been nothing more than casual small talk. Ganyu left the Chunyu pavilion in a daze. The sea breeze struck her face with a chill, but it could not blow away the confusion in her heart, or the lingering warmth in her cheeks. Ningguang's words were like a pebble dropped into a deep pool, their ripples refusing to fade for a long time. A trustworthy physician, a clear-sighted man, the door always open, the tea always warm. And that strange, unfamiliar warm current inside her, along with the indefinable flutter in her heart at the thought of Bai Zhu. Subconsciously she raised her hand, her fingertips brushing the moon-white guard around her left horn. The ice-chalcedony beads were as cold as ever, yet they somehow soothed her tangled thoughts. Back at Yuhai Pavilion, on the table aside from the towering stacks of documents, there was an additional familiar food box stamped with the plum blossom emblem of the Wangxing funeral parlor. When she opened it, she found several exquisite lotus pastries, and beside them a note scrawled in Hu Tao's flamboyant handwriting. Senior Ganyu, I hear a certain Tianquan star has also started worrying about your marriage prospects. Not a bad eye. Though he's a little inferior to the deeply blessed young gentleman I screen, Mr. Baizhu is still reliable. At least he won't charge you for prescriptions. Crossed out. Special supply of heaven-made union lotus pastries for you. Eat them and I guarantee your fate will ripen early. P.S. I, the hall master, have decided to upgrade the lifetime after-sales service to the Wangxing funeral parlor all-in-one supreme wedding package. Stay tuned. Your most thoughtful and far-sighted Hu Tao. Ganyu looked at the note, then at the elegant lotus pastries, and felt the faint ache in her temples begin to stir again. Yet this time beneath the headache was a barely perceptible wry smile, one even she herself had not noticed, and a deeper, more secret ripple stirred by Ningguang's words that she could not completely decipher. The immortal life is hard, paperwork looms like mountains. Responsibilities are immense, power is subtle. Now, not only does Hu Tao want to arrange a marriage for her, even her immediate superior has begun subtly recommending a blessed match. And the object of this is that unfathomable Mr. Baizhu. Tomorrow is the grand opening ceremony. Ganyu looked in the mirror at her own cheeks still faintly flushed, and at the moon-white armor around her horn, and took a deep breath. With the opening ceremony imminent, romantic entanglements must be set aside for now. But the pebble Ningguang had cast, and that unfamiliar warmth within her, seemed to herald that this ordinary immortal life could never return to its former peace. The clamor and weighty responsibilities of the groundbreaking ceremony finally came to an end. The second phase of the Qixing Abyss project broke ground smoothly, and the deafening chants of miners and the roar of machinery replaced the ceremonial music. Lin Feng stood on the temporarily erected viewing platform, watching the bustling scene below. The faintly cool vitality within her seemed to be infected by the vibrant life around her, flowing steadily and sustaining her through the final few tasks of wrapping up. However, as the crowd dispersed and the clamor settled, the ripples stirred by the stone Ningguang had cast along with the note from Hu Tao inscribed with lotus flower crisp of perfect matches resurfaced in her mind like an unshakable affliction clinging to the bone. Her cheeks felt hot again, and even the horn tips wrapped in their protective covers seemed to radiate increased warmth. No. She had to do something to dispel this strange atmosphere. Lin Feng almost hastily decided go shopping. Immediately. Right now. She would use the most vivid worldly and down-to-earth liveliness of Liyue Harbor to wash away those absurd thoughts of a fated match, a healer, and a perceptive one, from her mind. She did not return to the Yuhai Pavilion. Instead, she headed straight for the liveliest area, Jihu Rock. The it within her seemed to receive its mistress's command to flee the scene. That faintly cool vitality grew light and lively, sensing the abruptly bustling sounds of the market with a nearly curious emotion. Sister Ganyu. Xiangling's delighted voice rang out like a clear spring. The young chef had set up a small stall in front of Wanmin restaurant selling freshly baked jueyun, chili-flavored grilled jihu fish. The aroma aggressively filled half the street. How do you have time to come here? Is the ceremony over? Come try it. I guarantee it's so spicy it'll make you forget all your worries. She enthusiastically handed over a skewer of fish, roasted golden and crispy, sprinkled with bright red chili powder. Lin Feng was exactly in need of such intense sensory stimulation. She thanked her, took the skewer and bit into it without hesitation. Instantly an explosive spiciness shot straight through the crown of her head, sweeping across her entire mouth. Tears welled up uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but gasp. They'd inside her seemed startled by this sudden fire attack. That faintly cool vitality sharply contracted, then spread out as if provoked, attempting to neutralize the searing heat. Hiss. So spicy. Lin Feng's voice changed pitch as she panted and chewed desperately. After the spiciness subsided came the fresh fragrance of the fish itself and the unique layered flavor of jueyun, chilies, along with a strange brief blankness in her mind brought on by the intense stimulation. Right. Pretty intense, huh? Xiangling clapped her hands and laughed, watching Lin Feng's teary-eyed yet unwilling to stop eating expression. This is my special carefree chili fish. It cures all kinds of unhappiness and overthinking. She winked mischievously, evidently having heard gossip about the harbor command center. Lin Feng. Since when did this girl become so gossipy? But undeniably the fiery impact had briefly burned away those chaotic thoughts in her mind. Still hissing from the heat, she continued walking forward. She felt that inside her, after that little clash of ice and fire, had also settled down, leaving only a refreshed, invigorating coolness stimulated by the spiciness. She wandered aimlessly. Passing by Simon Bugwa-gang, Tian Tizuri was animatedly recounting the newly compiled tale, the Tianquan Star's cunning battle against the Northland Bank, and the exaggerated plot drew bursts of laughter. Lin Feng stopped to listen for a while, her lips curling up involuntarily. Passing a stall selling Liyue and knots, colorful silk threads flew through the craftsman's hands, weaving intricate auspicious patterns. She picked up an ice blue knot ornament adorned with tiny frost jade marrow beads, thinking it would match the protective covers on her horns. After a moment's hesitation she put it down. This was not the time to think about accessories. Just as she was trying to concentrate completely on an old man blowing sugar figurines by the roadside with his miraculous skill, a slow dragging voice sounded from behind. "Ganyu. Sister." Lin Feng turned around. It was Qixing. Her tiny figure stood at the entrance of the Qixing pharmacy not far from Buyuba Pharmacy, clutching a medicine bundle nearly as large as herself, looking up at Lin Feng with her small face. "Qixing." Lin Feng crouched down and asked in a gentle tone. "Are you delivering medicine for Mr. Baiju?" Qixing nodded, her gaze falling on Lin Feng's cheeks, still flushed from eating spicy food, and the slightly moist corners of her eyes from the heat. She said slowly, "Your face. Red. Eyes. Wet. Are you sick?" She extended her little hand as if wanting to touch Lin Feng's forehead, but hesitated. Lin Feng's heart leaped. Qixing's powers of observation were always so direct and pure. Why was her face red? Why were her eyes wet? Could she say it was because of the carefree chili fish? Or because of certain thoughts from overthinking? More importantly, Qixing was standing at the Qixing pharmacy, only a few steps away from Buyuba Pharmacy. That name crept back into her mind like a curse. "And no, I'm not sick." Lin Feng quickly denied it, her voice a bit strained as she felt her cheeks grow even hotter. "It's just, I ate something spicy a moment ago." She tried to change the subject, looking at the big medicine bundle in Qixing's arms. "Is it heavy? How about I carry it for you?" "No need." Qixing shook her head, hugging the medicine bundle tighter, but still gazing persistently at Lin Feng. "Mr. Baiju said, red face. Could be qi and blood. Surging. Or restless mind." She spoke slowly, trying to recall medical knowledge. "Need. Calm. Take medicine. Calm. Take medicine. Buyuba Pharmacy. Baiju." Those words combined together like a precise combo struck hard at the calm Lin Feng had struggled to maintain. The it inside her also seemed stimulated by certain keywords. That faintly cool vitality rippled again, carrying an indescribable warmth akin to resonance. It made her feel a faint throbbing beneath the protective cover on her left horn tip. Just as Lin Feng was too embarrassed to know how to respond, a whirlwind of red rushed over. "Aya! If it isn't our esteemed Senior Ganyu and adorable little Qixing!" Hu Tao's voice rang out like a savior. She unceremoniously squeezed between the two, her plum-petal pupils gleaming strikingly. She first looked at Qixing, then at Lin Feng with her flushed cheeks, and finally swept her gaze over the sign of Qixing Pharmacy and the direction of Buyuba Pharmacy, stretching her lips into an exaggerated "I know everything" grin. "Tsk tisk tisk fate. It simply can't be stopped." Hands on her hips, Hu Tao shook her head and said, "Here on the streets of Liyue Harbor, amidst the vast crowd at the door of Qixing Pharmacy, just a step away from Buyuba Pharmacy, at the critical moment when Senior Ganyu is restless and qi and blood surging," she deliberately emphasized Qixing's words, "fate brings us together. What does this prove?" She suddenly leaned close to Lin Feng and whispered mischievously in a voice audible only to the two of them. "It proves that Lady Ningguang has a keen eye. It proves that this director's lotus flower crisp of perfect matches has outstanding effects. It proves that the big shot inside you also raises both hands in approval of this marriage." "Hu Tao." Lin Feng felt a wave of heat rush straight to her head. Embarrassment and annoyance mingled with the inner warmth, stirred even more active by Hu Tao's words, made her almost want to crawl into a crack in the ground or simply freeze Hu Tao's chattering mouth shut with ice. Qixing, holding the medicine bundle, looked at the embarrassed Lin Feng, then at Hu Tao's mischievous face. With her small face still showing the same blank bewilderment, she slowly summarized. Hu Tao. Sister. Talks a lot. Noisy. Ganyu. Sister. Face. Even redder. Hu Tao. Lin Feng. She suddenly felt that Qixing's bluntness was sometimes truly to the point. In the end, this shopping trip intended to dispel the marriage match utterly failed amid Hu Tao's even more unbridled teasing, Qixing's innocent assist, and the increasingly uncontrollable warmth within her, a warmth mingled with embarrassment, and some strange unfamiliar throbbing. Lin Feng almost fled in panic, leaving behind Hu Tao's exaggerated laughter, and the sight of Qixing slowly walking toward Bube Pharmacy with the medicine bundle in her arms. She walked briskly back toward the Yuhai Pavilion. The evening breeze blew against her burning cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness, but it could not blow away the turmoil in her heart. The lights of Liyue Harbor lit up one after another, illuminating the streams of people heading home. She touched the moon-white protective covers on her horns. Even the coolness of the frost jade marrow could not suppress the stirring in her heart, one that had been forcefully pointed out, and could no longer be ignored. Dispelling it by shopping, it seemed. Some thoughts, like the myriad lights of Liyue Harbor once kindled, could not be easily extinguished. The lights of Yuhai Pavilion were still bright deep into the night, but Lin Feng had already worked through most of the documents on her desk. The second phase of the Qixing Abyss project had settled onto its proper track. The rhythm of daily affairs remained tight, but no longer as suffocating as before the work began. Yet another more intangible pressure had quietly lodged itself in her heart, harder to dispel than the mountains of paperwork. Ningguang's meaningful words, Hu Tao's exaggerated one-stop wedding declaration, Qixing's innocent yet all too accurate comment about her blushing, and the unfamiliar warm tremor inside her that would uncontrollably stir whenever she thought of Bube Pharmacy, all of it left her in turmoil. She put down her pen, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the moon-white protective sleeve at the left corner of the document. The chill of ice chalcedony seeped through in fine threads, yet it could not fully cool the agitation in her heart. Mary. The thought itself carried an intensely dissonant feel. She was a half-immortal beast, the contract-bound guardian who had protected Liyue for 1,000 years and the secretary to the Qixing. Her roots were in Liyue, her responsibilities were like mountains. Marry into some family. Take a husband's surname. Be confined to an inner chamber from then on. The very idea instinctively made her feel bound and repulsed. Yet inside her seemed to feel that fierce resistance as well. The cool vitality became restless, and when her fingertips swept across the desk it left a distinct trail of frost. No. Absolutely not. Lin Feng murmured to herself, a flash of decisiveness passing through her violet eyes. Rather than passively being married off, why not? A thought split the fog like lightning, a live-in husband. Yes. A live-in husband. She would still be Ganyu, still the secretary of Yuhai Pavilion, still the guardian of Liyue. She would merely have an additional nominal partner dwelling beneath her. This satisfied Lady Ningguang's need for a stabilizing factor, though she remained skeptical of it, and avoided the subversive change that traditional marriage would bring to her identity and responsibilities. As for the candidate, Lin Feng's gaze swept over the corner of her desk. There beside the documents lay a finely bound gilt-stamped booklet, Register of Outstanding Young Talents of Liyue Internal Consultation Edition. It was materials prepared by the General Affairs Bureau for certain socializing or talent introduction projects. At some point some considerate colleague, Lin Feng strongly suspected a secretary bribed by Hu Tao, had put it on her desk. She had once sneered at it, not even bothering to look. But now, perhaps, she could take a look. With the solemn attitude of someone reviewing a project feasibility report, Lin Feng opened the booklet. Inside it was richly illustrated, enumerating the rising young talents of Liyue Harbor from all walks of life: new commercial elites, academic rising stars, master artisans, and even a few young exorcists from Keqing families. She flipped through page after page with patience. The it inside her seemed to be curiously sensing the information as well, its restlessness quieted into a chill of appraisal. This one has too prominent a family, too many entanglements, troublesome. This one is absorbed in scholarship and understands nothing of mundane affairs. He would hardly understand my situation. An exorcist? No, too sensitive to non-human power, likely to create complications. A merchant? Merchants are quick-witted, profit-oriented, and not stable enough. Screening criteria automatically condensed in her mind a simple and clean family background, a steady and reliable temperament, some contribution to Liyue, and recognition of her work. Ideally, he had a certain understanding or tolerance for the it inside her. That last condition cut most of the list. As she flipped on a name and a photo captured her gaze. Yi Chen. The man in the photo looked about 27 or 28 with delicate handsome features, calm eyes, and a faint smile that was both warm and distant. He wore Wanmin Restaurant's iconic apron stained here and there with oil, with steaming stoves and piles of ingredients as the backdrop. Compared with the other young talents around him, some spirited, some impeccably dressed, he seemed unusually down-to-earth. The introduction was pithy and forceful. Yi Chen, head kitchen hand of Wanmin Restaurant, personally appointed by Master Mao, outlander origin unknown, holder of a valid Liyue residence permit. Background origins mysterious, drifted into Liyue Harbor about 5 years ago, and was taken in by Master Mao. No relatives. Achievements: superlative knife skills, precise heat control, and a particular talent for ingredient preparation and innovative fusion. It was said that both the improved secret recipe for Wanmin Restaurant's signature dish, slow-simmered yen du xian, and the safe method to detoxify slime condensate and enhance its umami came from his hand. He was gentle and taciturn, hardworking and uncomplaining, deeply trusted by Wanmin Restaurant's patrons as well as Master Mao and Xiangling. Evaluation: Wanmin Restaurant's indispensable nameless cornerstone, a hidden treasure of Liyue's culinary world. Lin Feng's gaze rested on the introduction for a long while. An outlander, mysterious origin, no family ties, perfectly meeting the requirements of low profile and no background entanglements for a live-in husband. He was practically heaven sent. Head kitchen hand of Wanmin Restaurant, a great contribution to Liyue's livelihood and cuisine, legitimate status, and easy enough to justify to Lady Ningguang. And Wanmin Restaurant, Xiangling's turf. Weren't things easier with familiar people? His mild, taciturn temperament and willingness to work without complaint meant he would not disturb her work too much, would not spread rumors like Hu Tao, and could still get things done. Most importantly, ingredient preparation and innovative fusion, detoxifying slime condensate to boost umami. How powerful must one's powers of observation, patience, and deep understanding of non-human matter be? A man like that probably had far greater tolerance and understanding of non-human power than ordinary people. The it inside her also seemed to faintly resonate with words like ingredients, preparation, and fusion. The scrutinizing chill became gentler, and was even a little curious. Yi Chen. Lin Feng murmured the name, her fingertip unconsciously tapping beside the face of the calm, focused man wearing the oil-stained apron in the photo. A faint wisp of cold escaped from her fingertip, condensing a tiny, nearly invisible frost flower at the edge of the photo. Staring at his flour-dusted fingers and composed profile, Lin Feng inexplicably felt that he was rather easy on the eyes. It was far more comfortable than Baiju's all-seeing gaze, and 100 times more agreeable than those ostentatious rich boys Hu Tao had recommended. At that moment, with a swish, the office door was shoved open. Hu Tao's fluffy head popped in her plum-blossom pupils, precisely locking onto the register in Lin Feng's hands and the finger she had placed on Yi Chen's photo. Whoa! Hu Tao let out an earth-shattering shriek and charged in like a cannonball, pointing at the register and Lin Feng's finger gesticulating incoherently. Senior Ganyu. You've finally wised up. You're taking the initiative. And it's that young Yi from Wanmin Restaurant. Wow, that eye for talent. Excellent. So practical. So practical. The best candidate for a live-in husband. Hu Tao circled Lin Feng, dancing with excitement. An outlander. No ties. A treasure Master Mao picked up. His background is as clean as a freshly washed plate. Once he marries and he's your family. Good temperament. Can work. That girl Xiangling sings his praises every day. And most importantly. She suddenly leaned and lowered her voice and winked. Think about it. When you're working late and hungry, one glance is enough. Yi Chen, I'm hungry. Then hot, fragrant food perfectly suited to your taste is served up at once. That's 10,000 times more considerate than Mr. Baiju's bitter medicinal broth. This is the true upgraded after-sales care, a lifetime gastric power guarantee. Besides, he works with slimes and whopper flower nectar every day, these otherworldly ingredients, so his acceptance of that big shot inside you is guaranteed. Who knows, he might even develop a power stabilizer and use it as seasoning. This director's Wanxing Funeral Parlor one-stop supreme wedding package goes into effect immediately. Guaranteed to satisfy. Lin Feng was left dizzy by the sudden attack and Hu Tao's rapid-fire analysis of advantages. The it inside her also came to a sharp halt. The cold at her fingertips slipped out of control instantly. With a soft crack, the frost on Yi Chen's photo spread in an instant, freezing half of the man's handsome face and the oil-stained apron. Even a certain flashily dressed talent on the page below was collateral damage. Hu Tao. Lin Feng, mortified and annoyed, tried to use cold aura to undo the frozen page, but the frost only spread faster. Shut up. What live-in husband? What gastric power? I was just reading the report Wanmen Restaurant submitted on new ingredient safety. The excuse was even feebler than the last one. Report. Pfft. Hu Tao laughed so hard she slapped the desk, pointing at the booklet that was frozen stiff and could not be opened. You were really going through quite the ice and fire ordeal over this report. If that young Yi ever learns he's been reported into an ice-sculpted apron man, who knows, maybe he'll make your dinner into a stargazy pie. Ha! Doesn't matter though. I'm off to Wanmen Restaurant right now to have a good chat with Xiangling and Master Mao, and in passing evaluate this best live-in husband candidate's cooking skills and his cold resistance. After all, in the future he might have to face your bone-chilling cold all the time. Ha! You dare. Lin Feng was completely bristling. A burst of cold exploded outward from her center. The teacups on the desk froze in an instant, and even the tips of Hu Tao's flying hair were frosted white. Whoa! Calm down, Senior Ganyu. Murdering a matchmaker is a felony. Hu Tao shrieked and jumped back, but her excitement did not diminish at all. Fine, I won't go. But... She agilely dodged the cold air Lin Feng sent to freeze her mouth shut, slipped to the door, and dropped an even heavier bombshell over her shoulder. Guess what? I just got back from checking on Qixing at Buba Pharmacy, and I happened to hear Mr. Baizhu telling Gui that he had prepared a formula to calm the spirit, still the heart, and settle surging qi and blood, and he would personally deliver it to you later. Tisk, that perceptive one's concern is as warm and timely as a spring breeze. You'd better hide that booklet of yours, and that feasibility report on making Wanmen Restaurant's head kitchen hand a live-in husband. If the benevolent-hearted Mr. Baizhu sees you ignoring the perceptive one and studying an outlander chef, that qi and blood of yours might really shoot straight out through your crown. Ha! There's going to be a show. With a string of laughter smug beyond measure, Hu Tao slipped away like a gust of wind, leaving Lin Feng frozen in place. Looking at the register frozen into an ice brick with half of Yi Chen's apron sealed in frost, and then recalling Hu Tao's last remark about Baizhu personally delivering medicine. After its initial eruption, the it inside her fell into an unprecedented whirlpool of chaos, mortification, embarrassment, a flutter of panic at having her thoughts seen through, inexplicable tension at Baiju's coming in. An absurd lingering curiosity about the Yi Chen in that photograph, the one with the oil-stained apron. All those feelings churned together, making the cool force lurch left and right so that the temperature in the office rose and fell like an unruly stove fire. She looked at the half-frozen, handsome, composed face of Yi Chen on the icy page and at the oil-stained apron he wore. Then she looked at the traces of uncontrolled cold lingering on her fingertips. Finally she looked toward the door in despair, as if she could already see Baizhu standing there with a medicine pouch, wearing that gentle smile that saw through everything, while on her desk lay a register of young talents with a frozen photo of a Wanmen kitchen hand. The life of an adeptus is hard and paperwork looms like a mountain. Responsibilities weigh 1,000 June, her power remains a delicate, volatile thing. Now, she had to add to that an absurd idea about taking a Wanmen kitchen hand as a live-in husband, a frozen apron candidate in the register, and a perceptive healer about to arrive at the door with mind-calming medicine. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to use her cold aura to restore the frozen register. Instead, with a crack, the page, along with the frozen corner containing Yi Chen, split completely apart. She said, "Forget it. Let it all be destroyed. This adeptus life is unlivable." The lamplight of Yohai Pavilion flickered in the deep night, casting across Lin Feng's brow a rare, almost last-ditch resolve. Hu Tao's chatter, Ningguang's insinuations, and the mind-calming medicine Baizhu was about to deliver, like an invisible spiderweb, they bound her ever more tightly. The faintly cool vitality inside her also grew restless amid the endless disturbance her fingertip traced across the desk, leaving trails of frost in its wake. The idea of a matrilocal marriage was a spark in the darkness. From an absurd speculation at first, it gradually kindled in her heart into a solution laced with defiance. It was not merely a response to the outside world's pressure to marry her off. It was more like a declaration of her own situation. She was Ganyu, the bedrock of Liyue. Her roots were here and her rules were hers to set. Why should she be married off? Why should she be arranged? The it within her seemed to sense its master's unprecedented razor-edged resolve. The restless cold strangely subsided, turning as cold and unyielding as quenched iron, bracing her spine from within. She rose abruptly and walked to the writing desk. She did not glance again at the register of distinguished talents with its frost-cracked pages and the photo of an oil-stained apron. That was merely an absurd interlude born of disordered thoughts. At this moment she had one crystal-clear goal: issue the betrothal writ. Who the intended party was? Unimportant. What mattered was the form. This stance. This declaration. She wanted everyone to know, especially the ever-scheming Tianquan star and the chaos-loving director of Wangxing Hall, that she, Ganyu, did not need to be arranged and did not need her lifelong affairs cared for by anyone. She would choose her own way and take charge of her own place to belong. Lin Feng drew a deep breath, her violet eyes gleaming. She spread out a sheet of plain white stationery supplied exclusively by Yuhai Pavilion, printed with faint frost patterns. The it within her flowed with her will, gathering that cold vitality at the tip of the brush. The brush descended, startling the wind. Her handwriting was no longer the steady, reserved writing of former days. It carried a fierce edge that pressed through the paper, every stroke like a shard of ice carved into the page. Betrothal writ. Be it known that Ganyu, secretary to the Qixing of Liyue long in immortal years, has guarded her post for 1,000 years, her heart bound to Liyue, with no leisure for private thoughts. Yet, in acknowledgement of everyone's concern and mindful that the path of immortality is long and a lone shadow is bleak, she has need of a good companion to share wind and rain and uphold the same contract. Now I, Ganyu, take my own person as the pledge and Liyue as the witness, sincerely inviting a worthy talent to marry into Yuhai Pavilion. What is sought? First, a man of clean family background and pure heart, free from entanglements across lifetimes. Second, one who identifies with Liyue, devotes himself to his duties, and is no vain and frivolous man. Third, one of even temperament who will not disturb official affairs and can accept the peculiarities of the adepti. Fourth. At this point Lin Feng's brush paused. She had meant to write decent cooking skills, or good at taking care of chores. But she felt that such specificity would lower the tone, as if she truly had a particular person in mind, so she changed it. One who treats others with sincerity, and carries matters through with constancy. This is not a betrothal born of youthful love, it is a search for a fellow traveler on the solitary immortal path. Let the laws of Liyue be its authority and the 1,000-year contract its bond. The one who marries and shall live in the side chambers of Yuhai Pavilion receive the stipend of a subordinate official of the secretary, hold no title as master of the household, and yet share a true companion's bond on the same path. Those interested may within 3 days before sunset bring a copy of this betrothal writ to the External Affairs Office of Yuhai Pavilion, registered for examination and await selection. Issued by Ganyu. Sealed with the ice jade official seal of the secretary to the Qixing. The final stroke landed, and the ice jade seal came down firmly. The crimson imprint bloomed across the frost-patterned stationery, carrying a biting cold. With the completion of the writ, a powerful and indisputable sense of proclamation filled the air. The it within her seemed to have completed some ritual as well, and that cold vitality became more condensed and stable than ever before, as solid as bedrock. Lin Feng looked at this astonishing matrilocal betrothal writ, and the stifled gloom that had been pent up in her heart was swept away in an instant, replaced by the exhilarating satisfaction of commanding the whole situation. She did not care who would apply, nor even whether anyone applied at all. What she wanted was precisely this stance. The stance that made Ningguang frown, made Hu Tao stare in disbelief, and shut the mouths of all who wanted to meddle in her private affairs. Attend! Lin Feng's voice was cold and forceful, carrying an authority that brooked no question. The young secretary appeared at the door, almost immediately standing at attention with hands lowered. Lady Ganyu, transcribe 100 copies of this betrothal writ. Lin Feng pushed the original, still carrying the cold of her brushwork and the pressure of her seal, toward the secretary. Post 1 copy in the most conspicuous place on the bulletin board of Yuhai Pavilion. 1. Send it to Chunyu Pavilion, presented to Lady Ningguang. 1. Send it to Wangxing Hall, delivered to Director Hu Tao. She paused, then added, the rest are to be posted on all major bulletin boards in Liyue Harbor, Ministry of General Affairs, Chihu Rock, Yujing Terrace, the docks. Not one place may be missed. The secretary took the writ, which was cold to the touch and earth-shaking in content. At a single glance their pupils dilated sharply, and their hand trembled. They looked up at Lin Feng in disbelief, voice cracking. Lady Ganyu? This. Do it! Lin Feng uttered only those two words, her violet eyes calm and unruffled, yet carrying the force of 1,000 June. Yes. The secretary gave a sharp start, dared not ask another question, and holding the writ like a hot potato, or rather an ice bomb, retreated with almost stiff wooden steps. There was only one thought in their mind: the sky over Liyue Harbor was about to be pierced open by this betrothal writ. The office fell quiet once more. Lin Feng walked to the window and pushed it open. The cold midnight wind swept him with the salty breath of the sea, stirring her ice-blue hair and the moon-white protective bands around her horns. She looked down at the slumbering Liyue Harbor below. The lights of 10,000 households glittered like stars. Within her was as deep and still as an abyss. That matrilocal betrothal writ was the boulder she had cast into the water. Tomorrow, let us see how this pool of water rouses into surging waves that pound the shore. When the first rays of dawn pierced the mist over Liyue Harbor, the notice board outside Yuhai Pavilion was already crowded to bursting. Like a tide pulled by a magnet, wave after wave of people surged in, clogging the once spacious street until it was completely blocked. Whispers, cries of surprise, and disbelieving gasps mingled together into a buzzing sea of sound. At the center of the uproar was the most conspicuous spot on the notice board, a marriage contract for a live-in son-in-law set off by special frost-patterned paper and stamped with the bright crimson seal of the Qixing secretary. Ganyu. A live-in son-in-law. Yuhai Pavilion is recruiting one. A white-haired old scholar pushed up his spectacles, which had slipped to the tip of his nose, and read the name and seal at the bottom over and over in a trembling voice, as if they were ancient demonic scripts. Immortal years are long. I have not yet dwelt on private thoughts. Now I wish to hire a worthy man to enter the family. A portly merchant standing nearby recited the contents aloud, his eyes as wide as bells. Heavens above! Did this really come from that ethereal, otherworldly secretary Ganyu? An unblemished background, a pure and honest nature. A quiet temperament that will not disturb official business. And on top of that must be able to tolerate an immortal's otherness. A Qianyan soldier scratched his head, looking utterly confused. These conditions sound more like hiring a high-class servant steward. Is that the point? The excited woman beside him slapped him and pointed at the most important line: the one who enters the family shall dwell in the side chambers of Yuhai Pavilion, draw the salary of a subordinate officer, enjoy no title as master of the household, but share a true bond of shared Tao. My dear Liyue Harbor, is this recruiting a son-in-law? This is clearly recruiting an indentured companion, one who does all the work and has no status at all. And for a half-immortal beast no less. A true bond of shared Tao. Tisk, what a tactful way to put it. Someone in the crowd snickered, drawing a chorus of knowing laughter and even more heated discussion. Has Lady Ganyu been pressured into marriage by her family? Or has something gone wrong with her cultivation? Someone muttered. I think Lady Ningguang was pushing her too hard. Or maybe that girl hall director who raised too much racket. She's driven a perfectly good immortal into advertising for a husband. Another person quickly added. Shh. Keep your voice down. Don't say that. The news, like winged seeds from a blazing regis vine, instantly ignited all of Liyue Harbor. At Chihu Rock, diners queuing outside one restaurant for breakfast forgot the steaming buns and crowded around the newly posted copy of the marriage contract, pointing and gossiping. Chef Mao came out with his ladle to watch the excitement, and was so shocked that the ladle nearly slipped from his hand. Miss Ganyu. A.L. live-in husband. Xiangling poked her head out of the kitchen, her plum-petal eyes wide as saucers. The spatula in her hand clattered into the wok with a bang, splattering hot oil wool. Sister Ganyu. That's so cool. At the notice board on Yujing Terrace, several elderly gentlemen doing their morning exercises crowded around, shaking their heads over the contract. They argued volubly, quoting scripture and classics over whether an immortal-mortal union conformed to ancient rites, what legal force an Uxor local marriage contract had, and what philosophical implications lay in a true bond of shared Tao. Spittle flew. It was livelier than a formal debate. Stevedores at the harbor dock squeezed around the bulletin board between shifts of loading and unloading. Rough, burly men slapped their thighs and rocked with laughter. Ha ha ha. Yuhai Pavilion is taking a son-in-law. Brothers, who's going to try? Maybe the half-immortal lady will take a fancy to you and you'll be eating rich and drinking fine for the rest of your life. Oh, cut it out. With that rough mug of yours, can you be quiet in temperament? Can you not disturb official affairs? Don't let Lady Ganyu turn you into an ice block with one glare and throw you into the sea. Hey! It would be worth it. If you die beneath the peony, you'll still be a romantic ghost. And this is Lady Ganyu we're talking about. The General Affairs Office was even more of a chaotic mess. The clerk in charge of reception stared at the long line stretching from the door. Some were eager applicants holding copies of the contract ready to register, mostly poor men or audacious daredevils. Some were pure spectators, some wanted to fish in troubled waters, some were trying to pry for inside information on behalf of their sons or nephews, and felt his scalp tingle. Several names had already been scrawled crookedly in the registration book, each followed by all kinds of preposterous origins and qualifications such as strong and cold-resistant, tells dry jokes to relieve stress, and 3 generations of rich experience handling slimes. The clerk looked at those absurd entries, wanting to cry but unable to shed a tear, and could only mechanically repeat, registration is limited to 3 days. Await Lady Ganyu's selection. The specific method of selection has not yet been announced. Qiyu Pavilion, the study. Ningguang's slender fingers pinched the original marriage contract, still carrying a chill. Her golden eyes lowered and she remained silent for a long time. The sharp strokes, the icy phrasing, and especially that glaring crimson ice jade seal at the end were all a silent but ringing slap across the insinuation she had made yesterday, that a physician is a person of understanding. An unblemished background, a pure heart. No entanglements from past lives. Ningguang read in a low voice, a chilly amused smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Quiet temperament, not disturbing official business. Able to tolerate an immortal's otherness. A true bond of shared Tao. Fine. Well played, Ganyu. Ningguang set the contract lightly down on the desk and let her fingertips glide across the cold paper. Using the most high-sounding contractual words, you carry out the most defiant act of rebellion. A live-in son-in-law. A true bond of shared Tao. Heh. She raised her eyes toward the window, looking down at the Liyue Harbor that had erupted into a boil. There was no anger in her gaze, only a keen light, as if she had met her match. It seems I underestimated your resolve and your rebelliousness. You've stirred this pond plenty muddy. Fine then. Let me see what kind of worthy talent your true bond of shared Tao will ultimately choose. Wanxing Hall. Hu Tao squeezed the copy of the marriage contract in her hand, plum petal eyes wide and mouth agape wide enough to fit a sunset tia. She held that pose for a solid 7 or 8 minutes. The funeral attendants did not dare to breathe, afraid the hall director had passed out from sheer shock. Wah ha 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 ha. Hu Tao burst into earth-shaking laughter, slapping her thighs and spurting tears. The sound echoed through the solemn hall of Wanxing Hall, eerie and unnatural. A live-in son-in-law. A marriage contract. A true bond of shared Tao. Ha! Senior Ganyu. You really are exactly my cup of tea. 10,000 times more explosive than I imagined. Waving the contract, she danced around. That woman Ningguang must have a face blacker than the bottom of a wok by now. Ha! Mr. Baiju's mind-calming medicine is probably going to need an upgrade to heart-stimulant injection. Ha! She whirled around in excited circles, then stopped abruptly, her plum-petal eyes flashing with the supreme light of mischief achieved. No. How could the hall director miss such a lively scene? The Wanxing Hall One-Stop Premium Wedding Package is hereby upgraded to Wanxing Hall Grand Matrilocal Marriage Ceremony. Professional Services. Publicity. We must publicize it with all our might. I want all of Teyvat to know that Liyue's secretary Ganyu is taking a live-in husband. Ha! Young Master Yi. What young Master Yi? Every man in Liyue is a candidate now. We're in for a show. Yuhai Pavilion. Lin Feng stood by the window of her office, watching the boiling Liyue Harbor below with an expressionless face. The sound of clamor drifted faintly upward, and the jostling crowd before the notice board was clearly visible. The it within her was as calm as an ancient well, and the chill will crystallized by her decision stood as immovable as a mountain. The young secretary, trembling, reported the grand spectacle posted everywhere, and the chaos at the General Affairs Office registration desk, her voice shaking. Lin Feng merely gave a quiet her gaze sweeping over the corner of the desk. A delicate food box sat there containing several elegantly shaped lotus flower crisps, and beside it was a note in Baiju's familiar exquisite handwriting: new prescription Ice Heart Jade Soul Powder. Specially treats emotional agitation and upward surge of qi and blood. Avoid excessive brooding, calm the heart, and steady the spirit. Baiju. She took up a lotus crisp and the coolness at her fingertips merged with the cold will within her. She took a bite, its cool, lightly sweet flavor melted on her tongue. The shock of Liyue Harbor. Ningguang's silence. Hu Tao's revelry. Baiju's medicine. All were within expectation. The marriage contract had been delivered, the boulder was already cast. Let this pawn now thoroughly churn keep rolling. What she had wanted was never a live-in son-in-law. What she wanted was peace. Peace from anyone daring to point fingers at her solitary path of immortality. As for what comes next. When soldiers come, send generals. When water comes, just freeze it. The sensational matrilocal betrothal notice had unleashed a monstrous uproar in Liyue Harbor, and after 3 days of clamor, it showed no sign of abating. It only grew more turbulent. The threshold of the General Affairs Department's External Affairs Division was nearly worn through, and the registration ledger was crammed with names and qualifications set down by the earnest, the curious, and those who had simply come along for the spectacle. Rumors like the harbor's fog seeped into every corner, with everyone speculating just what kind of astonishing live-in son-in-law Secretary Ganyu would ultimately select. Within the Yuhai Pavilion, Lin Feng remained extraordinarily calm. She handled the mounting pile of official business with orderly composure, while the it inside her was as quiet and unyielding as ice that had been tempered through refinement. Once the fleeting elation brought by that betrothal notice had passed, she knew full well that she must provide an accounting for the storm she had set loose with her own hands. That accounting was not meant to satisfy the world's craving for gossip, but to thoroughly seal Ningguang's lips, restrain Hu Tao's restless hands, and win back her own peace. A candidate. The answer had already crystallized in her heart, a perfect tool man. On the 4th morning, when the first sunlight illuminated the bone-chilling betrothal notice on the bulletin board, the Yuhai Pavilion's young secretary, watched by countless burning gazes, posted a brand-new announcement beside it, one also stamped with the jade eye seal. The content of the announcement was exceedingly brief, yet it was like a ladle of ice water hurled into a cauldron of boiling oil. Public notice. In accordance with the regulations set forth in the previous notice, after careful deliberation, it is hereby determined. Qixing kitchen helper at Wanmin restaurant shall be the candidate for matrilocal marriage. Hereby publicly proclaimed. Yuhai Pavilion. Sealed with the jade eye seal of the Qixing secretary. No explanation. No rationale. Not even a single superfluous word. Only those 7 characters, Qixing kitchen helper at Wanmin restaurant, pierced everyone's gaze like ice picks. Before the bulletin board a deathly stillness reigned for one breath. Then an uproar even more ear-splitting than before erupted. Yi Chen. Who is that? A kitchen helper at Wanmin restaurant. That silent outsider who spends all day hovering around the stove. By the Geo Archon, Lady Ganyu has chosen a cook. And as a live-in son-in-law at that. Are you kidding? This is more absurd than picking a slime. Careful deliberation. This is what their careful deliberation amounts to. Chef Mao. Chef Mao is here, isn't he? Quick, tell us, just who in the world is this Yi Chen? Shoved to the front of the crowd, Chef Mao was just as bewildered, having even forgotten to put down the rolling pin in his hand. Yi, little Yi. His knife work is fine, his control over the fire is steady, and he's honest and hard-working, but this, marrying into Lady Ganyu's household. He scratched the back of his head, feeling he couldn't wrap his mind around it. Like a plague, the news swept through the entire city in an instant. Secretary Ganyu has chosen Yi Chen, the kitchen helper at Wanmin restaurant, for matrilocal marriage. This explosive news was so absurd that it even overshadowed the original betrothal notice itself. At the Jade Chamber, Ningguang studied the terse announcement, and for the first time a flicker of genuine astonishment crossed her golden eyes. Her fingertips tapped lightly against the table, giving off a soft, measured rhythm. A kitchen helper at Wanmin restaurant. Yi Chen. A name she had almost never paid heed to, an outsider who existed in Liyue Harbor like little more than background scenery. Yi Chen. Ningguang murmured the name, a sharp appraising light swimming unsteadily in her eyes. This single move had completely exceeded her expectations. Was this Ganyu's notion of selecting a worthy talent? This was plainly the act of picking a stone up from the dust and slamming it hard onto the chessboard. With the most insignificant existence she had mocked every lofty arrangement, an ideal match. Good. Very good. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ningguang's lips. There was no anger in that smile, only a fiercer, more blazing interest rekindled after her chessboard had been thrown into chaos. Using a stubborn stone to prove your determination and silence the clamoring mouths. Ganyu, the self-indication of yours is truly ingenious. I shall be watching with keen anticipation. At the Wanxing funeral parlor. Hu Tao clutched the copy of the announcement, her plum-shaped pupils rounder than the lanterns of Liyue Harbor, her mouth hanging open, yet for a long while she did not make a sound. The funeral attendants exchanged glances, afraid that this time their director had truly been shocked senseless. Yi, little Yi. Hu Tao suddenly snapped back to her senses and let out a heaven-shaking shriek, not of excitement but of pure disbelieving exasperation. Senior Ganyu. Are you playing with me? You passed over the blessed and deeply fortunate young master I had carefully selected. You passed over the clear-headed physician recommended by Ningguang. You chose a cook. And little Yi from Wanmin restaurant at that. What else can he do besides chopping vegetables, tending fires, and cleansing slime poison? Does he understand adeptal beasts? Does he understand that great entity inside you? Does he grasp what true fellowship of the same path means? Hu Tao spun in frantic circles inside the parlor, nearly tearing out her own hair. What about my professionally hosted Wanxing Grand Matrilocal wedding ceremony? The entire process is designed. The invitations are ready to print. And now the main character is a helper who never leaves the stove. How am I supposed to market this to my clients across Teyvat? Wanxing Funeral Parlor proudly presents the contractual wedding of a half-adeptus secretary and a cook. Does that even sound respectable? Senior Ganyu. Are you wallowing in self-destruction, or are you deliberately trying to wreck my parlor's reputation? At the Yuhai Pavilion, Lin Feng sat upright behind her desk, her violet eyes as placid as still water, as if the great waves stirred outside by the name Qixing had nothing whatsoever to do with her. Before her rested a cup of tea, still warm, exuding a quiet, refined fragrance, newly delivered by Agre on Baiju's orders, its name being Calming the Waves. The entity within her was as silent and deep as an abyss. Her purpose had been achieved. Using the name Qixing, that most unremarkable stubborn stone, she had completed her most forceful act of self-indication. She had fulfilled the selection procedure named in the betrothal notice, even though she alone knew what that procedure truly was. She had chosen someone who absolutely fit the conditions of clean background, no attachments, and a quiet temperament, at least on the surface. With a choice that was the most humble, the most ordinary, and the most beyond all expectation, she had slapped the face of everyone who wanted to arrange her affairs or pry into her private life. She had transformed the very matter of matrilocal marriage into an utter absurd farce, a mockery of worldly conventions staged entirely under her own command. As for what Qixing himself thought, what would happen to Wanmin restaurant? How would Liyue Harbor gossip? She did not care. True fellowship of the same path. A mere contract. Her solitary path of cultivation needed no one else's interference, and even less did it need a real live-in son-in-law to create more trouble. Qixing was only a symbol she had used to declare independence and end the turmoil. She raised that cup of calming the waves and gently blew away the lingering steam. The clamor beyond the window, Ningguang's scrutiny, Hu Tao's frenzied outbursts, all faded into background noise. She had succeeded. With Qixing as her shield, she had raised an ice wall that none could easily breach again. As for what came next, the contract was already sealed. Those who break their word. She took a sip of the clear tea, a cold glint flickering faintly in her eyes, would face the punishment of eye sealing. The heavy wooden door of Yuhai Pavilion was slammed open by brute force, and a crimson whirlwind, thick with the choking scent of incense and towering fury, swept in. It was Hu Tao, her eyes blazing with fire. She stormed up to Lin Feng's desk and slammed both hands down with a sharp crack, making the brushes on the brush rest leap into the air. Senior Ganyu. Hu Tao's voice rose an octave, every word seeming to grind out from between her teeth, carrying sparks of fire. I know you intend to take Qixing as your husband. I treated it as a joke. It was I, Hu Tao, who was too small-minded. I thought you would at most use him as a shield to fend off gossip. But I never imagined you, actually, dared to write his name on the public notice. Her chest heaved violently, her plum-blossom pupils fixed on Lin Feng, burning with the anger and disbelief of being deceived. Do you have any idea what they're saying out there now? Secretary Ganyu has peculiar taste, enamored with the smoke and flames of a kitchen. A helper at Wanmin restaurant rose to the sky in a single step, marrying into an immortal abode to climb a high branch. And even worse. They say your cultivation went berserk, leaving you too desperate to be picky. Even our Wanxing Funeral Parlor is being mocked. Wanxing Funeral Parlor, professional host of immortal contract marriage ceremonies, starring a cook. Do you still want this signboard? Are you trying to prove your innocence? You're tearing down your own walls and smashing my establishment. Hu Tao grew angrier with every word. She snatched up the register of distinguished talents from the desk, the one split open earlier by Lin Feng's eyes still bearing Yi Chen's photo with the greasy stains from his apron, and shook it with a deafening rustle. Look! Look! You were putting on airs reading this register. You even froze his photo. So you were already scheming then to push him out as a target, weren't you? You're using him. Using an honest, simple outsider who only keeps his head down and chops vegetables. Doesn't your conscience ache? Or did that great one inside you freeze your conscience into ice as well? She was so agitated that spittle flew from her lips, and she completely failed to notice that as she railed the temperature in the office was plummeting. The cold aura coiling around Lin Feng's fingertips had almost condensed into solid white mist. On the desk in the teacup near Lin Feng's hand the tea was freezing into ice at a visible speed. Lin Feng slowly raised her head. Her violet eyes were utterly unruffled, as calm as an age-old frozen abyss. She watched the fuming Hu Tao, watched the register flapping noisily in her hands, and watched that half-frozen grease-stained apron photo. Within her sensed its master's will, and that icy vitality spread forth like a sleeping leviathan awakening, radiating a biting oppressive might. "Hall Master Hu," Lin Feng said. Her voice was not loud yet exceptionally clear, carrying a cold, resolute finality that severed everything. Every word fell like beads of ice. "First, the betrothal letter was issued by me, and the notice was posted by me. Yi Chen's name was written by my own hand. The contract is sealed with Liyue as witness. This is no child's play, and certainly no joke." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the register in Hu Tao's hand, her tone turning colder. "Second, the claim of using him is utterly groundless. Yi Chen meets every requirement set forth in the betrothal letter: a clean background, a calm temperament, and no interference in official affairs. Whether he can tolerate the peculiarities of immortals is governed by the contract itself. As for everything else..." A faint icy smile curved at the corner of her mouth, bearing unconcealed mockery. "Gossip and worldly judgment, what business are they of mine? And of yours?" Thirdly, Lin Feng's gaze was as sharp as an ice pick, piercing straight into Hu Tao. "My conscience and my path of immortality are mine to bear. No need for Hall Master Hu to trouble herself. As for your Wangxing signboard..." She leaned forward slightly, and that icy pressure pressed down on Hu Tao like a physical force, making the latter step back half a step by instinct, most of her aggressive arrogance instantly frozen. "If you think that hosting my immortal contract damages the reputation of your Wangxing funeral parlor..." Lin Feng's voice was as cold as the frozen earth of the Knights of Favonius. "You may just as well tear up our cooperation contract regarding the soul-calming runes. Now. Immediately. You..." Hu Tao was choked by Lin Feng's cold, unyielding, utterly impenetrable attitude, and nearly couldn't catch her breath. She looked into Lin Feng's violet eyes devoid of all warmth, felt the chill that threatened to freeze her blood, and then glanced at the ridiculous register in her own hand. A wave of immense powerlessness and absurdity surged in her heart. She knew the person before her truly did not care. Did not care about rumors, did not care about reputation, did not care what would become of Yi Chen, and even did not care what would become of herself. She had simply used Yi Chen, the most inconspicuous stone, to build a cold wall that cut off all worldly disturbances. Within the wall lay her inviolable, solitary, immortal path. Outside the wall were the clamorous Liyue Harbor, her own infuriated self, and the Wanmin restaurant, and that unlucky helper named Yi Chen who might be swept into the eye of the storm. All of Hu Tao's fury and accusations shattered against that cold wall of will. She stared hard at Lin Feng, her plum-blossom pupils still blazed with anger, yet now mixed with a complex, inscrutable emotion, the irritation of being defeated, a shudder at Lin Feng's unyielding decisiveness, and even a faint trace of bewilderment at that utter isolation, so faint that she herself refused to acknowledge it. Finally she hurled the register in her hand viciously onto the desk. Smack! The crisp sound split the already frozen pages completely apart, and the photo of Yi Chen, stained with grease and half sealed in ice, fluttered out, lying forlornly on the cold desktop. "Fine. Just fine, Senior Ganyu." Hu Tao's voice was shrill with reckless abandon. "You're ruthless. You're absolutely merciless. This hall master concedes. Stir this muddy water all by yourself. Your contract marriage ceremony, find whomever you want to host it. The Wangxing funeral parlor will no longer serve you." With that she turned and charged out of the office like a crimson whirlwind beaten limp by hail, carrying a chest full of suppressed grievance and lingering incense, and slammed the door thunderously. Inside the office there was dead silence. The chills still lingered. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the fallen photo on the desk, the one of Qixing in his grease-stained apron. The it, within her, was as still as an abyss. The clamor outside the window seemed utterly cut off by that heavy door. She slowly leaned back against the chair and closed her eyes. The ice wall had been built. Peace. Was it finally coming at last? The residual chill in the office had yet to dissipate, and the air still seemed to hold the lingering echoes of Hu Tao's fury and the pungent scent of incense. Lin Feng closed her eyes, leaning back against the chair while that icy will within her body coiled like a frost dragon, steadily underpinning her brief, deliberately constructed calm. The ice wall had been erected, disturbances ought to cease. Yet this forcibly seized tranquility did not last long. An extremely faint yet exceptionally clear fragrance of herbal medicine, like the first sprout of early spring breaking through frozen soil, seeped in, silently, easily piercing the lingering chill. Then came the soft, unhurried sound of footsteps stopping outside the door. Dong dong. The knock was gentle, restrained, carrying a composure that seemed to perceive everything. Lin Feng's fingertips curled almost imperceptibly. The it, within her, seemed to sense this aura as well. That icy vitality instantly tensed like a wild beast detecting its natural enemy, emanating a cold far sharper and heavier than when facing Hu Tao just moments ago. The temperature in the office plummeted once more, the very air seeming to condense into ice crystals. She neither answered nor moved. The door was pushed open gently. Baiju's figure appeared at the doorway, clad in a blue robe immaculately clean. He held no medicine packet, but rather a delicate small white porcelain cup. Wisps of steam rose, carrying the pure, faintly bitter fragrance of herbs, the unmistakable scent of Ding Feng Bo. His gaze calmly swept across the chaotic desk, scattered pages, a fallen photo of an oil-stained apron, a brush rest knocked askew by Hu Tao, and finally settled on Lin Feng, who sat motionless with eyes closed, leaning back. Those eyes, usually warm with gentle smiles, now resembled an ancient deep well, clearly reflecting the figure behind the desk, seemingly calm but radiating a cold that repelled all closeness, and beneath that cold a suppressed, almost desolate weariness. He did not interrogate her as Hu Tao had, nor did he show any trace of surprise or anger. He merely walked in slowly, gently placing the small cup on the only clean corner of the desk, precisely pressing down one corner of that fallen photo of Qixing wearing the oil-stained apron. Great anger harms the body, extreme cold damages as well. Baiju's voice remained as gentle as ever, yet carried an undeniable penetrative force that easily pierced the icy cold of the room. Ningguang's chess game, Hu Tao's clamor, the noise of the mortal world. All these are external causes. What truly traps you is the ice wall in your heart, named Qixing but built from fear and pride. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. A cold light burst from her violet eyes like a 10,000-year ice cavern, shattering in an instant. The it, inside her, was utterly enraged. That icy vitality surged like an uncontrolled torrent, roaring toward her. The teacup on the desk cracked apart with a crack, as it froze solid. The scattered papers were instantly covered with frost. The air of the entire room seemed about to freeze. Baiju! Lin Feng's voice for the first time lost all its composure, sharp as ice shards scraping glass, carrying the shock and fury of having her disguise utterly torn away. Get out! My affairs are none of your business. Her hands rested on the armrests, knuckles whitening from the force as cold energy frantically spilled from her fingertips, spreading spiderweb-like frost marks across the floor toward Baiju's feet. Yet Baiju's footsteps did not move even a fraction. He didn't even lower his head to look at the eyes spreading to his feet. He merely watched quietly as Lin Feng's violet eyes burned unusually bright with anger and loss of control, seeing within them the surging waves of emotion suppressed for far too long. Not merely the icy cold of power spiraling out of control, but the shame and rage of having her mind exposed, the panic of her isolation seen through, and the scream of a soul long weary beneath a 1,000-year burden. Fear, your inner power when out of control, harms the innocent, and also harms yourself. Pride, you disdain mundane affection and refuse to be arranged, pitted, or seen as a weak being dependent on others. Baiju's voice remained steady, yet every word was like a needle precisely striking Lin Feng's deepest hidden pain. You use Qixing as a shield, outwardly proclaiming independence, but in truth you imprison yourself even deeper in solitude and cold. The ice wall you build cuts off not only others but also every trace of mortal warmth that might warm and support you. Shut up. Lin Feng shouted sharply, abruptly rising to her feet. A formidable surge of icy power exploded outward from her. Documents on the desk were flung into the air and ink froze into black beads mid-flight. Ice layers instantly congealed thick on the walls. The whole room seemed to plummet into an abyss of extreme cold. Her violet eyes locked onto Baizhu with undisguised murderous intent. "Say one more reckless word, don't blame me for. What will you do?" Baizhu calmly interrupted her, even taking a small step forward. The ice beneath his feet made a faint cracking sound, yet the bitter herbal fragrance miraculously remained unfrozen, instead spreading even more richly, forming an invisible barrier that slightly blocked Lin Feng's raging icy power. "Use this out-of-control power to seal me in ice here, just as you handle those disturbances." He shook his head slightly, and for the first time a trace of faint, almost compassionate emotion appeared in his eyes. "Ganyu, power is never meant to shut out warmth. That it within you is not pure calamity either. By rejecting every warmth that tries to approach, the one who ends up frostbitten is only yourself." He said no more, his gaze sweeping over the small cup which was wrapped in cold air and trembling slightly. "The medicine is in the cup. Drink it while it's hot. Steady your heart, focus your spirit, and warm yourself." Baiju's voice lowered, carrying a weariness born of seeing through everything. "As for Yi Chen, the contract is already sealed. He is now a player in the game. Take care of yourself." With that, he no longer even looked at Lin Feng's almost devouring icy gaze. He turned, walked out of the office that had become an ice cavern with the same composure as when he entered, and gently closed the door behind him. Bang! The soft sound of the door closing was like thunder in the dead silent ice cavern. Lin Feng stood frozen in place, the violent cold around her seemingly gripped by an invisible giant hand, churning and colliding violently, yet unable to spread even a fraction further. Baiju's final words, especially the line, "The one who ends up frostbitten is only yourself," pierced through her forcefully constructed mental defenses like the sharpest ice splinters. It, within her, after its ultimate fury and loss of control, seemed to have exhausted its strength. The icy torrent receded slowly, leaving behind only a bone-deep exhaustion and cold. True cold. Not the icy cold brought by power, but the lonely chill seeping from the depths of her soul, the chill of being seen through completely with nowhere left to hide. She slowly lowered her head, looking at her own hands trembling uncontrollably and wreathed in cold air. She looked at the photo of the apron on the desk, only a corner stained with oil visible beneath the small white porcelain cup. She looked at the frost and frozen documents scattered everywhere. Baiju's herbal fragrance still lingered at the tip of her nose. The phrase, "The ice wall built from fear and pride," thundered in her mind. And Yi Chen is already a player in the game. A wave of immense indescribable fatigue surged over her like a collapsing mountain, nearly crushing her. She stumbled a step, barely steadying herself by gripping the ice-cold edge of the desk. The ice wall. Was it still there? She had thought she had built a sturdy fortress. But it turned out she had only trapped herself in a colder, lonelier cage. And that shield, named Yi Chen, had truly been dragged by her into this boundless frozen prison. Lin Feng slowly reached out her trembling fingertips, touching the small white porcelain cup containing Ding Feng Bo. A warm sensation came through the cold porcelain wall, faint yet real. Outside the window in Liyue Harbor, lanterns were just beginning to glow with myriad lights from countless homes. That warm, boisterous world, full of the smoke of human life, seemed to be drifting further away from her. The medicinal fragrance of calming waves, the potion Baizhu had left behind, lingered in the icy office like a ghost, unwilling to disperse for a long time. Those words, "The ice wall built from fear and pride, and Yi Chen is already caught in the game," wound around Lin Feng's heart like invisible chains, bringing a weariness heavier and far more inescapable than the uncontrolled cold. In the end, she never touched that cup of medicine. She merely had the frozen wrecked office cleaned up, the scattered papers, the frost-cracked teacups, and that photograph of Yi Chen with only a single oil-stained corner showing were swept into the corner together with the cooled cup of calming waves. The ice wall had been raised. Whether or not it trapped her as well, there was no retreat now. Since the contract had been struck, it would be honored to the end, using the coldest rules to silence everyone, including the physician who had seen through it all. The it inside her seemed to have exhausted its strength, as well, sinking into stillness, and leaving only a deep pool chill laced with quiet scrutiny. Lin Feng forced herself to expel every stray thought, and exactly as if she were handling the most severe mining crisis, classified Yi Chen marrying into the family as a contractual duty that had to be completed. Days later another document, sealed with the same ice jade official seal coldly worded and rigorously formatted, appeared once more on the bulletin board at Yuhai Pavilion directly beneath the notice of candidate selection for Yi Chen as son-in-law notice. In accordance with the previous engagement letter and the selection notice, it is hereby determined that the third quarter of the noon hour on the 7th day of next month, note 3 days from now, in the main hall of Yuhai Pavilion, the ceremony for the signing of the son-in-law contract shall be held. Contracting parties Ganyu and Yi Chen. Witness Liyue General Affairs Bureau, archived in accordance with the law. This ceremony is solely for the signing of the contract and has nothing to do with wedding rites or nuptial ceremonies. Unauthorized persons will not be received. Yuhai Pavilion. Sealed with the ice jade official seal of the Qixing secretary. The moment the notice was posted, Liyue Harbor was thrown into uproar once again. The 7th of next month. 3 days later. The third quarter of the noon hour. That's too fast. The main hall of Yuhai Pavilion. They're going to sign the contract right there. Only a contract signing, nothing to do with weddings or marriage. Unauthorized persons are not received. Good heavens, Lady Ganyu is treating the taking in of a son-in-law as if it were an employment contract. The third quarter of the noon hour. Of all times to choose. It almost feels like that Yi Chen is being sent to the execution ground. Someone muttered under their breath, drawing a chorus of knowing uneasy agreement. Not even a proper ceremony. Would Lady Ningguang allow it? Would Director Hu allow it? Jade Chamber. Ningguang studied the notice, her fingertip tapping lightly on the desk. Golden light flickered in her eyes and a trace of cold contemplative amusement curled at the corner of her lips. The 7th of next month, the third quarter of the noon hour, the main hall of Yuhai Pavilion. What an auspicious day, what a contract signing. She murmured to herself, her eyes showing not the slightest anger at being offended, rather she seemed to be watching the opening of a long-awaited drama. Ganyu, you are dead set on turning this play into a cold, one-sided contract, cutting off every tender-hearted probe and every bit of so-called care. She picked up a jade message talisman and tapped it lightly, sending out an instruction: tell the General Affairs Bureau that the archiving process must be rigorous and standardized. Not one single character may be wrong. Also send someone to Wanmen Restaurant, and give that young man Yi Chen a copy of the new hire handbook so he can arrive punctually for his appointment. She deliberately stressed the words new hire handbook and arrive punctually for his appointment, and the smile in her golden eyes deepened. Wanxing Funeral Parlor. Hu Tao was clutching the copy of the notice. This time she could not even let out a scream. She sat on the tallest coffin in the funeral parlor, and used, swinging her legs. Her plum blossom eyes had lost their usual brilliance, leaving behind only a defeated, nearly vacant blankness. The 7th of next month. The third quarter of the noon hour. The main hall of Yuhai Pavilion. Contract signing. She repeated the words on the notice like a chant, her voice drifting. No wedding or marriage. Unauthorized persons not received. Ha! Ha! She suddenly gave a low laugh, and the sound held no warmth, only absurd, desolate sorrow. Senior Ganyu. You win. You have utterly won. Hu Tao looked at the notice in her hand as if it were an obituary. You turned what could have been a magnificent, world-shattering, immortal contract, even if it was the ghost marriage version I would have arranged, into a cold employment contract in the archives of the General Affairs Bureau. She jumped off the coffin, walked to the window, and looked out at the still restive Liyue Harbor. The third quarter of the noon hour. The hour of execution. Hu Tao murmured, a complicated light passing through her plum blossom eyes. So be it. Since you insist on nailing both yourself and him to this contract. She whirled around the fire and her eyes rekindled, but now a fire of destruction and madness. Then this director will send you a congratulatory gift. A gift worthy of this auspicious day and this contract signing, a gift you will never ever forget. I guarantee that you and that contract worker Yi Chen will be carved into bone, engraved into heart. Grabbing her tool kit, she rushed out in a whirlwind, her face ablaze with nearly martyr-like fervor. Buba Pharmacy. Agui read the contents of the notice aloud to Baizhu, who was sorting medicinal herbs. Baiju's hands did not pause at all. Only when he heard the third quarter of the noon hour did his fingers, which were rolling medicine, give a barely perceptible stop before resuming as usual. Understood. His voice was calm, as if he were hearing an irrelevant trifle. He walked to the medicine cabinet, pulled open a drawer, took out a packet of herbs that had long been prepared, and picked up his brush to write a few lines on a plain sheet of paper. Agui, deliver this to Yuhai Pavilion later. Baizhu handed the medicine packet and the note to Agui. For Secretary Ganyu. Say it is. A congratulatory gift for the joy of her contract signing. Agui glanced down at the note on which was written formula named Glacial Soul Heart-Stilling Powder Enhanced Formula. Affects calms the heart, and settles the spirit, consolidates the root, and guards the primordial chi, especially effective for suppressing the baleful backlash of contract coercion, and relieving the bone-deep loneliness of piercing cold. Avoid overthinking and emotional agitation. Suitable, let nature take its course. 100 Years of Harmony Contract Edition. Agui's mouth twitched, but the gift was accepted in silence. This gift really was just in Mr. Baiju's style. Yuhai Pavilion. Lin Feng stood by the window watching the crowd before the notice board, pointing and talking and watching the messenger hurry off in the direction of Wanmin Restaurant. The it inside her flowed quietly like a cold underground river. The notice had been sent out. The auspicious day had been fixed, an hour thick with the aura of Qixing. The venue had been fixed, Yuhai Pavilion, where she held all in her grasp. The form had been fixed, a cold, merciless contract signing. Hu Tao's rage. Ningguang's chess moves. Baiju's medicines. The mundane gossip. All were held back beyond the ice wall by this one notice. And Yi Chen. He would come. He was bound to come. The contract was already sealed and Liyue was witness. Those who break their word. Lin Feng's gaze swept over a corner of the desk where a thick stack of son-in-law contract documents sent by the General Affairs Bureau awaited her signature, each clause cold and exhaustive, reducing the true bond of the shared path to countless rights and obligations. The third quarter of the noon hour, the main hall of Yuhai Pavilion. It would be nothing more than a formality. A formality that would end all the countless entanglements once and for all and nail the name Yi Chen to the position of a contract tool. She turned and picked up a report concerning the delay in Phase 2 of the Chasm project. The id inside her operated steadily, synchronized with the focus of her mind. Before the 7th of next month, before the third quarter of the noon hour, she still had mountains of true responsibilities waiting to be fulfilled. Next month, on the 7th day at the third ko of the noon hour, in the main hall of Yuhai Pavilion, the heavy curtains shut out the raucous sunlight outside the windows, leaving only a few thin threads of light casting long narrow shadows across the cold marble floor. The hall was strangely quiet, the air seemingly frozen, steeped in a killing chill. Lin Feng sat upright in the seat of honor, dressed in the formal attire of the Yuhai Pavilion's secretary, her ice blue hair pinned up with meticulous care. Her back was straight, her violet eyes lowered, her gaze fixed on the thick contract documents spread open on the wide desk before her. The it within her was as still as an ancient deep well. That icy vitality was strictly bound, turned into the foundation supporting her absolute authority at this moment. At the corner of the desk lay the moon-white protective sheath for the qilin horn, quietly resting. The ice chalcedony bead reflected a hard cold gleam in the dim light. Across the desk, separated by an icy distance, sat Yi Chen. He still wore the Wanmin restaurant apron, washed pale, stained with traces of grease that could not be washed away. It seemed no one had told him to change clothes. His head was lowered, his expression hidden. Only the slightly curled fingers on his knees with their clearly defined knuckles betrayed a faint, hard-to-notice tension. He was like an object brought in temporarily, waiting to be signed. 2 aides sent by the General Affairs Office stood on either side of the desk like emotionless statues, one holding the sealing paste, and the record book, eyes cast down in silent reverence. There were no guests, no ceremony, no congratulations. Only an ice-cold contract, and 2 names that were about to be bound by it. The air in the hall was so heavy it could almost be wrung out. Lin Feng did not look at Yi Chen, her gaze stayed fixed on the terms of the contract. Those icy, scrupulously harsh words sliced the true fellowship of the same path into shreds, leaving only clearly demarcated rights, obligations, restrictions, and constraints. She picked up the brush and dipped it full of ink. The brush tip hovered above the signature space marked Party A Ganyu, pausing for a moment. The silent cold inside her seemed to tremble like a tiny stone thrown into a deep pool. Baiju's words pierced her inner defenses without warning. The one who gets frostbitten will only be you. Hu Tao's enraged shriek echoed in her ears. This is tearing down your own walls. Ningguang's amused gaze seemed to pierce through the wall. I shall wait and watch. And then. Qiqi's innocent yet blunt gaze. The brush tip fell. The 2 characters Ganyu carried her unique millennium deep steadiness of the wrist, pressing through the paper yet also bearing a finality that cut away everything. The ink spread quickly across the ice-patterned paper and sat tinged with a biting cold. The aide pushed the contract across the desk. Qixing silently reached out a hand. It bore the thin calluses of long labor. He took the brush. Without hesitation and without looking up, he signed his name in the space marked Party B. Qixing. The handwriting was neat yet carried a resigned calm. The aide stepped forward and applied the seals. The bright red contract seals like two heavy shackles were stamped upon the names Ganyu and Qixing. The contract was sealed. The aide put away the duplicate documents, bowed respectfully, and withdrew silently. Only two people remained in the main hall. Lin Feng finally lifted her eyes and looked at the contracted live-in son-in-law across from her, who wore the grease-stained apron and kept his head lowered. He remained just as silent as if what he had just signed was not a contract that might change his life but an ordinary delivery slip. There was no relief, not the kind he had imagined. There was no peacefulness of an ice wall after it was built. Only a deeper, heavier, more unutterable cold crept out from the contract's ice-cold paper along the fingertips, quietly seeping into limbs and bones and finally settling in the depths of the soul. That chill was far more piercing than out-of-control power. The id inside her remained still yet seemed to be silently mocking something. Lin Feng withdrew her gaze and no longer looked at Qixing. The contract is sealed. Her voice rang through the empty cold hall, clear and calm yet carrying a lingering self-consuming exhaustion. The side chamber has been prepared. Your duties and stipend are already stated in the contract. If there is nothing important, there is no need to disturb me. She rose and left without lingering, walking straight to the door leading to the inner chamber. The moon-white sleeves swept across the cold floor without a single ripple. Qixing kept his head lowered until the door closed softly, sealing away the last breath of presence from the seat of honor. Only then did he slowly lift his head and gaze at the tightly shut door. His face still betrayed no expression, but in those calm eyes slipped a faint, deeply intricate glimmer, too fleeting for anyone to catch. The main hall was utterly dead silent. Only the contract, its ink not yet dry, lay quietly on the cold desk. The ink was like ice, the seals like blood. The contract is sealed. An immortal's life remains difficult. The paperwork remains mountainous as ever. And loneliness has become like this hall, even emptier, even colder, even more. An abyss as deep as the sea. The second phase of the Qixing Abyss project had at last passed its most intense stage and entered a smooth operational track. Liyue Harbor welcomed a rare early winter season, no major crises, no urgent documents, and even the weather was exceptionally clear and fine. Warm sunlight spilled over the bluestone roads, and even the sea breeze carried less chill. Inside Yuhai Pavilion, Lin Feng was enjoying a rare bout of idleness, handling a few routine reports. After a series of storms, the it within her seemed to have entered a dormant phase, its faintly cool vitality flowing through her with a calm, docile ease. The moon-white sheath around her horn had long become a part of her daily routine, the ice chalcedony beads casting a soft, lustrous gleam in the sun. Knock, knock, knock. The knock came in a familiar rhythm, so free-spirited it bordered on insolent. Come in, Lin Feng said without lifting her head. The door was swished open and Hu Tao swept in like an inextinguishable crimson flame. This time she hadn't brought that treasure satchel tool kit. Instead, she carried a large, bulging bundle over her shoulder. On her face was an extremely pure excitement, a smile completely free of mischievous intent. Senior Ganyu. Great news. The greatest news. Hu Tao raced to the desk, both hands pressing down on its surface, her plum-blossom pupils shining like the noctilucous jade of Liyue Harbor. Lady Ningguang has shown her favor. Special approval. Sponsored in full by the Wanxing Funeral Parlor. Oh no, by the Liyue General Affairs Department in name only. Organizing the core members of Yuhai Pavilion plus the specially invited guests, namely this director Xiangling Qiqi, Mr. Baizhu. And of course your contract worker young Qixing, to head to a top-grade natural sulfur spring newly discovered deep in Jueyun Karst. A 3-day special team-building event. Heal body and mind, harmonize Liyue. Depart immediately. Lin Feng's hand holding the brush froze and a flicker of shock crossed her violet eyes. Hot springs. Team building. Ningguang's special approval. Hu Tao organizing. And even Qixing. Director Hu. Lin Feng set down her brush, her tone laden with suspicion. What are you up to this time? The it within her seemed to sense this abnormality. A ripple of wariness stirred in that peaceful coolness. By heaven and earth. Hu Tao raised 3 fingers, wearing an expression of I am more sincere than the Geo Archon himself. This time it really isn't me. It's Lady Ningguang, who thinks everyone, especially you, has worked too hard lately and needs to relax. I recommended the spot. The General Affairs Department covered the expenses, and I merely assisted in planning the itinerary. I guarantee it's completely natural, free of additives, relaxing to body and mind, and great for deepening bonds. See. Even the event name is so official. She pointed at the seal affixed to the bundle, printed with the General Affairs Department emblem and the words heal body and mind, harmonize Liyue. As if afraid Lin Feng wouldn't believe her, Hu Tao conjured up a document stamped with Ningguang's personal seal. On it was clearly written that the team-building activity was approved and that Secretary Ganyu is requested to participate as an example. Lin Feng looked at the document, then at Hu Tao's rarely seen pure face brimming with anticipation, then at the rare fine weather outside. The wary ripple inside her was strangely replaced by a faint, barely recognized longing for relaxation, a longing even she had not noticed. Mr. Baizhu and Qixing are going as well? Lin Feng asked hesitantly. She truly couldn't imagine that perpetually elegant, otherworldly Mr. Baizhu soaking in a hot spring. Going. We must go. Hu Tao thumped her chest. Mr. Baizhu said that sulfur hot springs nourish the meridians, dispel dampness, and drive out cold. They'll be of great benefit to that. Special constitution of yours. Qixing needs more activity too. Don't worry. The hot spring is divided into separate private pools. Privacy guaranteed. Then. Yi Chen. Lin Feng's voice dropped further. Of course he's going. Hu Tao said with righteous confidence. As the party B who signed that contract with you, it's only natural for him to enjoy party benefits. Besides, someone needs to serve tea, pour water, and prepare snacks and fruit by the hot spring, right? Young Yi Chen from Wanmin Restaurant, a perfect match for the job. She winked with an expression of you know what I mean. Lin Feng. She suddenly felt that letting Yi Chen work as a hot spring attendant seemed a little more agreeable than keeping him in the side chamber of Yuhai Pavilion. Deep in Jueyun karst, clouds swirled around ancient trees towering into the sky. The newly discovered cluster of hot springs was like scattered green jade in the valley, white sulfur-scented steam rising from the pools, the air saturated with warm, moist breath. When Lin Feng changed into a simple bathrobe, still wearing the protective sheath on her horn, and stepped into the small private pool set aside for her, and well, in theory only for her, a warmth mixed with the breath of the earth wrapped around her at once. The warm spring water climbed past her ankles and calves, chasing away the early winter chill and seemingly melting the 1,000-year weariness buried in her bones. The it inside her seemed soothed by this comfortable temperature. That faintly cool vitality turned into a gentle, sluggish stream flowing lazily, and even adjusting her body temperature on its own, making every pore feel perfectly content. She leaned against the smooth rock wall, closed her eyes, and let out a nearly inaudible, satisfied sigh. How long had it been? In 1,000 years of immortal life she had never known a moment so purely relaxed, so free from the need to think of duty. Sister Ganyu. The water here feels so good. From the other side came Xiangling's vibrant voice, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Comfortable. Qixing's slow, drawling reply came faintly as well. Mr. Baizhu, look at the mineral composition of this spring. Was that Keqing's voice? She was actually discussing hot spring ingredients with Baizhu. It is indeed of superior quality, excellent for fortifying the root and replenishing vitality. Baizhu's gentle reply came through the misty water vapor. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose unbidden. Those familiar voices in the warm mist seemed strangely reassuring. Swish! The bamboo blind of her pool was pulled open a crack. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open in instant vigilance. The gentle stream within her tensed in the same moment. But it was Hu Tao's fuzzy head peeking in, a neatly folded white towel balanced on her head, her face rosy from the steam, her plum blossom eyes shining. In her hands was a small wooden tray bearing several plates of delicate pastries and a pot of clear tea. Tada! Wanxing Funeral Parlor's exclusive hot spring healing premium afternoon tea. Hu Tao grinned. For once she did not burst straight inside. She placed the tray on a stone beside the pool. Jueyun chili and petal crisps, mildly spicy, invigorating version Qixing, and mint cakes and raspberries specially selected by Qixing. The tea is a calming flower tea recommended by Mr. Baizhu. Please take your time, Senior Ganyu. She set the things down, made a pleased gesture, and without any extra chatter gave Lin Feng a sly wink before swishing the curtains shut and scampering away. Lin Feng looked at the artfully shaped pastries still sending up wisps of steam, then at the pot of flower tea with its delicate fragrance. The wariness in her heart slowly dissolved, replaced by a strange warm current. This little rascal, she really has been quite thoughtful this time, hasn't she? She picked up a piece of the shortbread dotted with red petals and took a careful bite. The mild spiciness of chili burst on her tongue along with the delicate sweetness of petals stimulating her taste buds just right. The warmth spread down her throat echoing the hot spring that cocooned her from outside. The it inside her seemed to appreciate the flavor too, that cool vitality turned lively and comfortably at ease. She sipped the warm calming flower tea, nibbled the pastries, and listened to the faint carefree voices of companions from neighboring pools. She even caught a rare languid laugh from Ningguang. Feeling the hot spring's warmth enveloping her in perfect comfort and unprecedented pure unburdened ease and happiness seeped slowly like the spring water itself into her soul, the soul of the original owner weary from 1,000 years. Even the power inside her became docile and harmonious as if fused with the warm springs and the relaxed surroundings into a single whole. She leaned against the pool wall and closed her eyes. A truly relaxed, satisfied curve lifted her lips. Documents. Temporarily forgotten. Contracts. Put aside for now. Power. Flowing gently. Worries. Vanishing with the mist. Only the warm spring-cleansed body and soul, only the peace of companions within arm's reach remained. So the true way to lie flat was not to sprawl on the bed pretending to be dead, nor to seal everything off behind an ice wall. It was at moments like this to set down every burden completely, and accept the warm gift of ordinary earthly life. Liyue Harbor outside the window would still need protection. The documents in Yuhai Pavilion would eventually pile up again. The power within her would still require careful balance. But at this moment in the warm spring of Juyun Karst, Lin Feng allowed herself just once to be a pure, warmth-wrapped Lin Feng. 3 years for Liyue Harbor were no more than the tide ebbing and flowing hundreds of times, and the 1,000-sailed merchant fleets renewing themselves a few more rounds. At Xingyan Chasm, the second phase project had long been operating steadily, and the miners' work chants had melted into the breathing of the mountains. For the long scale of an immortal beast's life, it was even less than a snap of the fingers. Yet some things had after all quietly settled and shifted in the fine trickle of time. The documents at Yuhai Pavilion were still piled up like mountains. Ningguang's chess game was still unfathomable, and Keqing's deadlines were still urgent as thunder. But the aura around Lin Feng seated behind her desk was now utterly different. Her ice blue hair was still tied into an impeccable style, and her violet eyes were as serene as ever. Only the 1,000-year aloofness in them had been replaced by a deeper, more restrained peace. Her movements in reviewing documents remained smooth and precise. As her fingertips swept across the paper, the faintly cool vitality flowed docilely within her like part of her breathing without the slightest sign of losing control. The moon-white protective ring around her horn showed fine signs of wear at the edges, and the ice chalcedony beads were still warm and lustrous as if steeped in time. The it within her body, after 3 years of continuous adjustment and control, had reached an almost perfect symbiosis with her. It was no longer an alien guest to be warily guarded, but a source of power that obeyed her every command. She could precisely steer it to control the drying speed of ink, to cool tea to the right temperature, and even while reviewing tedious reports to let tiny snowflakes of ice crystal, like stardust, drift from her fingertips and vanish in the sunlight, a small amusement that was entirely her own. Deep in a drawer, that marrying-in contract had long since been filed away in the innermost archive room of the General Affairs Department, covered in the dust of time. It was no longer a cold shackle hanging over her head, but more like an old contract forgotten in a corner, signed with the wrong name. That signing ceremony at high noon had also become a gradually fading fragment among the many absurd legends of Liyue Harbor. Creak! The office door was pushed gently open with a familiar, deliberately slowed rhythm. Lin Feng did not look up, nor did her pen stop. She merely curved the corners of her lips in a faint, almost imperceptible arc. The one who entered was Qixing. He still wore plain dark cloth clothes, but no longer the grease-stained apron of Wanmin restaurant. 3 years had not left many traces on his composed face, rather in those eyes that were always lowered more indescribable things had accumulated. Habit, observation, a kind of unspoken steadiness. In his hands was a tray with a celadone-lidded bowl, and wisps of elegant warm fragrance escaped from the edges of the lid, a warming tea specially made from Juyun Karst's morning dew, and Qixing flowers, one Lin Feng had come to favor recently. Qixing did not speak, just as he had for over 1,000 days. Soundlessly he walked to the desk and set the warm tea bowl at a spot near Lin Feng's hand where it would not disturb the documents. The movement was precise and steady with an almost instinctive familiarity. As he set down the tea, his gaze swept very quickly over the document Lin Feng was reviewing, a report on the cold resistance of newly introduced rice seeds in Qixing village. Lin Feng picked up the tea bowl, feeling the perfectly pleasant warmth at her fingertips, and the slightly cool vitality within her body seemed even more soothed by that warmth. She lifted the lid and a delicate fragrance rushed to meet her. She took a sip. A stream of warmth slid down her throat and dispelled a hint of chill from the deep autumn morning. Just as she was about to put the tea bowl down and continue working the corner of her eye, noticed that Qixing had not left immediately after setting things down as he usually did. He stood 2 steps away from the desk, had slightly lowered hands folded in front of him as if hesitating. Lin Feng's heart stirred faintly. During the past 3 years, Qixing had been like a quiet shadow, keeping strictly to the clause in the contract: if there is no important matter, do not disturb. Other than delivering tea and refreshments at fixed times every day and handling sundry tasks around Liyue Pavilion, he almost never talked more than necessary, much less took the initiative to linger. Today's unusual hesitation. Something on your mind? Lin Feng set down the tea bowl, her voice calm and impossible to read. Qixing seemed startled by the sudden question. His body tightened imperceptibly for an instant. He raised his head, shot a quick glance at Lin Feng, then immediately lowered it again, fixing his gaze on his folded hands. After a few breaths of silence, he spoke in a voice that was still low, yet with a bit more steadiness than 3 years ago. Qixing village. The new rice seeds. Granny Ashen's trial plot is close to the wind gap on the north slope, and the soil layer is thinner too. He paused as if organizing his words. A few days ago, when I went to deliver medicine, I saw the seedlings. The tips of their leaves were somewhat yellowed and curling. Like those potted silk flowers at Qixing Terrace that were frostbitten last year. Lin Feng's fingers holding the pen paused slightly. The it within her seemed to catch this subtle clue as well. The gentle vitality turned slightly, instantly summoning to her mind the airflow data for the wind gap on Qixing Village's north slope, the analysis of the soil composition, and last year's frost damage report on the silk flowers at Qixing Terrace. A spark of understanding shone in her violet eyes. That report had only mentioned that the overall growth was good. It had not covered every trial plot in detail, least of all Granny Ashen's field, which occupied a special position. Qixing's observation was very meticulous and very valuable. Understood. Lin Feng's voice was still calm but had lost some of its usual coldness. I will have the steward in charge verify it and adjust the protective measures. Qixing seemed to breathe a little easier. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and he gave a low in response. He raised his head again, and this time his gaze lingered on Lin Feng's face for a beat longer, as if he wanted to confirm her reaction. When he saw that Lin Feng had picked up her pen again and quickly written a few lines of annotation on the report, a trace of very faint, almost contented light slipped through the depths of his calm eyes. He did not stay. Just like when he came, he withdrew silently and gently closed the door. The office fell quiet again. Lin Feng looked at the new annotation she had added to the report, her pen hovering in midair for a moment. Outside the window, sunlight passed through the lattice and fell precisely on the cup of warm tea, its misty steam curling upward. The it within her flowed evenly, carrying a soothing sensation of being nourished by useful information. 3 years. The cold casing of the contract through day after day of silent tea deliveries, meticulous service, and even this unexpected valuable observational reminder today had been quietly worn smooth by time. It had not disappeared, but it seemed to have acquired a warm patina, no longer cold enough to pierce the bone. There was no earth-shattering change, no closeness that broke through boundaries. There was only a kind of habit and tacit understanding that had grown gradually over the long years in countless silent dawns and dusks, as natural as air. She had grown used to that cup of tea he brought every day at just the right temperature. She had grown attuned to the meticulousness beneath his quiet reserve and to his occasional unexpected usefulness. She had grown used to his existence, as if he were part of the background, yet in certain moments, such as the faint gleam in his eyes just now when he mentioned Granny Ashen's seedlings, one realized that this contract worker had long ceased to be a mere symbol. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and took another sip. The tea was faintly warm and comfort flowed into her throat. Outside the window, Liyue Harbor was bathed in bright sunlight, and the sounds of the city were just as always. After 3 years, the fires of human life slowly warmed. Time flowed on. 5 years had slipped quietly past since the signing of that cold live-in son-in-law contract. Beyond the windows of Liyue Pavilion, Liyue Harbor thrummed with even greater prosperity than before. Within, those once sharp edges had also been worn smooth by the daily immersion in hearth and smoke, gaining a gentle mellow luster. Between Lin Feng and Qixing, a wordless understanding had long since taken shape, as precise and intricate as the meshing gears of a clock. He remained quiet and taciturn as ever, yet he took care of the living routine of the Liyue Pavilion's secretary with the same meticulous, perfectly measured manner he applied to handling ingredients. Every day there were warm tea and pastries, clothes were changed and layered as the seasons turned, the study remained forever neat and orderly. And even when the cool power within her stirred restlessly from too long spent on official documents, he would always at just the right moment bring a specially prepared sweet soup carrying a clear, quieting medicinal fragrance that soothed heart and spirit. Lin Feng too had grown used to this silent, comforting care, much as one grows used to the very air one breathes. That contract was no longer an icy shackle. It had sunk to the bottom of their daily existence, an unmentioned yet omnipresent cornerstone. The symbiosis between it inside her and Lin Feng had also reached an unprecedented harmony. That power flowed docilely through her blood like the most loyal of companions, assisting her in handling the mountains of official work. Sometimes when she happened to gaze at the night lights of Liyue Harbor outside the window, it even quietly condensed a few crystalline fleeting snowflakes, granting her a small moment of private delight. The change began with the faintest of omens. One early autumn morning, Lin Feng sat behind her desk as usual, preparing to review a lengthy report on the preliminary survey for the third phase of the Qixing Chasm project. Qixing placed a cup of Qixing tea at the perfect temperature beside her hand, then turned to leave. Just as he turned, a very faint scent wafted over, one mixed with the smell of cooking oil and fresh fish. This should have been the smoke and fire of the mortal world that Lin Feng had long grown accustomed to, had even come to rely on. Yet this time, a wave of indescribably violent nausea surged into her throat without the slightest warning. Ugh! Lin Feng abruptly covered her mouth. Her face instantly turned deathly pale and her body pitched forward beyond her control, her violet eyes filled with incredulous shock and physical revulsion. Qixing's steps halted sharply and he whirled around. In 5 years this was the first time he had seen such a vivid, such a fragile expression on Ganyu's face. Almost by instinct he rushed back to the desk, his movement so quick it stirred a gust of air. For the first time a crack, clearly named alarm, split open in the stillness of his calm eyes. You! His voice was parched. His outstretched hand stopped in midair, as if he wanted to steady her but dared not touch her. Lin Feng forced down the churning storm inside her, and waved a hand to show that she was all right. Yet fine beads of cold sweat had already seeped out at her temples, and the smooth, cool vitality in her body was abnormally disordered, like a deep pool struck by a tossed stone. She drew a deep breath, trying to summon her power to settle herself, only to discover that it now faintly carried a strange warmth, one suffused with surging, vibrant life. It was utterly inharmonious with her own innate coldness, and yet it merged with it in an uncanny way. The sensation was alien and heart-stopping. It is nothing. Lin Feng forced her voice to remain steady, but her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. The excuse was so feeble that even she herself did not believe it. Never before had she lost her composure over something as ordinary as not sleeping well. Qixing pressed his lips into a tight line and gave her a long, deep look, a single glance overflowing with tangled emotions, worry, bewilderment, and a faint elusive gravity, as if he sensed some immense upheaval looming ahead. He did not press the question. Instead he turned quickly and a moment later brought back a warm cup of plain water with a little honey in it. Drink some warm water. He set the cup gently within her reach, his voice low. Lin Feng received it, and the warmth that seeped through her fingertips eased a little of her unease and the cold dread gathering in her heart. She sipped in small mouthfuls while inside her the strange warm current and the icy vitality continued to entangle and test each other in silence. Once doubt was planted, it crept upward like vines. That day's abnormality was only the beginning. Over the following days Lin Feng found herself growing unusually sensitive to scents she had once taken for granted, especially the faint odor of cooking oil and the kitchen that clung to Qixing. Occasionally fatigue would sweep over her without warning, and the fluctuations of that power within her grew harder to predict than before, sometimes docile, sometimes stirred by the merest trifles such as Hu Tao bouncing in through the door. Ripples would spread for no discernible reason. She tried to dismiss it as a power adjustment period or a change of seasons, but deep in her heart an utterly absurd yet heart-pounding thought slowly rose to the surface like a depth charge ascending from cold water. Impossible. She was a half-immortal beast, and she carried within her that unfathomable power. Qixing was only a mortal. That contract was merely a cold impersonal clause. And then one afternoon, exactly as he had 5 years earlier, Baizhu appeared noiselessly in her office, placed an unmarked medicinal pouch on her desk, and left behind a single phrase. The pulse is unusual, it seems 2 currents converge with warmth hidden beneath ice. At the words "this medicine calms the fetus and fortifies the root, take it with caution," all wishful thinking and self-deception shattered to pieces in an instant. Lin Feng stood as though frozen in place, and the brush in her fingers fell with a sharp clatter onto the desk. She stared fixedly at that medicinal pouch. A violent storm churned in her violet eyes, shock, bewilderment, dread, disbelief, and a trace of a long-buried secret tremor toward the impossible that even she herself had never noticed. Yet within her seemed to sense something too. In that instant the icy vitality and the newborn warmth no longer opposed each other. Instead, as if summoned by some higher will, they began to intertwine, cautiously, tentatively. An extremely faint yet unmistakable pulse, one bearing tenacious vitality, quietly sprouted within her abdomen like the first tender shoot breaking through the earth in early spring. It made itself clearly known to her, and also to the it within her that had been silently watching all along. A low hum echoed through her. Lin Feng felt her very soul trembling. An immortal beast's body. A mortal's child. The convergence of ice and warmth. Beyond the contract. Within life. Slowly, with terrible stiffness, she raised a hand and laid it gently over her still flat belly. What met her fingertips was the warmth of her own body, separated only by the fabric of her clothes. But at this moment it was as if she could see through flesh and blood and truly perceive that faint yet incomparably resolute pulse, a completely new miraculous life that was independent of the original Ganyu's 1,000-year existence, independent of the contract, and independent of it. Qixing pushed the door open gently, carrying freshly brewed tea. He acutely sensed the stagnant tension in the office, and his gaze immediately landed on the hand Lin Feng had pressed over her lower abdomen, and on the expression on her face, one so complex it defied interpretation. His steps came to a halt at the doorway. His serene eyes instantly narrowed, and the knuckles on the hand holding the tray turned faintly white. He seemed to understand something, and yet seemed utterly unable to comprehend it. Shock, bewilderment, a flicker of helplessness, and a deep, overwhelming emotion for the woman before him, a woman so powerful yet suddenly so fragile, threatened to swallow him whole. And a tremendous sense of responsibility for that possible tiny life connecting the two of them, along with an inexpressible tremor, collided violently in his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, falling upon the hand Lin Feng had laid over her abdomen, and also upon Qixing's rigid silhouette in the doorway. In the air lingered the bitter medicinal fragrance Bai Zhu had left behind. The contract that had once been so cold was in this moment endowed by an unexpected vibrant life with an unforeseeable and irrevocable new contract. Could it be? Bai Zhu's tonic package for pregnancy had landed like a silent thunderclap, shattering the solitude of Liyue Pavilion, a realm once governed solely by paperwork and ice-cold isolation. Lin Feng's hand remained pressed against her lower abdomen, the fabric between her palm and skin feeling impossibly thin. Beneath it she sensed a faint yet undeniable pulse, a brand new presence pulsing with raw vitality, gently challenging the millennium-old frost coiled within her meridians, and that enigmatic something lurking in her depths. Qixing froze at the doorway, the tray he carried seemingly carved from stone. Steam drifted lazily from its rim, a stark contrast to the tempest churning beneath his gaze. Shock, bewilderment, and disbelief ebbed, giving way to something far heavier, a profound sense of duty that settled into his chest like a crushing weight. His eyes traced the turbulence on her face, the ancient pride of a celestial beast torn apart in an instant, revealing the shock and vulnerability beneath. Something primal stirred within her, a maternal instinct she had never known, raw and defenseless. The atmosphere thickened, still as ice. Eventually Qixing moved, gliding forward with deliberate caution as though afraid to disturb something fragile, and set the tray down far from the medicine packet on the corner of the desk. He made no attempt to touch Lin Feng or speak. Simply lifting the unmarked medicine packet in silence, he turned and walked toward the small kitchen connected to the secretary's quarters within Liyue Pavilion. His silhouette remained composed, yet each step carried a weight unlike anything before. The medicinal fragrance soon permeated the kitchen, a bitter clarity laced with something warm and unexpected replacing the cold ink scent that had filled the office. Lin Feng stayed frozen in place, her violet eyes unfocused, gazing into the void. Within her that ancient coldness seemed to grapple with the upheaval itself, alternately withdrawing into dormancy and tentatively reaching toward the new warmth, each encounter sending delicate tremors through her lower belly. Rejection. Acceptance. Protection. Even that dormant power appeared lost to confusion. Days of torment drifted past. The medicine was brewed precisely on schedule, silently delivered by Qixing to her side. The temperature was always exact, a precision matched only in how he controlled heat when cooking. She forced herself to drink the bitter liquid sliding down her throat, granting fleeting warmth that could not quell the tempest churning within. The symptoms worsened rather than eased despite the medicine. Her sense of smell sharpened to an agonizing degree. The familiar ink fragrance of Liyue Pavilion now made her gag. Sudden exhaustion would crash over her like tidal waves, often overwhelming her while she reviewed documents. What frightened her most was the instability of her powers. The normally docile cold energy had grown volatile like taut strings ready to snap. The slightest provocation could trigger uncontrollable frost that shattered cups and papers, only to be clumsily restrained by the stubborn warmth gathering in her belly. She moved like a trapped beast, pacing the razor's edge between ice and magma, each step treacherous, each breath measured. The dignity of a celestial beast crumbled before this unfamiliar body shaped now by mortal life. The secret couldn't remain hidden forever. It was Hu Tao who noticed first. One day Hu Tao burst into Liyue Pavilion carrying prototypes of her newly designed Qixing cub protective cases, eager to pitch them to the hypothetical future children. Instead she found Lin Feng bent over her desk, pale and fighting back violent retching. Hu Tao's smile froze instantly, her plum-blossom eyes widening in shock. Glancing from Lin Feng's suffering restraint to Yi Chen's rigid posture, an unmistakable worry, absurd yet crystal-clear realization struck her like lightning. "Ganyu Sr." Hu Tao's voice cracked, the prototype clattering to the floor. You're actually with child." She pointed at Lin Feng's still flat stomach, her fingers trembling like leaves in the wind. Lin Feng snapped her head up, purple eyes blazing with icy fury and a warning sharp enough to cut. A wave of uncontrollable cold rushed through the office, frosting the potted plants in the corners. "Hu Tao, shut your mouth and get out." Lin Feng's voice was shrill with exhaustion and rage. Yet Hu Tao refused to be intimidated this time. Overcome with shock and delight, she ignored the biting cold, and Lin Feng's wrath, lunging forward incoherently. "Lord Zhongli, has it truly happened? When did this occur? Was it the contract taking effect? Or OIC? Dr. Baizhu. It must be his remedy. He knew all along, didn't he? I'll be the godmother. The child's godmother. I've already picked names, for a boy Yu Xiaolin, for a girl Gan Xiaolin. What do you think? Perfect for a celestial beast's lineage, don't you agree?" "Hu Tao." Lin Feng's voice trembled with barely contained rage, her power surging uncontrollably as papers on the desk froze solid in an instant. She wanted nothing more than to freeze Hu Tao into a statue and throw her out. Fine. I'm leaving. I'm going right now." Feeling the murderous intent that threatened to freeze her very soul, Hu Tao finally understood this wasn't the moment for jokes. She stumbled backward in a panic, still calling out, "I'm going. But Ganyu Sr. Take care of yourself. I'll find Dr. Baizhu right away, the best midwife, the softest cloud silk for the baby's clothes. The Wangxing Funeral Parlor's lifetime service is being upgraded to the supreme package for comprehensive care of immortal human hybrid infants. Leave it to me." Before finishing her sentence, she became a whirlwind of red bolting from Liyue Pavilion with earth-shattering news. "Hu Tao." Lin Feng's roar was swallowed by the heavy wooden door. The office fell into dead silence, broken only by the faint cracking of spreading frost and Lin Feng's ragged breathing choked with fury and discomfort. Yi Chen stood silently beside her, knuckles white from clenched fists, his eyes heavy with worry and an unnameable complexity. He knew peace was over. The news spread like wings, amplified by Hu Tao's enthusiastic promotion, sweeping through Liyue Harbor faster and more explosively than the adoption contract ever had. "Did you hear? Secretary Ganyu is with child. A celestial beast pregnant. Good heavens! With whom? That Yi Chen from Wanmin Restaurant. The contract son-in-law has come true. Lord Rex Lapis has blessed us. Dr. Baizhu's miraculous skills. The union of immortal and mortal is no longer a dream. Director who has already hung a banner outside the Wangxing Funeral Parlor, warmly celebrating the imminent birth of the first immortal mortal hybrid. Wangxing Funeral Parlor professionally handles full-month banquet ceremonies, Underworld Edition. What on earth is that supposed to mean?" At Liyue Pavilion, Ningguang studied the intelligence report. Ganyu experiencing morning sickness, power instability, Hu Tao publicizing the news, her golden eyes gleaming with shifting light as her fingers absently traced the chess piece. The curve of her lips carried genuine curiosity, now something authentically human breaking through her usual detachment. An immortal mortal bloodline. The intersection of ice and warmth. Unforeseen yet somehow inevitable. She murmured to herself, her eyes alight with the same anticipation a strategist feels when presented with an entirely new game full of variables. Senior Ganyu, your moves have become increasingly fascinating. This observer shall wait with bated breath to witness the fruit of this new contract. At Buba Pharmacy Dr. Baizhu listened to Agui's account of the city's chatter, offering only a quiet hum before returning to his herb sorting. Yet his movements were slower, more deliberate, as though weighing a more intricate prescription. Qixing, clutching freshly gathered Qixing, dragged her words out slowly. Dr. Baizhu. Will the little one feel cold? Dr. Baizhu paused briefly, meeting Qixing's innocent gaze with a gentle response. Perhaps. It will require more warmth. Meanwhile, at Wanmen restaurant, Master Mao surveyed the crowd clogging the entrance, then turned to Yichen in the back kitchen, still chopping silently but radiating such oppressive energy that he hung the closed for business sign without a word. Xiangling meanwhile was practically glowing with excitement, already developing recipes for celestial beasts, pregnancy nutrition, and infant complementary foods, slime condensate detoxification, and flavor enhancement edition. At Yuhai Pavilion, Lin Feng shut herself in the inner chamber, cutting off all outside noise and prying eyes. Leaning against the soft couch, her hand rested over her lower belly, feeling the increasingly distinct pulse within, and the delicate precarious balance between the ancient power coiled inside her and that newborn warmth. Anger, shame, bewilderment, fear, emotions crashed over her like a tempest. Yet at the eye of that storm the faint pulse held firm and anchored, defying the chaos. The contract was now only a memory. The eyes she'd wrapped herself in had been mercilessly shattered by the miracle of life. Ahead lay unprecedented challenges, the hardship of a celestial beast carrying mortal offspring, the delicate equilibrium of her powers, the prying eyes and restless whispers from without. But here in this secluded chamber, feeling that stubborn new life beneath her palm, Lin Feng closed her eyes. A single tear, hot human long denied, finally broke free from millennia of pride and frost sliding silently down her cheek. That tear fell for the unexpected new contract, for the unbearable weight of life itself, with all its pain and trembling wonder. The inner chamber of the Yuhai Pavilion was filled with the dense aroma of medicinal herbs and a faint scent of blood, interweaving with the subtle bitterness of Qixing flowers to form a peculiar breath that belonged to new life. Outside the window the morning light of Liyue Harbor struggled to pierce the heavy clouds, casting a faint glow into the room. Lin Feng slowly awakened from a deep, weary slumber. Her body felt as if it had been crushed and reassembled, every inch of bone and muscle screamed with soreness and weakness. A celestial beast's recovery far surpassed that of mortals, but conceiving and giving birth to this child bearing mortal blood had exhausted the millennia of vital essence she had accumulated. Even the vast abyss-like icy force within her now appeared thin and docile, like a shallow shoal after the ebb tide, carrying the languor of having been overdrawn. Yet what occupied her consciousness even more strongly than physical fatigue was a warm, heavy, undeniable pressure on her left arm. She turned her head stiffly with agonizing slowness. A tiny life wrapped in a soft cloud brocade swaddle lay nestled quietly in the crook of her arm. The swaddle was of a gentle moon-white color, its edges embroidered with fine ice-blue cloud patterns, clearly Hu Tao's handiwork, yet it unusually discarded her flamboyant plum blossoms and skulls, revealing a cautious, meticulous cherishing. The infant's eyes were closed, her tiny face still bearing the ruddy wrinkles of a newborn, with sparse, soft, fetal hair plastered to her forehead, and that hair color was an exceedingly rare, almost translucent ice blue. It resembled the melting tips of her own hair. What made Lin Feng's heart shudder even more violently were two minuscule protrusions nestled among the baby's soft, sparse ice-blue fetal hair, like newborn bamboo shoot tips, warm and smooth as jade softly pressed against the scalp. They were the symbol of the Qilin bloodline. Though not yet formed into horns, their budding prominence was already unmistakable. An indescribable, overwhelming surge of emotion instantly flooded Lin Feng. The millennium-frozen defenses of her heart collapsed completely in that moment. Shock, bewilderment, and incredulity ultimately transformed into a surging, raging warmth from the deepest part of her bloodline, an almost instinctive, torrential warmth. This warmth was so unfamiliar, so intense, that it instantly breached every dike of reason, filling her violet eyes with scorching tears. This was her child. A child of hers and immortals. A miracle of life that carried her ice-blue hair and inherited the nascent shape of her Qilin horn. Just as her trembling fingers almost dared not touch that delicate little cheek, the infant seemed to sense her mother's gaze and the surging emotions. The tiny brow furrowed slightly, and then, "Wah!" A clear, forceful cry abruptly shattered the silence of the inner chamber. This cry carried the proclamation of a new life entering the world, an undeniable presence like a pebble dropped into a tranquil deep pool, instantly stirring layer upon layer of ripples. Lin Feng's body jolted violently, and tears finally slipped down beyond her control. Almost frantically, by instinct, she tightened her arms and pulled the crying little life even closer to her chest. Clumsy, flustered, yet carrying a resolute guardianship that would sever all else. The power within her seemed awakened by the cry as well. That thin, icy vitality cautiously reached out like the gentlest tendrils, gently wrapping around the wailing infant, and bringing a touch of cool comfort. Miraculously, the infant's crying truly subsided under the cool soothing, turning into aggrieved little whimpers. Her small head instinctively nuzzled against Lin Feng's arm as if seeking a more comfortable position. Qixing, who had been silently keeping watch in the shadowy corner, gave a violent start the instant the first cry rang out. He raised his head abruptly. Those always calm, unruffled eyes were now like a deep pool into which a torch had been thrown, blazing with unprecedented scorching light. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief, and a mighty tremor that nearly tore his soul apart. He almost staggered to the bedside, only to stop short a step away, his hands clenched into fists, with knuckles whitening as if afraid his mortal aura would disturb the mother and daughter embracing each other. His gaze greedily, almost ravenously, fixed on the infant's face as her cries gradually ceased, then traced the ice-blue fetal hair and the tiny horn buds, and finally settled on Lin Feng's face, tear-streaked yet glowing with an unprecedented tenderness, still clumsy. A deep warmth vast enough to move mountains, mingling gratitude, reverence, and boundless responsibility, surged and roared in his chest, nearly bursting through his throat. Just then the door to the inner chamber was carefully pushed open a crack. Hu Tao's fluffy head poked in, her plum blossom eyes startlingly bright, her face bearing barely suppressed excitement and tension. Behind her, Baizhu in a blue-green robe remained elegant and refined, but a faint, hardly perceptible weariness and relief lingered between his brows. Did she cry? Yes. Hu Tao's voice was lowered to almost a whisper, trembling. Is it a little Qixing? Hair color like Senior Ganyu's. Horn buds. I saw it. Oh my God! Mr. Baizhu. We succeeded. A celestial-mortal hybrid. Alive. She was so frenzied with excitement that she became incoherent. Had Baizhu not been holding her shoulder, she would have already rushed in. Baizhu's gaze swept past Hu Tao and landed beside the bed. He saw the infant who had quieted in Lin Feng's arms, the still and dried tears on her face, and that awkward yet genuine tenderness, and he also saw Qixing standing stiffly by the bed, vast waves surging in his eyes. A faint but utterly sincere smile of relief curved at the corner of his mouth. Both mother and child are safe. Baizhu's voice reached the inner chamber, gentle and clear like a calming incantation. The Qixing child's first cry was clear and strong, her constitution extraordinary. Hearing the words Qixing child, Lin Feng's arms tightened around the baby once more. Her violet eyes lowered, tears still hanging from her long lashes, yet the gentle light of a mother surging from the depths of her eyes could no longer be hidden. Qixing's taut body finally eased a fraction. Slowly, with the utmost solemnity, he bowed deeply in Baizhu's direction. Wordless yet heavy as 1,000 June. Hu Tao could no longer hold back. Like an agile cat, she slipped and edged close to the bed, wanting to touch it, not daring, simply staring with eager eyes at the ice-blue little bundle in the swaddle. Eyes closed, tiny mouth slightly pursed, with undisguised fervent adoration on her face. Ganyu. Senior Ganyu. Senior Ganyu. Let me see. Let me see the little Qixing. Oh my God! This tiny horn bud. This ice-blue color. It's perfect. I declare. I Hu Tao am this child's only godmother. Nobody can take that away. Name. Let's call her Yixilin. Done. Lin Feng did not hush Hu Tao's chatter, as she usually did. She merely turned slightly to the side, letting Hu Tao see the child's sleeping face more clearly. An unprecedented warm weariness enveloped her. The celestial beast's haughty aloofness seemed utterly pale and powerless before the soft, warm life in her arms. The power inside her remained sparse, yet it was calmer than ever, gently guarding the new life in her embrace. Outside the window, sunlight finally broke through the clouds, pouring warm light into the chamber, illuminating Lin Feng's tear-streaked yet tender face, illuminating the infant's ice-blue fetal hair and tiny horn buds, and also illuminating the deep sea-like warm glow in Qixing's eyes, the glow belonging to father. The first cry had fallen. The warmth gradually melted. The gulf between immortal and mortal, the Qilin bloodline, the cold covenant. All quietly dissolved in the newborn's cry and the warm sun. The road ahead remained long and challenges remained countless, such as how to raise a half-celestial infant bearing the Qilin bloodline. But at this moment, in this inner chamber suffused with the scent of herbs and the breath of new life, Lin Feng held the continuation of her bloodline. Yichen stood guard a step away. Hu Tao excitedly plotted her godmother grand plan. Bai Zhu watched the miracle of life with deep gratification. This is the warmest haven in the mortal world. The lingering echoes of a newborn's cry seemed to still reverberate within the inner chamber of Yohai Pavilion as the air was filled with the scent of medicinal herbs, warmth, and the breath of new life. A tiny swaddled bundle nestled quietly in Lin Feng's arms. Ice-blue newborn hair clung softly to a slightly flushed brow, while the faint buds of tiny Qilin horns like warm jade sprouts gleamed with a gentle luster in the morning light. At this moment the delicate little life lay with eyes closed, tiny lips slightly pouted, her sleeping face serene. This was a daughter. Hu Tao paced excitedly around the bed, her voice lowered but unable to contain her fervor. Yi Xiaolin. No. It's little Qilin girl. Yi Xiaolin. The Lin from Sweet Rain. How wonderful. Anyone can tell at once she's our little Qilin fairy beast princess. Senior Ganyu, don't you think so? Brother, you say something. As she spoke she coerced the stiff-standing Yichen with her eyes. Yichen's gaze shifted from his daughter's sleeping face to Lin Feng. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he only pressed them tighter, shook his head slightly, and left the decision entirely to the one holding the child, his nominal partia, under the contract, and in truth, the mother of his child. Deep warmth surged in his eyes, but what dominated was a nearly humble waiting for her verdict, whatever it might be. Gazing at the tiny ice-blue newborn hair that so resembled Lin Feng's locks, an indescribable tremor stirred within his heart. Lin Feng lowered her eyes, her fingertips brushing ever so gently across her daughter's delicate cheek, feeling the warm, vibrant touch. The icy vitality within her, thinned by childbirth, now flowed like the gentlest stream, silently wrapping around the tiny life in her arms, bringing a comfortable coolness. This wondrous bond of blood made the stirring of a new mother within her heart even clearer. This was a daughter, her deepest, softest connection to the mortal world. Lin Feng repeated Hu Tao's suggestion in a low voice. Sweet rain that nourishes all creation. It suited the Qilin's auspicious meaning, and the character was softer than the Lin of Qilin, bearing more of a girl's gentle softness. Using Yi as the surname was the indelible mark left by that cold contract, yet it had also become the most direct bond between her daughter and the mortal world. She was silent for a moment, light shifting in her violet eyes. The pride of an immortal beast instinctively made her want to bestow upon her daughter a more elegant name, one more in keeping with celestial aura. But looking at the fragile yet tenacious little life in her arms, feeling Yichen's silent yet weighty gaze and Hu Tao's undisguised eagerness, those lofty thoughts strangely faded away. At that moment Bai Zhu, who had been standing quietly by the door like a figure from an ink painting, spoke gently. The Qilin is an auspicious beast, benevolent and sustaining all things. This daughter carries both immortal and mortal blood, inheriting the Qilin's auspiciousness. Yet her bloodlines merge ice and fire in harmony, so her nature should be like water, supremely soft yet supremely strong, silently moistening and nourishing all things. He paused, his gaze falling on the infant, carrying a physician's insight and an elder's expectation. The character Lin is quite good, taking the meaning of timely rain descending upon all. But why not use the single character Qin? Yi Qin inherits the root of the Yi surname, embodies the nourishing virtue of water like a clear spring that seeps into the heart, silently nourishing, containing strength within gentleness, more fitting for a daughter's nature. It can also signify this girl as timely rain, uniting immortal and mortal, permeating the rift between two families. Qin. Hu Tao blinked her plum-shaped pupils, pondering. Yi Qin. Yi Qin. It sounds so gentle. Like mountain spring water. It's more delicate than Lin. Seeping into the heart. Ah, Master Bai Zhu, what a wonderful name you've chosen. It's simply tailor-made for our little Qilin girl. Lin Feng's heartstrings were gently plucked by the character Qin. A clear spring seeping into the heart, silently nourishing strength within softness. This quietly echoed the essence of the icy power within her, and also carried the hope that her daughter would be gentle yet resilient, like a trickling stream, blending ice and warmth, and nourishing those around her. It was more restrained than Lin, more enduring, carrying a warmth that permeated to the bone, perfectly suited to the soft yet destined to be extraordinary little daughter in her arms. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping over Qixing. He remained silent, yet his calm eyes suddenly brightened with a spark of light upon hearing the two characters. Qixing, like a deep pool reflecting the gentlest moonlight. He nodded slightly, an almost imperceptible motion yet laden with profound approval and gratitude, as if this name expressed all the unspoken cherishing he held for his daughter. Lin Feng's gaze finally fell upon her daughter's face in her arms. The little one seemed to sense the shift in her mother's emotions. Her tiny lips moved slightly, letting out a faint bird-like coo. Qixing. Lin Feng's voice was soft yet exceptionally clear, carrying the solemnity of a settled matter and the tenderness of new life. Without further hesitation, she gathered a wisp of icy power at her fingertip. Without damaging the paper, she condensed ink in midair over a specially made ice-patterned writing sheet that Qixing had silently laid out on the small table by the bed and wrote two characters. Qixing. Her handwriting was no longer the sharp ice shards of the contract, but bore a restrained edge and settled warmth, even a trace of subtle tenderness in the strokes. The ice-blue ink spread slowly across the sheet and set like spring water just thawed from a cold pool, crisp and clear yet suffused with gentle warmth. It's decided. Qixing. Little Qixing. Hu Tao was the first to cheer in a hushed voice, rubbing her hands excitedly. A little treasure that seeps into the heart. Your godmother's heart is melting. She looked at the tiny bundle, her eyes filled with undisguised affection. Qixing's taut body finally relaxed completely. Gazing at the two characters formed by icy power on the sheet, his surname and his daughter's given name, an indescribable warmth and a weighty sense of responsibility instantly flooded his entire body. He walked to the small table and with extreme solemnity and utmost care picked up the sheet, whose ink was still wet, as if holding the most precious crystal in the world. Without a word, he bowed deeply to Lin Feng. This time it was not because of the contract, but from heartfelt gratitude and a promise. For this name, and even more for this woman who had given life to his daughter. Baizhu watched the scene, a gentle smile tugging at the corners of his lips, and nodded slightly. The Qilin daughter's first cry, the fine name Qixing, is set. Soft water nourishes all things, still water runs deep. This name is excellent. Lin Feng looked at no one else. She simply lowered her head and gently pressed her cheek against her daughter's soft little head, which carried a faint scent of milk. Her ice-blue strands intertwined with the same ice-blue newborn hair. The power within her was gentle and calm, silently guarding this tiny life. Qixing, she called softly in her heart. This was her daughter. Qixing. Rooted in Yi, bearing the moisture of Qixing. Like a silent spring seeping into the heart. A name unexpectedly initiated by a cold contract, yet jointly written by the miracle of bloodline, the warmth of human affection, and boundless hope for a daughter's water-soft and resilient future. A warm imprint, belonging to new life, connecting the mortal and immortal realms and filled with infinite possibility. Morning light streamed through the window lattice, gently enveloping the mother and daughter embracing by the bed, wrapping around the father who held the name as if it were a treasure, and shining over the excited godmother and the gratified physician. The millennium of icy solitude in Liyue Pavilion was at this moment utterly dispelled by the tiny name, Qixing, leaving only warm, melting tenderness like a clear spring seeping into the heart. Time flowed like the restless waves of the Yunlai Sea beyond Liyue Harbor, and 15 years slipped by in silence. The skyline of Liyue Harbor grew ever more magnificent beneath the sun, while the mining lamps of the chasm blazed ceaselessly through the night, bearing witness to the prosperity of an era governed by mortal hands. Within the Liyue Pavilion, the little ice-blue bundle that had once uttered its first cries had long since grown and flourished, blossoming into a graceful young maiden. Qixing stood at the threshold of the secretarial office in the Liyue Pavilion. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window lattice, gilding her in a layer of warm gold. At 15, the young maiden already possessed a slender, elegant silhouette. She had inherited her mother Lin Feng's signature ice-blue hair, which fell in silky strands tied behind her head, the tips curling naturally in soft waves. Beneath the wispy bangs at her forehead, the tiny horn buds of her infancy had grown into a pair of exquisitely translucent jade-colored horns about half a finger in length. They nestled warmly within her hair, revealing themselves only when she turned her head, lending her refined and beautiful features an air of otherworldly charm. She wore a modified version of the customary Liyue maiden's attire. The moon-white fabric complemented her ice-blue hair, looking fresh and clean with a touch of artless innocence. Mother Qixing's voice rang out crisp and clear, imbued with a maiden's sweet coyness. Her violet eyes sparkled as she gazed at her mother, who remained buried in paperwork behind the desk. I'm going out to play. I've arranged to meet Sister Mao Xiangling at the docks to see the newly arrived Fontaine merchant ships. She tried her best to make her tone sound casual and natural. Lin Feng lifted her head from the towering pile of documents, her violet eyes sweeping over her daughter. 15 years had left no visible trace upon her half-immortal form, yet the composure and restraint that had settled within her had only grown more profound than before. She regarded her daughter's eyes, mirrors of her own, yet now shimmering with obvious excitement and a trace of barely perceptible guilt. Her gaze then flickered over the hem of her daughter's clothes, which had been subconsciously smoothed with suspicious care, and the slightly pursed lips curved with a subtle tension. The it within her body had long since achieved perfect symbiosis with Lin Feng. Without any deliberate effort, an infinitesimal thread of perception spread outward like a ripple upon water. Lingering on her daughter was a faint crisp scent of pine, nothing like the smoky hearth of the one-man restaurant, mingled with a trace of the subtle tang of a young man's perspiration after running. Lin Feng's fingertips tapped lightly upon the report. Her brow arched in an almost imperceptible raise, and her tone remained level, betraying neither pleasure nor displeasure. The docks are windy, and the unloading of new ships is a disorderly affair. The Mao girl is steady and composed. Going with her should be fine. She paused, her sharp gaze seizing upon the flash of relief that darted through her daughter's eyes before adding with deliberate slowness, however, judging by your exuberance, I suspect it is not the Mao girl you are so eager to meet, but rather that young apprentice named Liu Chen from the Feiyun Commerce Guild, isn't it? That lad has been positively assiduous lately, dropping by the Yuhai Pavilion every few days, either coincidentally delivering guild documents, or happening to pass by with pastries from the one-man restaurant. Mother. 2 crimson clouds instantly bloomed upon Qixing's cheeks like freshly opened silk flowers. Even the tips of her delicate jade horns seemed to have been brushed with a faint blush. She stamped her foot, caught between embarrassment and urgency. You. What are you saying? Liu Chen is just. He's just kind. He knows so much about the wider world. Under her mother's all-seeing gaze, her voice dwindled to near silence, dissolving at last into a petulant huff, as she turned her head away, refusing to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Humph. Lin Feng let out a light snort, set down her brush, and lifted the cup of Qixing tea at her side, at precisely the right temperature, to take a measured sip. 15 years had passed, and Yi Chen's tea brewing skill had reached a level of consummate mastery. Even the bitterness of the Qixing blossoms was harmonized with perfect precision, warm and soothing as it slipped down the throat. She looked at her daughter's flushed profile, and deep within her violet eyes flickered a faint trace of a mother's helplessness, along with a subtle unnameable disquiet, as if a priceless pearl she had cherished for a millennium were being eyed by a covetous gaze. That boy Lin Feng's voice remained as level as ever, yet carried a note of fastidious criticism, as rash and fidgety. Last time he came to deliver documents, he nearly toppled the new potted plant I had just installed. And his voice carries loudly enough to be heard right through a closed door. Every day all he does is coax you into running around outside the Qixing village, even the fringes of Jueyun Karst. Are you not afraid of encountering monsters? With every word she spoke, Qixing's shoulders slumped a little lower, and her pout grew a little more pronounced. Just then a steady, gentle presence drew near. Yi Chen had approached without a sound, carrying a freshly wiped celadone platter laden with neatly sliced, glistening chilled sunsettias. He walked naturally to Lin Feng's side, setting the platter within easy reach of her hand, while his gaze fell with gentle warmth upon their sulking daughter. Our daughter is grown now, she ought to go out and see the world. Yi Chen's voice was deep and unhurried, carrying the serene stability that only years can temper. He reached out and with startling naturalness tucked a stray strand of ice-blue hair behind Lin Feng's ear, a gesture as familiar as breathing. 15 years of shared days and nights had long since worn away the cold edges of that contract, forging it into an unspoken understanding and warmth fused deep into bone and blood. He looked at Lin Feng, a placating smile in his eyes, and murmured, besides, as I see it, that Liu boy, though a bit impetuous, has clear, honest eyes and a good heart. As an apprentice personally tutored by the second young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild, his manners and etiquette are beyond reproach. And the way he treats Qixing is truly sincere. Lin Feng turned her head and shot Yi Chen a glare, a look that plainly declared, just you keep spoiling her. Yet her body betrayed her, relaxing somewhat and leaning into the reassuring warmth emanating from Yi Chen's arm. She knew full well, of course, that Liu Chen was not a bad sort at heart. He came from a family with an unblemished record, and as someone personally trained by young Master Xingqiu, both his character and his abilities were of superior quality. Every time her daughter went out with him, she would return with eyes shining like stars, eagerly recounting all sorts of novel experiences. Her clothes were always clean and tidy, clearly having been well attended to. It was just that, whenever she pictured her daughter, who had inherited her ice-blue hair and little qilin horns so sweetly naive and innocent, being led by the hand all across Liyue by that whirlwind of a young man, a subtle sour ache stirred in this old mother's heart, that unmistakable feeling of one's own prized cabbage being nuzzled by a pig, even if that pig did look rather presentable. She found it hard to suppress. Yi-Chen received Lin Feng's reproachful look and merely smiled with tolerant affection, his broad palm patting her shoulder gently. He turned to his daughter and said warmly, "Go on, Qixing. Remember to bring the evil-repelling sachet your mother prepared for you. Come back before sunset, and do not make your mother worry." "Thank you, father." The shadows upon Yi-Chen's face vanished in an instant, and her smile shone as brilliantly as the noonday sun over Liyue Harbor. She darted over in a flash, rose onto her tiptoes, and planted a resounding kiss on Lin Feng's cheek. Then she threw her arms around Yi-Chen's arm, leaving behind the words, "Mother and father are the best. I'll be home early." And like a little blue bird freed from its cage, she flew joyfully out of the Yuehai Pavilion. All that lingered in the air was the fresh fragrance of the maiden, and a faint jubilant call drifting back, "Luchin. I'm out. Hurry, let's go." Caught off guard by her daughter's sudden display of affection, Lin Feng felt as though the soft warmth of the kiss still lingered upon her cheek. She reached up and touched the spot almost unconsciously, watching her daughter's silhouette vanish through the doorway. The residue of irritation and fault-finding in her violet eyes was finally supplanted by a deeper, more helpless tenderness. She let out a soft sigh, one that carried a mother's wistfulness at watching her child drift ever further away, and a hint of resigned relief, as if all had finally settled into place. "Ah." She picked up her teacup and took another sip, this time in a tone laced with resignation. "Daughters are bound to grow up eventually." Yi-Chen picked up a chilled piece of sunset tea and with an easy motion brought it to Lin Feng's lips. Watching her take an instinctive bite, he murmured in low accord, his voice suffused with a satisfied smile, and the worldly understanding of one who had walked the same path. "Yes, they are bound to grow up. And besides..." He paused, his gaze following the direction his daughter had taken, as if he could see the figure of that bright-spirited young man waiting eagerly at the alley mouth below. "I can tell that Luchin boy is genuinely devoted to our Qixing. Eyes never lie, much like in my own." He trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid, and cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng, his eyes steeped in unshakable warmth, and a hint of playful mischief. Lin Feng chewed the sweet, juicy flesh, savoring the coolness between her lips, and the warmth radiating from the man at her side. As she pondered Yi-Chen's unfinished "much like in my own," the tips of her ears inexplicably flushed with heat. She shot Yi-Chen a look of mock exasperation, yet offered no rebuttal. Instead, she nestled more comfortably against him, letting her gaze settle once more upon the papers on the desk. Outside the window, Liyue Harbor basked in radiant sunlight, alive with the vibrant clamor of human voices. From below drifted the clear call of a young man, and the crisp, bright response of a maiden, woven together with the sound of running footsteps fading into the distance. Within the Yuehai Pavilion, the fragrance of tea curled upward in lazy wisps, while the sweet scent of fruit lingered in the air. The solitary aloofness of an immortal beast, and the warm smoke of mortal hearths had long since merged into perfect unity over the course of 15 years. And that tenderness, born of a cold contract utterly transfigured by the miracle of life, was now quietly flowing onward through the first budding feelings of the next generation's childhood sweethearts, as warm and gentle as spring itself. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the tall lattice windows of Yuehai Pavilion, casting dappled shadows across the floor. The air was filled with the scent of ink, the faint bitterness of Qixing flowers, and the cool, sweet fragrance of the chilled sunset tea her father had just brought in. Yi-Chen stood properly in front of her mother's large desk, trying hard to make her breathing sound calm and innocent. "Mother, I'm going out to play. Sister Mao Xiangling and I agreed to go to the docks to see the newly arrived Fontaine merchant ship." Her voice was crisp and bright, like dewdrops dripping from the eaves of Liyue Harbor at dawn. But only she knew how fast her heart was pounding in her chest, thump thump thump, like a little drum beaten by her godmother Hu Tao. The vibration made the tiny jade horns hidden in her soft hair tingle faintly. Her mother looked up. Those violet eyes, so like her own yet steeped in 1,000 years and seeming to see through everything, swept over her. Yi-Chen immediately felt uneasy, as if every carefully hidden little secret, such as the straw grasshopper Luchin had woven for her last time in Qingce village, which she had secretly tucked inside her sleeve, had been dug out by her mother's gaze. She instinctively pinched the hem of her clothes, which she had smoothed until not a single wrinkle remained. Oh no. Mother hated pretension most of all. Would her mother be able to tell? Her mother's voice was still so calm, like the water of an ancient well in Qingyu Pavilion. The docks are windy, and the unloading of a new ship is chaotic. That Mao girl is steady and sensible. It's fine for you to go with her. Phew. Qixing had only just let out half the breath she had been holding. Before it could settle, her mother's slow voice drifted over again like a feather, gently tickling the most ticklish spot in her heart. However, seeing how excited you are, I wonder if it's not the Mao girl you're in such a hurry to meet, but that little apprentice named Lu Qin from the Feiyun Chamber of Commerce. Boom. Qixing felt a surge of heat rush from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. Her cheeks were so hot they could fry an egg made of slime condensate. Even the delicate tips of her jade horns turned uncontrollably warm. The physical reaction she could never hide when her emotions ran high. Mother. She stamped her foot, her voice trembling with embarrassment and indignation, her violet eyes round and wide. You. What are you saying? Lu Qin is just a good person. He knows so many things about the outside world. It's not. The rest of her words faded under her mother's all-seeing gaze, which seemed to say, a little girl like you still wants to fool me. Under that gaze her voice grew more and more uncertain until it dissolved into a soft hum laden with coaxing affection. She turned her head away with exaggerated force, pretending to be deeply fascinated by the pot of silk flowers in the corner that Lu Qin had almost knocked over last time. Her mother gave a light snort, picked up her teacup, and took a sip. Qixing knew that pose all too well. It was the exact expression her mother wore every time her father did something that made her feel he was spoiling her daughter too much. The little person inside her heart screamed, "Mother is starting to find fault with Lu Qin again. Rash, loudmouthed, always encouraging you to run outside." Mother knew perfectly well that the time Lu Qin tripped while delivering documents was because he was helping Sister Keqing carry things. She knew his loud voice was because he was used to shouting to the foreman at the docks. She knew that when he took her to see the newly discovered glazed lilies on the edge of Jiyun Karst, her eyes had shone brighter than Noctilucus jade. Humph. Mother just couldn't bear to let her go. Qixing thought about it, her heart both sweet and sour. She knew her mother doted on her, loved her to the bone. She remembered that when she was little and had her first fever, the icy, faintly cold power inherited from her mother lost control and froze half the room. It was her mother who helped her suppress the rampage with even stronger power, and stayed awake for 3 days and 3 nights without closing her eyes. The small horns at her temples, her mother had smoothed them with the gentlest power countless times, afraid they might grow crooked and cause her pain. But she was grown up now. She didn't want to stay forever in Yuehai Pavilion watching the lights of Liyue Harbor outside the window and listening to other people's stories. She wanted to see for herself. To smell the salty sea breeze at the docks, to touch the gleaming mechanical parts of the Fontaine merchant ships, to breathe the fragrance of rice flowers in Qingci village, to chase crystal flies in Jiyun Karst. And Lu Qin. He was the eyes and wings that showed her the world. He understood the streetwise ways that mother considered vulgar. He knew which blacksmith shop had just gotten good, or could tell at a glance which country a merchant ship came from, and even dared to sneak her into the Feiyun Chamber of Commerce's warehouse to look at those strange exotic wonders, even though every time they were caught red-handed by young Master Xingqiu and punished by copying account books. With him the whole world was alive, noisy, and colorful. Just then a familiar and reassuring warmth drew near. It was her father. Like a silent shadow carrying the cool, sweet scent of chilled sunsetia, he walked naturally to her mother's side, set down the fruit plate, and just as naturally tucked a stray strand of hair behind her mother's ear. Qixing secretly watched from the corner of her eye, and the little drum in her heart gradually quieted. Her father was her anchor. Every time her mother was about to flare up, he would dissolve her mother's icy edges like the gentlest warm current, silently, and without a trace. Sure enough, her father spoke, his voice low and steady like the sturdiest cornerstone of Liyue Harbor. A girl grows up, she has to go out and see the world. He turned to her mother, his eyes carrying the reassuring smile Qixing knew well, the one that said, "Don't worry, I'm watching over her." Then he said, "Besides, I think that Lu boy, though a bit rash, has clear eyes and a good heart. And he treats Qiner with sincerity." Qixing's heart felt as if a warm feather had lightly brushed over it. Father understood her. Father saw the good in Lu Qin. She held her breath, waiting nervously for her mother's reaction. Her mother turned her head and shot her father a glare, a look Qixing understood too. "You're protecting her again. But miraculously her mother's tense shoulders really did relax a little, and she even leaned a bit closer to her father. Qixing almost couldn't suppress a grin. She knew that her mother's iceberg could be melted just a little by her father, her personal heater. Her father looked at her again, his eyes warm. Go on, Qixing. Remember to take the evil warding sachet your mother prepared for you. Come back before sunset, and don't make your mother worry. Thank you, father. Great joy burst open in Qixing's heart like fireworks. She was like a little sparrow finally released from its cage. Cheering, she rushed over, planted a loud smacking kiss on her mother's cool yet impossibly soft cheek, felt her mother's body stiffen almost imperceptibly, then relax, and then affectionately hugged her father's solid arm. Mother and father are the best. I'll be back early. Before the words faded, she had already swept out of the office like a gust of blue wind. Tap tap tap, she ran down the long steps of Liyue Pavilion, her heart still leaping excitedly. Sunlight fell on her without obstruction, warm and cozy. In the distance she saw the familiar figure waiting at the alley entrance, Lu Chen. The boy was more than half a head taller than her. Dressed in the blue short jacket of a Feiyun Chamber of Commerce apprentice, he stood straight and tall like a young white poplar growing toward the sun. Sunlight spilled onto his light brown hair tips where golden specks danced. He was standing on tiptoe, peering toward Liyue Pavilion. The moment he saw her appear, his eyes, always so spirited, flashed with astonishing brilliance. He grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and waved at her with all his might. Qixing. Over here. Hurry. The big Fontaine ship has already started unloading. I heard this time there's a mechanical bird that can sing by itself. Lu Chen's voice was clear and bright, carrying the vigorous vitality unique to youth. It pierced the afternoon air, and it also pierced the last little shadow in Qixing's heart caused by mother's fault-finding. A smile brighter than the sun bloomed on her face. Like a truly free blue bird flying into the wide world, she dashed toward that world full of novelty and excitement, toward the boy who had shown her the world. Coming, Lu Chen. As she ran, the tiny jade horns hidden in her hair, filled with their owner's boundless joy, reflected a warm, spirited luster in the sunlight. The world that belonged to Qixing, the young maiden, lay right before her, vast, bustling, and full of infinite possibilities. And all of this was only just beginning. The river of time surges ever onward, and once again the lantern light of Liyue Harbor lights up the lamps of 10,000 households. 15 years are enough for a toddling infant to grow into a graceful maiden, and enough for the once astonishing contract and new contract to settle into a warm legend told along the streets and alleys of Liyue Harbor. This year's lantern rite, the top terrace of Liyue Pavilion, is especially lively. No longer is it the unchanging chill of millennia and stacked documents. Instead, warm yellow shao lanterns hang everywhere, and the air is laced with the sweet fragrance of pastries specially supplied by Wanmen Restaurant. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the terrace, her ice blue long hair gently stirred by the night wind, her violet eyes reflecting the sea of lanterns below Liyue Harbor, as brilliant as a galaxy. She still wore the solemn attire of a secretary to the Liyue Qixing, but the settled serenity between her brows and the gentle warmth surrounding her had long replaced the old aloofness and icy solitude. The power within her flowed like a most loyal companion, docile and tranquil, quietly condensing at her fingertips into a tiny fleeting ice crystal snowflake that drifted toward the sea of lanterns and silently dissolved. Mother! Look! My shao lantern is flying so high! Qixing's crisp voice came bubbling with excitement. The young maiden stood tall and graceful, her ice blue hair shimmering with soft light beneath the lanterns, and a pair of smooth jade-like little horns in her hair peeking in and out of view as she moved. She was carefully sending into the night sky an ice blue shao lantern she had hand-painted with qilin and auspicious cloud patterns. On the lantern's body in neat, elegant handwriting was a small wish: may Liyue be safe and sound and family always by my side. Beside her, Lu Chen was concentrating on adjusting the angle of an exquisite shao lantern bearing the emblem of the Feiyun Chamber, and a touch of Fontaine's mechanical style, trying to make it fly as high as Qixing's. The young man's bearing was upright and tall, having shed some of his apprentice's youthful clumsiness for a new steadiness, yet the look he gave Qixing remained clear and devoted, filled with unconcealed tenderness. He would occasionally lower his voice to remind Qixing to watch the wind direction, earning a radiant smile from the girl. I saw it. Lin Feng answered, her voice carrying a gentleness she herself had not noticed. Her gaze swept across her daughter's bright laughing face and the young man's earnest profile. That subtle bittersweet ache unique to a mother was ultimately overtaken by a deeper, more profound gratification. Children must walk their own paths. If a childhood sweetheart's bond could like hers and Yichen's find warmth amidst life's bumps and tumbles, then that too was a beautiful scene within Liyue's mortal glow. Don't just keep watching the children, try this. A warm sensation came from beside her. Yichen had somehow moved to her side, holding out a small plate of freshly baked shortcakes that carried the fragrance of almonds and sunset tea. He still wore plain dark clothes, but the calm in his brow had merged with an indescribable ease and contentment. 15 years had carved a few traces of wind and frost upon him, yet they only made him appear as steady as a mountain. His gaze rested on Lin Feng, carrying a wordless understanding and warmth. Lin Feng naturally took the offering. The warmth reaching her fingertips was just right. She took a small bite. The crisp sweetness melted on her tongue, a familiar flavor and the flavor of home. She looked at Yichen, her violet eyes reflecting the lantern glow, and in his eyes her own reflection. From that icy matrilocal marriage contract to the unexpected arrival of the new contract, and then to this bone-deep companionship and understanding. The road had been as rugged as the cliffside plank paths of Jiren Kars, yet at last it led to a warm haven in the fading glow of lanterns. Dad is playing favorites. I want some too. Yichen skipped over with a laugh while Lu Chen followed beside her carrying 2 cups of warm Qixing flower tea. There's enough for everyone. With a smile in his eyes, Yichen produced several more plates of pastries from the food box as if by sleight of hand and beckoned Lu Chen to join in. In a corner of the terrace, Hu Tao was excitedly directing several ceremonial attendants of the Wanxing funeral parlor to light an extremely flamboyant sea lantern, fully 1 person tall, with a chubby qilin cub hugging a large lantern as its main body. Her plum blossom pupils blazed brilliantly beneath the lantern light. Up! Rise! Let all of Liyue Harbor see the specially made auspicious Qilin Wanxing exclusive edition sea lantern created by our Wanxing funeral parlor for the first person of immortal mixed blood. Yi Shaoqin. No, Yichen. This is your godmother's grand display for you. She shouted and did not forget to give Lin Feng a triumphant tilt of her chin. Bai Zhu and Qiqi stood some distance away watching this lively and heartwarming scene. Qiqi held in her arms a tiny lantern woven from Qixing flowers and said slowly, warm, bright. Qiner, happy. Bai Zhu nodded slightly, a gentle smile on his refined face. His gaze swept over Lin Feng's family, then landed on Hu Tao's enormous Qilin lantern, and a rare smile of worldly warmth flickered in his eyes. Ningguang's figure appeared at the terrace entrance. She did not approach, only leaned against the veranda pillar, a cup of clear wine in her hand. Her golden eyes swept across a scene that Yuhai Pavilion had never before seen, a scene filled with laughter and mortal warmth. Her gaze rested on the backs of Lin Feng and Yichen, who stood shoulder to shoulder talking quietly, then moved to Yichen and Lu Chen, who were releasing Xiao lanterns with bright smiling faces. The curve of her lips no longer held its usual calculation, but carried a pure, unhurried satisfaction, as if regarding a completed masterpiece. From afar she raised her cup and drank it silently in one go. Behind her the lights of Liyue Harbor spread into endless splendor, witnessing the legend she had set in motion, a legend born of absurdity, and yet returned to warmth. Lin Feng, as if sensing something, turned and met Ningguang's gaze from afar. Across the lantern lights and shifting shadows, the gazes of 2 women of great importance in Liyue briefly converged in the air. No words were spoken, yet it was as if volumes had passed between them, about duty, about protection, about the unexpected and infinitely precious warmth that had grown within this mortal world. Lin Feng nodded slightly. The smile at Ningguang's lips deepened, then she turned, her figure quietly blending into the dimming glow of lanterns. Up! Hu Tao's vibrant shout pulled everyone's attention back. That 1 person tall auspicious Qilin Wanxing exclusive edition Qilin cradling lantern, with the combined effort of several ceremonial attendants, rose steadily into the night sky with a warm and majestic halo. The chubby adorable Qilin cub was endearing in its innocence, and the great lantern it held radiated dazzling light, instantly becoming the most eye-catching sight above Liyue Harbor, and drawing wave after wave of amazed cheers from the harbor and the sea. Ha! See that? Yichen. That's the stage your godmother has set for you. Hu Tao stood with her hands on her hips and proudly raised her chin toward Yichen, her plum blossom pupils shining like stars. Yichen tilted her face upward, her ice blue hair flowing with a soft sheen beneath the lanterns, the jade-like little horns in her hair also reflecting a joyful luster. She watched her own ice blue Xiao lantern with Qilin patterns and Lu Chen's exquisite mechanical lantern both striving to follow Hu Tao's huge godmother's grand display. Among the thousands of lights they seemed tiny yet utterly resolute. A brilliant smile broke out on her face, and she waved hard at Hu Tao. I saw it. Thank you, godmother. You're the best. Lu Qin stood beside Qixing watching the maiden's bright profile and the dancing flames in her eyes. The tips of his ears were slightly red, yet his gaze was astonishingly bright. He quietly reached out a hand guarding behind Qixing to shield her from any possible jostling as the crowd stirred. The motion was clumsy but utterly serious. Baizhu watched this scene, a gentle smile on his refined face, and said to Qiqi, who was holding the little Qixing flower lantern, Qiqi, look at these lantern lights. Don't they look like Qixing flowers blooming at night? Qiqi looked up bewildered. She glanced at Baizhu, then at the brilliant Xiao lanterns filling the sky, and said slowly, warm, bright. Qixing flowers, at night, are also warm. She carefully protected the tiny lantern woven from Qixing flowers in her arms, as if guarding a tiny star. Lin Feng brought her gaze back from the direction where Ningguang had disappeared and looked once more at Yichen beside her. He held a piece of warm almond shortcake up to her lips, his motion familiar and unhurried. Lin Feng took a small bite from his hand. The crisp sweetness spread through her mouth, mingling with the reassuring warmth from his fingertips. She lifted her eyes. Her violet irises clearly reflected Yichen's calm, gentle face, as well as the brilliant sea of lanterns behind him that belonged to their daughter and to Liyue Harbor. Tired? Yichen asked in a low voice, its deep tone carrying a concern meant only for her. Lin Feng gently shook her head, and the corners of her lips lifted into a tender, unburdened smile. The icy power that had flowed within her for 1,000 years was now gentle and tranquil, like a still sea beneath the moonlight, with not a trace of the loneliness or restlessness it had once known. 1,000 years of the immortal path had begun with a solitary vigil. She had once thought that giving up was the end, yet she stumbled through an absurd contract instead. Having passed through the cleansing of hot springs, the 3 years of settling, the shock of new life, and the trials of raising a child, watching her daughter sprout and grow like a tender sapling. Along the way her frozen heart had been warmed inch by the mortal world's lantern glow, bound tightly by unexpected ties, and at last melted into the warm current of the lights of 10,000 homes. The paperwork was still piled like mountains, and her responsibilities had never been laid down. But her heart had found a place to belong. In this radiant mortal world, amid the bustling warm human fireworks within this family that had begun unexpectedly through a cold contract, and was now perfectly continued through the warmth of blood and love. In the night sky, thousands of Xiao lanterns resembled a river of stars flowing against the current, carrying countless ordinary sincere wishes and turning Liyue Harbor's night into a dreamlike realm. Yiqing's ice blue qilin lantern, Lu Chen's fontaine-style mechanical lantern, Hu Tao's enormous qilin cradling lantern, as well as Qiqi's little Qixing flower lantern and the ice crystal snowflake that melted from Lin Feng's fingertip, all became part of this ocean of light, indistinguishable from one another, jointly weaving the splendid tapestry of Liyue's golden age. Time to go home. Yichen's deep voice sounded again by her ears, steady and warm as stone. His gaze passed over Lin Feng's shoulder, settling on their daughter Qixing, who was excitedly pointing at some spot in the sky, her voice bright as she chatted and laughed with Lu Qin. Lin Feng followed his gaze. She watched her daughter's radiant face in the lantern light, the young man's clumsy yet unwavering protection, Hu Tao's still noisy yet thoroughly doting figure, and the tranquil peace of Bai Zhu and Qiqi standing quietly in a corner. She took one last look at the Liyue Harbor below, the harbor she had guarded for 1,000 years, now even more splendid, and felt the lingering sweetness of the pastry on her fingertips, and the inexhaustible warmth emanating from the man beside her. She answered softly, her voice gentle, filled with the completeness and release that come when all has settled. We're home. The lights of Liyue Harbor stayed lit throughout the night, lighting the road home, warming 1,000 years. Where this heart finds peace, there is home.